A Rebel Witch, a Supernatural Spy Academy series. Spellcasters Spy Academy Book 2, written by Ashley McLeod, narrated by Ashley Stenner. Chapter 26. My eyelids fluttered open. "I think she's waking up," a familiar voice, Eva's, said. A hand landed on my arm, and someone came closer. A scent that reminded me of the Spellcasters' healing sanctuary washed over me. Alex. But where was I? And why was it so hard to open my eyes? I released a moan, and with great effort, forced my eyes to open the rest of the way. Bright lights assaulted me, making me whimper. "Turn them off." Someone moved to shut off the lights, and slowly, I opened my eyes again. Alex, Hunter, Eva, and Sam hovered around my bedside. Past them, the Spellcasters' Infirmary spread out before me. At this rate, I should ask if they have a punch card or something. "Hey, sweets," Alex said, his voice soothing. "How you feeling?" "Awful. What happened?" I wiggled my jaw. My words had come out garbled, which was just as distressing as how terrible my body felt, like a dozen trucks had run me over. "You came back from the spy games yesterday afternoon. Headmistress Wake brought you straight here," Eva said. "You got knocked out, although no one has told us how yet." She glared at Sam, but the third year didn't seem bothered by it. "I told Headmistress Wake," Sam said. "She was the only person who needed to know what happened before Odette woke up. But if Odette wants, I'm more than happy to fill the rest of you in." "They can hear," I said. "See?" Eva crossed her arms over her chest, eliciting a chuckle from Hunter.
"Sugar, she was just doing what she thought was right."
Hunter kissed Eva's cheek.
"Calm down. We won't be in the dark anymore."
"Whatever," Eva said. "Just spill it." Sam arched her eyebrows. "Keep that attitude. It'll serve you well in your crucible year." She turned to me and leaned closer so I wouldn't have trouble hearing her. "Remember the troll?" "Yeah." "Troll? What the actual hell?" Eva looked gobsmacked, and if laughing wasn't such a painful prospect, I would have done so. "Oh, girl, you don't know the half of what we did." Sam gave a dismissive wave of her hand. "The troll was gross, but the least difficult task. That much has to be true, because we beat him even with Odette passed the F out." My lips curled up, and Sam patted me on the shoulder. "You know it's true. We would never have made it through the other challenges without you, particularly Andre and me. Thanks for keeping the team together, and for being an amazing warper." "Oh my God, will you just tell the whole story already?" Eva looked about ready to burst. "So we went through this 3-part challenge, which was hell on a stick, mind you, only to have to beat a mountain troll for the final task." Sam turned to my friends. "The vampire champions had poisoned us the night before, so Andre and I were barely hanging on. If we'd had to run the many miles from task to task, we never would have made it. But because Odette is a warper, we got to skip the mileage and just perform the tasks."
"Andre still can't warp yet?"
Hunter asked. "Let me finish," Sam said. "Anyway, I was clinging to the troll's calf and had carved half a rune meant to petrify him when the asshole went after Odette. She was too close to the corpse of the other troll that the vampires had killed, and she tripped over it. That's when things got sticky. Literally." Sam stuck out her tongue. Alex sucked in a breath. "Troll saliva is sticky. Did you touch it, Odie?" My eyebrows furrowed. "Maybe." "She sure did," Sam said. Her arm fell right in his mouth, so she couldn't move. The other troll was going after her fast. I only finished carving the rune right before he got to her." Sam gave me a look of pure repentance. "I had no way of knowing that the momentum from his run would pitch him forward, right on top of you." My eyes popped open. That massive thing landed on me? How am I still alive? Sam winced. "Well, kinda. He extended his fist and it hit you. You kinda rolled to the side a little, so only half of him landed on you. But then again, the thing was enormous, so... I got knocked out and now I'm here. I tried to shake my head, but stopped when a burst of pain shot up my neck. Did we lose the first round? Andre wasn't a skilled warper yet, and if they had to drag my unconscious body to the finish line, that would have slowed them down a lot. But instead of confirming my fears, Sam grinned. Nope. By some miracle of miracles, we got second place. Andre actually warped us to the finish line. The vampires nearly exploded with anger. I wish you'd seen it. No way, I breathed, excitement rising within me. Who took third and fourth? The shifters got third and the Fey last. The Fey dudes were too beefy. They apparently got caught in those mountain tunnels. Wow. I couldn't believe it. The day had started out so dire, and we'd still earned second place. Right after the... goddamn vampires, I muttered. Alex caressed my arm. Did you use the potion? No, I didn't think I needed to. They didn't try anything obvious on us, and I didn't drink that much the night before the event. Not like... I gave Sam an apologetic look. Not like our dumbasses, she said. Believe me, neither Andre nor I will make that mistake again. Thank the universe, I muttered. I can't go through a trial like that again. The conversation veered off to fill Sam and me in on what we had missed around spellcasters. Eventually, I remembered to ask Alex about his mission, and was unsurprised when he said he passed it with flying colors. We chatted for a few minutes more before the healer in the infirmary informed everyone that visiting hours were over. 2 hours ago. It was just as well. The interaction had worn me out. I needed my rest so I could get discharged from the infirmary quickly. Homework was piling up, and if I fell behind during my grind year, I might never catch up. Chapter 27. The infirmary released me 2 days later, but I couldn't simply return to business as usual. The troll had not only knocked me unconscious when his fist slammed into me, he'd fractured one of my ribs when he landed on me too. Thankfully, the head healer at Spellcasters kept bone regeneration elixir on hand at all times. It accelerated the mending process greatly, but I still had to take it easy for a week. To be honest, I relished the downtime. Eva, Hunter, and Alex were extra attentive to my needs, and I got to skip physical conditioning, a major win. But of course, Headmistress Wake didn't just let me lie around when I should be at physical conditioning. However, since her alternative suggestion played into an interest of mine, I didn't mind. I even had company. Diana's arm still hadn't healed from Francis's Turjo potion, a potion which, to my great annoyance, he had not received a penalty for using. Diana and I were to study and write a 10-page paper on one notable witch in history. The more obscure their accomplishments, the better. Unlike me, Diana didn't have a particular witch in mind, so I suggested one. What period of Merlin's life are you going to focus on today? I asked, as Diana and I walked into the library on our second day of research. Her eyes narrowed. She'd gone along with my suggestion that she study Merlin, although, seeing as my interest in her research rivaled my own, she was suspicious. I'm not sure, Dane. Why don't you tell me what I should look up? I pretended to be deep in thought. What about his relationship to his protégés? He had a lot of them, I think. You could focus on their combined accomplishments? Alex had studied the same thing last year, but seeing as Diana had grown up frequenting this very library, she might find additional information. Diana snorted. Sure. Whatever you want. After gathering the books we'd requested from the rare book stacks, a Spymaster privilege, we settled down at a table and spread out. I cherry-picked a tome I'd started the day before that detailed the life of Morgan Le Fay better than most others. I'd only read a few pages when a soft hum came across the table. I glanced up to see Diana's brows knitted together. What's up? She pointed to an illustration made by a wood carving. You're studying Morgan Le Fay, right? My heart rate kicked up. Had Diana already found something amazing? Yeah, why? I looked at the book in front of her. Weren't you reading that one yesterday, too? Diana nodded. Yup. It has a lot of info, so I just picked up where I left off, right before the section on Morgan. Apparently, she was a disciple of Merlin. Closer than a disciple, actually. This text insinuates that they might have been lovers, which is racy for a book written in the 19th century. My face fell, but I recovered quickly, not wanting Diana to become suspicious and start asking questions. But that's not the oddest part, Diana continued, catching my interest again. Oh? My pitch went up. What did you find? Diana looked up from her book. For a spy in training, you're not very smooth. It's obvious that you want me to study this for, well, I'm not sure why yet. I'm going along with it because I was a jerk last year and I really don't care who I write this paper about. But if you chose Merlin for an important reason, you should tell me. You know I'm capable, and if I can help you, I will. My mouth dried up. Should I tell her? Having Diana as an ally would be powerful, and I certainly wanted to tell her. But no, I couldn't. Not without talking to Alex first. It wasn't only my secret to keep. Plus, it was dangerous. The fewer people who knew it, the better. Maybe one day I can tell you, I said carefully. For now, would you accept that I'm suggesting you study Merlin for an important reason? One that might change the world. Diana's eyes narrowed. Change the world? Are you serious? I gulped. Or save it? From the demons popping up everywhere? I nodded. Her face blanched. We remained staring at each other for God knew how long. I was just beginning to wonder if this would be too much for her, and if she would bail on helping, when she exhaled a long breath of air. Jesus, Dane, you're a magnet for trouble. She shook her head. I'll help, but if something goes down, like really goes down, you'd better fill me in. I will, I whispered. So what did you find? She bent her head over the book. According to this text, Morgan and Merlin were together during a few events that the ancient world would have described as cataclysmic. Floods, fires, plagues. You get the idea. They're glossed over, which makes sense because a lot of this is based on oral history. But there is one that this author details well. They must have had a lot of sources to get this much information. Diana flipped the book and pressed it toward me. An earthquake? In England? My lips pressed together in a line. Isn't that unusual? Yes, particularly of this magnitude. A witch in the area described it as being so strong that her neighbor's home toppled. But the writing goes on to say that no one outside of what would now be considered central London felt it. That's an isolated shaker. Diana arched an eyebrow. And that's not the only odd thing. The book claims that the skies grew black as night and swarmed with screaming bugs during the earthquake. According to a handful of magical witnesses, the earthquake was so strong, it created a crack in a river. Fire sprang up from the water and the river turned red, like it was full of blood. Even more crazy, after this whole catastrophe happened, only a few remembered it. What the hell? But how could they forget that? It's suggested here that Morgan and Merlin didn't want to traumatize people, so they altered their memories. She paused and read a little more before continuing. It says here that the affected river flows through the center of present-day London. Lucky for them, the population was small back then. It would be easier for them to modify memories. Diana shook her head. Although, since this document is written well after Merlin's lifetime, I'd venture to say that the first few people who knew the truth, if that is the truth, passed it on. Probably they were magicals, because Morgan and Merlin were unable to modify the memories of the magicals present, or they didn't want to. But why wouldn't they? While Diana spoke, dread descended over me. Now I was encased in it. my breath tight and thin. They modified hundreds of memories so people wouldn't remember that a river had cracked open to spew out fire and run red with blood. A river in the middle of London. It had to be the Thames. As far as I could figure, there was only one reason someone would go to such great lengths to erase history, but strategically allow others to remember. They wanted some people to remember, those who might make a difference if another cataclysmic event occurred. Magicals. From this information, I made a terrifying deduction. The River Thames was the entrance to the Hell Gate. Chapter 28. My revelation about the location of the Hell Gate was monumental, but also a little anticlimactic. I told Alex, Hunter, and Eva, and all three responded to the discovery with the appropriate amount of awe and horror. But then, it just sort of was. We knew where the Hell Gate was located. So what? Until the demons tried to break through, there wasn't much we could do about it. And although Ishtar had insisted that she didn't need Alex or me for such a chore, I wasn't sure I believed her. After all, she was a demon, and untrustworthy by nature. Still, I chose to believe that as long as we remained vigilant about protecting ourselves and used every advantage we had, everything would be fine. At least, that's what we told ourselves. The denial method usually worked, and time passed like it was any other school year. Actually, considering that we were in our grind year, it passed way freaking faster. Samhain, and with it, the Culling Year Samhain trials, were approaching with astonishing rapidity. The traumatic flashbacks of that day, and wondering if the Culling students might repeat the horrors my class experienced, stressed me the heck out. My anxiety might have also had something to do with the fact that the next Spy Games event was slated for shortly after Samhain. Whatever the case, I was 100% thankful for a Sunday in Wanstown with my friends. I needed a break from the books, my Spymaster duties, and training for the Spy Games, if only for a few hours.
Who's up for Potions and Pastries Cafe?
Hunter rubbed his hands together, presumably at the thought of the cafe's eclairs, his favorite dessert. Yes, please, I said. We made our way to the cafe, which was open late to accommodate socializing before the Samhain trial festivities took place the next day. Trial day was a rare freebie for most grind and crucible students, so we took advantage of it. And we weren't the only ones. Many people from the PIA were in town to view or work the trials. Almost all of the PIA agents stayed at the Wanstown Inn and supported the local economy heartily for the duration of their trip. After all, supernatural spies and spymasters rarely got a night off. It was even more unusual that the humans who worked for the PIA were allowed into a place like Wanstown. They had to live it up while they could. The moment we entered Potions and Pastries, a wave of cheer and the aromas of beer and wine floated over to greet us. I grinned and caught Eva's eye. "Watch your guy," I mouthed, to which Eva rolled her eyes and looped her arm through Hunter's. There had to be at least 20 PIA employees here, and if she wasn't careful, Hunter would try to schmooze every single one. We snagged a table, and Miss Iris, the cafe owner, bustled over. "Good to see you four out and about."
It's always a relief to know that students are surviving their grind year.
Miss Iris winked. "What can I get you?" Her cheeks were flushed with excitement, and a smile played on her lips. She thrived on the hustle and bustle. Or maybe she was thrilled for the influx of cash the weekend would bring. We ordered a pitcher of beer and a couple of desserts to share. Miss Iris delivered the pitcher within minutes. Once we'd served ourselves, a bout of inspiration hit me, and I held out my glass. "To not having to take part in the Samhain trials." "Oh my God, preach," Eva said, toasting me vigorously. Everyone drank, and then, as if we finally realized that we could relax, we leaned back in our chairs.
Holy shit, sitting here is the most amazing thing.
Hunter tilted his head back over the flower-patterned chair.
How have the last 4 months been the most difficult months of my life?
Not everyone is born with a silver spoon in their mouth, Alex quipped. Hunter's head snapped up, but when he saw that Alex was grinning, he shook his finger at his cousin.
You...
The guys began to banter, but I ignored it and twisted to Eva. You holding up okay? Tomorrow's the anniversary of... My fingers traced the spot on my face where her scars were. She released a heavy sigh. Yeah, I'm okay. Taking it one day at a time. To be honest, so much has happened since then, it seems like... She trailed off, at a loss for words. A different lifetime? I suggested. Pretty much. Eva held out her pint, and we saluted each other once more. We'd just set our beers down when someone appeared at our table. Spellcasters students, am I right? The man, who looked very familiar, stared down at me. Yep, Eva replied. Are you PIA? A smile broke on the man's lips. Here for the trials. He hitched his thumb to indicate a table near the back. Knew Miss Iris's father and wanted to catch up with his daughter while in town. As usual, catch-up led to a beer, and then another and another. The man shook his head sheepishly. You know how these things go. I smiled, still trying to place him. Hunter invited the guy, who introduced himself as Andrew, to sit. He obliged and ordered another pitcher of beer for the table. Miss Iris was just depositing the second pitcher and our desserts on the table when I snapped my fingers. I remember how I know you. Andrew brought his hand to his chest. I should hope so. I just introduced myself. No, I recognized you from before, but couldn't put my finger on it. Do you remember when last year's culling class came in for a field trip? Andrew narrowed his eyes. Kind of. I was off-site for some of it. Yes, I saw you arrive. My eyes narrowed as I tried to recall the scene better. There had been 2 guards. One wore a newsboy's cap and was more violent than his partner. I was sure that Andrew was the quieter agent. I'm almost positive that you were one of the guys I ran into who were bringing a dangerous witch in for questioning. Your partner wore a newsboy cap and clocked her over the head to quiet her. Do you remember the witch? The memory of the witch screaming and flailing in the agent's arms would never leave me, but I couldn't assume the same for 2 seasoned PIA officials. They'd probably seen it all. She was older and very sick, I pressed when Andrew continued to look confused. She screamed for me not to trust anyone. It was right by the cafeteria in the PIA. Now that I'd latched onto the memory, I could hear the woman's screams and smell the coffee I'd been holding as if it were yesterday, not almost a year ago. I think so. Andrew trailed off and a horrified look crossed his face. I was about to react when he seemed to catch himself and smiled conspiratorially. But I could easily be mistaken. We get all sorts of wackos coming into the PIA. You'll see when you work there. He took a hearty slug of beer. While the agent was occupied with his drink, I shot a glance at my friends. I'd told them what the witch had said, and I was sure that they remembered. She hadn't seemed crazy to me, and David Chena had told me she was sick. But if she had been sick, why would Andrew have looked so alarmed that I remembered her? My friends looked as confused as I felt. I guess so, I said once Andrew set his beer down. But she didn't strike me as crazy. Frantic, yes, but not crazy. Although when I asked David Chena about her, he did mention that something had been wrong with her health, that she'd needed help. Andrew snapped his fingers. Ah, I remember it all now. Yes, we had to keep her under quarantine for a very long time. She left earlier this year. My spine straightened. David had told me she was dead. Left? I asked. Maybe I'd misunderstood. Got to go free? Yep. Walked out on her own 2 feet, Andrew said with a grin. Realizing that I was onto something, I leaned closer to Andrew. Hunter set down a half-eaten eclair, and each of my friends mimicked me, placing their hands on the table, ready to protect me should I need help. Andrew seemed to have realized that he'd said something wrong, because his grip on his beer mug tightened, and he pushed back from the table. You know what? I think I should get back to the inn. The beer has caught up with me, and as you might recall, we need to prepare for anything and everything during the Samhain trials tomorrow. You're not leaving yet. I placed a hand on Andrew's forearm. The PIA agent looked down at it and sneered. Girl, if you think your little hand will stop me, you're wrong.
Not her hand.
Hunter cut him off.
But the shield I put around us might.
All the blood left Andrew's face, and he whirled around to look at his table of colleagues in the back. No one so much as glanced his way. Hey! Andrew yelled. Guys! Still, no one paid him any attention. Hunter laughed.
You can call for backup all you want. They won't hear you. No one will until I want them to.
Andrew whipped back around and anger blazed in his eyes. You're a grindier? Hunter winked and flipped his shaggy blonde mop back like he was a surfing god.
Yup, but I'm already kick-ass at shields. I can even make them colorless and soundproof if I wish.
He arched an eyebrow.
You should know that everyone at this table excels in one aspect of magic or another, and we're even better at learning things we shouldn't know.
And something is up with your story, I said, drawing Andrew's attention back to me. How would you know? He spat. His jovial nature had vanished. He was terrified that we would uncover something we shouldn't. You saw that woman once, and you're not PIA. You have no clearance. That's true, I said simply. But I'm acquainted with a lot of powerful witches. If I tell them that the PIA is lying about the fate of their kind, they might feel threatened. These witches are legends, and if they moved against the agency, others would follow. What makes you think I'm lying? Andrew's hard eyes locked with mine. Because you said the witch left the PIA on her own 2 feet, but David Chena told me that she died. For a millisecond, I thought Andrew would try to defend himself, to claim that he was wrong, or try to burst through Hunter's shield. So when he slammed his hands on the table and leaned back in his chair, it shocked the hell out of me. She's as good as dead, he muttered. Like she's still ill? I asked. Not out of quarantine? Andrew twisted his neck to glance at his colleague's table. Still, no one watched us, and when he turned to face us, Andrew looked relieved. Like she has gone somewhere, and she's not coming back. That witch was a top agent once, but times are changing at the agency. Few of our most skilled agents went rogue last year. We found them all, and now they're somewhere.
Somewhere?
Hunter sounded incredulous.
Come on, man, if you're gonna spill, be more specific.
I can't tell you where because I don't have that information. All I can say is they're locked up. Probably for the better, if you ask me. Shit's getting dark. I sucked in a breath, and my friends turned to me. Remember during our internship how my parents mentioned that some of their friends were missing? Eva's blue eyes popped. Oh my God, do you think... I nodded. Yup. Why are they disappearing spies? Alex asked Andrew. Did they break the law? Andrew shook his head. Not to my knowledge. It's more like they went against the PIA. I don't know their motives, and I don't intend to find out. He perched his elbows on the table. I'm telling you this not only because you're 4 smart little shits, but because you should think twice before joining the agency. Leave the academy. Do something else. Anything else. They won't come after you then. Not like they will me. A shadow fell over his eyes, and he took another swig of beer. Are you going to desert? I whispered. Andrew nodded. As soon as the Samhain trial is over. I felt like I owed it to the school to attend, seeing as how they opened my eyes to how the world really is. I told myself I wanted to do more to keep students like you safe. Maybe, though, I was really hoping someone would question me and allow me to pass on some info. Andrew locked eyes with me. Seriously. Get out while you can. Something dark is happening at the PIA. Good kids like yourselves don't want anything to do with it. Thanks. We'll consider it, I said, even though I knew we'd do the exact opposite. My friends and I were already in too deep. Our only option was to attempt to understand the turmoil spinning around us. And once we figured out what was going on, we would move mountains to make it out alive. We left potions and pastries shortly after Andrew. He'd made it clear that we should keep the information we'd learned secret. While that was sound advice, I had no intention of following it. Who do you think will let us use their phone? I asked my friends as we strolled down the empty Wanstown street. I would have asked Miss Iris, but the chances of the other agents overhearing was too great. Still, my parents need to be informed.
Mine too, Alex agreed. Let's try the Wanstown Tavern. I've been there before with my parents, and the owner, Jamal, seems like a good guy.
He led the way, and after entering the tavern, waved at someone right away.
He's over there. Let's go talk to him.
As soon as we approached, Jamal embraced Alex like a son. After that, it was only a matter of a little small talk before I felt comfortable asking to use the phone to call my parents. My request made Jamal clutch his heart.
I find it so cruel that Spellcasters doesn't allow students to speak with their families.
He shook his head as he gestured for us to follow him to the back.
So many kids come in here nearly broken by the academy and needing a slice of home. A poor calling-year girl was in here earlier today and positively frantic over the Samhain trials.
Jamal's lips pressed together.
I can't imagine that I'm the only shop in town letting kids break the rules.
Asking a Wanstown business if I could use their phone had never crossed my mind before tonight. Apparently, I was in the minority.
Well, thanks for letting us use it,
Alex said as Jamal funneled us into his office. We'll be quick. Jamal threw a dismissive wave. Take all the time you need. He left us, and my friends made themselves comfortable while I dialed. Mom picked up on the second ring.
Hello?
Hey, Mom, it's me. I'm calling from the Wanstown Tavern, I explained, realizing that the strange number showing up on her cell had probably confused her.
Odie, is something wrong?
Fear laced Mom's voice. I'm fine, Mom. Safe and hanging in Wanstown with the gang. But yeah, something is up. Something you and Dad should be aware of. I relayed all that Andrew told us. Once I was done, the other end of the line remained silent. Mom, you okay? She cleared her throat.
I'm fine, honey. A little anxious that you interrogated a PIA officer, but
he's deserting, Mom. He won't say anything.
Let's hope so.
She released a heavy sigh.
Thank you for telling me. I knew something was amiss. I'll spread the word to trusted sources. I'll also call Priscilla Wake and insist that she strengthen the wards around the school. After this,
an idea popped into my mind at that moment. Mom, she sends students to the PIA. What if she's involved somehow? It felt wrong to ask, but better safe than sorry.
No, honey, I doubt that.
Headmistress Wake is devoted to the PIA and her country, but she would never endanger her students like this.
This is different from the trials or missions that have been vetted. This is unconnected to spellcasters. I can feel it. You and Dad will get to the bottom of it?
We will, honey,
Mom said, her tone strong and reassuring.
That's what Danes do, isn't it?
Chapter 29. The Samhain trials were far less momentous than last year's, and absolutely nothing out of the ordinary occurred. This was welcome, and as the students exited Merlin Amphitheater, it was like everyone released a collective sigh of relief. Eva's was the loudest and largest of all. I noticed the tense lines of my friend's shoulders slope downward as we walked inside the main building of Spellcasters. A nice long bath would be amazing right now. I sidled up to Eva and wrapped an arm around her shoulders. Hell yeah, it would, she murmured. I feel like I can breathe again. I know, it's hard to revisit trauma, but something tells me that the first years are totally safe. Eva snorted. Yeah. Only we aren't. Way to sugarcoat it, Dane. I cringed. Sorry, I didn't mean... She placed a hand on my wrist. No, stop. My response was sarcasm and inappropriate considering all we've been through. Don't feel bad. A lump rose in my throat, and as a swell of appreciation for my bestie telling it like it is washed over me, I pulled Eva into a tight hug. She squeezed me back, and we stayed like that for a while. When we finally pulled apart, 2 figures stood off to our side. "We didn't mean to interrupt," Holly said, worry lining her tanned face. I smiled at her and Heidi. "No worries. Congratulations on finishing your first trial. Feels good, doesn't it?" They both exhaled loudly.
"So good,"
Heidi said. "Actually, our class is having a little powwow tonight in the Initiate Tower to celebrate. We were wondering if you two would want to come. You've been so sweet and helpful to us, and we'd love to show you a good time. You can bring your boyfriends, too." My heart warmed a little. During our first year, the grind students had ignored us until February because that's how it had always been done. I hated the idea and was proud to rebel against that spellcaster's tradition. And yet, the party did not sound appealing. My whole body ached from holding in tension all day. And because we'd spent hours watching the trials with bated breath instead of studying, I was even more behind on homework than usual. "Thank you guys, but I'll pass," I said. "Yeah, me too. I'm just so tired," Eva said. Heidi bit her lip, her blue eyes scanning Eva. "Oh, right. I didn't consider the emotional toll today would have on you. Sorry." "Don't be sorry," Eva said. "Why would you consider that? You were worried about passing your own trial." She smiled and tried to show she meant it. "Seriously, you two have a blast." I egged them on. "Drink a beer for each of us." "Dude," Eva said after we parted ways with the girls and trudged up the stairs. "We passed up a party because we're tired? We're old AF." I slapped her shoulder playfully. "Speak for yourself, Granny. I'm not." I stopped walking and leaned over the 3rd-floor railing to peer into the entryway below. "Odie, you okay?" Eva asked. I nodded and waved her over. "What are you looking at?" "Look straight down and to the left, right where the hallway begins. See that little alcove?" I pointed. My friend followed my directions, and a frown spread across her face. "Is that David Chena talking to Holly? Like, really close?" "Too close for comfort," I confirmed, taking in David's stance and how he was whispering in Holly's ear. Eva turned to me. "What are you thinking?" Andrew's words from last night and David Chena's lie that the witch had died swirled in my mind. I loosed a sigh. "I'm thinking I might have changed my mind about going to the party tonight. And although I know it's the last thing you want to do, I'm hoping you'll go with me." Because Eva was a trooper and the best friend any girl could have asked for, she accompanied me to the initiate dorm. "How are you going to bring David up to Holly?" Eva asked for the 10th time. "I'm just gonna wing it," I said, as we stopped in front of the tower and knocked. "Waiting to be let in feels weird, doesn't it?" Eva asked as she readjusted her dress. "Totally," I agreed. A young man who I'd never met opened the door a second later. When he saw that 2 grind-year Spymasters were waiting outside the tower, his eyes bulged. Hi. Are you here for the party?" "Yep, Heidi and Holly invited us," Eva said, her tone light and her smile bright. "Wow, okay, come on in." The door opened wide, and the familiar scent of the Initiate Tower and sour-smelling beer filled my nose. As we walked through the common space, people stared, and a hush fell in a wave. It was strange, but I should have expected it. Other than Eva and me talking to Heidi and Holly, the upperclassmen ignored the initiates. So this was a first for most of them. That I was a school champion probably didn't hurt either. Eva and I approached the keg, and a guy who still hadn't grown out of his acne phase leapt up to help us. "Here you go," he said, handing 2 plastic cups over with trembling hands. "Thanks," I responded and looked around. "Have you seen Heidi or Holly?" "They're getting ready in their rooms," a voice called from the crowd. "Oh, okay, I guess we'll just wait." The pimply guy shook his head. "I'll show you where they are." He climbed the stairs and we followed. When he exited onto the floor that Eva and I had lived on the previous year, I gave her a wide-eyed look, one that grew even more incredulous as our guide stopped right in front of our old adjoining rooms. "No way," Eva whispered with a grin.
Looks like we get to go down memory lane.
Looks like it, I said. Thanks for escorting us, I told the guy, who gave us a quick smile and scampered off. Eva and I stood there, soaking in being so close to our old home. Since we were so quiet, I noticed voices escalating from the other side of the door. I tilted my head. I couldn't make out actual words, but it sounded as if one person was mad at another. Were we visiting at a bad time? Or the perfect time? Following a hunch, I knocked. Hey, Heidi and Holly, it's Odette. We came by to say hi. The voices ceased. There was a loud scuffling, and then Heidi flung the door open.
Hey, she beamed at me. Sorry about that, I was just finishing getting ready.
She wore a dress, but her hair was about half done, so I could believe it. Is this your room? Where's Holly? I thought I heard her, too. For a moment, Heidi's expression faltered, but like a good spy in training, she brightened almost instantly.
We were just talking, but she was in a towel and didn't want to be embarrassed. She'll be over in a sec.
Heidi gestured for us to enter.
Come on in.
I glided over the threshold of my old room and smiled as I went to the window that looked out over the lake. You probably have no idea, but this is my old room.
What?
Heidi's hand flew to her mouth.
No way.
Eva laughed.
And if Holly is your roomie, then she's in my old room. Oh my God, that's so cool,
Heidi exclaimed.
It's like we were meant to be friends. I have to tell her. She needs to hurry anyway.
She gave me a sly look.
Make yourselves at home.
She laughed at herself before dashing off through the bathroom. More talking hit my ear, and sooner than I expected, both girls reappeared at the bathroom door. Hey, Holly, I said, trying to pretend like nothing was amiss, which was hard because her red eyes made it obvious that she'd been crying. Hey, she replied, her voice only the slightest bit raspy. Heidi told me about the rooms. That's crazy.
Yeah, it is,
Eva replied. An awkward moment passed before she reached out to Holly. Are you okay? Holly sniffed. Yeah, I am. Sorry, I didn't want anyone to see me like this. It's why we're not at the party yet. But I should be. And why's that? I asked.
To show her asshole ex that he can't get to her,
Heidi responded for her friend. Asshole ex? I hadn't been aware that Holly was dating anyone. Who?
Caleb,
Heidi said.
You probably saw him down there. He's super tall and loud.
I hadn't. Did he break up with you? Once again, Heidi took the lead.
Hell no, she broke up with him after her trial. But he was super mean about it. Said some shit that broke her heart. You know, just hurtful stuff because he was feeling wounded.
Well, you know what that means, right? Eva said, stepping forward and wrapping Holly in a hug. What? Holly's voice was muffled by Eva's shoulder.
You have to go downstairs and show him he didn't get to you. Good thing you have Odie and me to help.
The night had become way more complicated than I could have imagined. I was trying to get Holly alone to talk to her, a feat that proved difficult, as Heidi kept trying to show her roomie the time of her life, but I was also trying to be a supportive pal. One thing was for sure, this whole evening made me grateful that Alex and I had a relatively drama-free relationship. It was well past midnight when the break I'd been waiting for presented itself. Holly proclaimed that she had to go to the bathroom, and I hopped up from the chair I'd been lounging on and said I would join. We chit-chatted up the stairs all the way to her room. When Holly closed the bathroom door, I sat on her bed, my knee jumping up and down as I waited for her. I needed answers, but considering her breakup, I also wanted to be delicate about it. The toilet flushed, and the faucet ran. A moment later, Holly flung the bathroom door open with a flourish, a grin on her face. I think we're getting to Caleb. Honestly, I can't thank you and Eva enough for coming. I've had so much fun. Holly, I blurted out, unable to hold it in a second longer. Why were you whispering with Spymaster Chino today? Holly took a step backward. What are you talking about? I sighed. I saw you today. After the Sawin trial, you two hovered in an alcove off the school entryway. Hidden from most people, but not me. I was climbing the stairs, and from my vantage,
I saw that you and Spymaster Chino were close. Very close. I bit my lip. Did he ask you to do something? You're not in the Society of Spies yet, and you don't have to do it. Or did he hit on you? I couldn't picture either scenario. The Spymaster had always been someone I respected, but the way he'd been talking, like people sharing an intimate secret or like lovers, had left only two options in my mind. Is he forcing you? David would never do that, Holly shouted, and then catching herself, flung her hands over her mouth. David? As far as I knew, I was the only other spellcaster student who called Spymaster Chino by his first name. That was only because he respected my parents a lot and had insisted upon it. What do you mean? I stood from my bed. What's going on between you two? Tears formed in Holly's eyes. Holly, you and I are friends. You can tell me. Are you doing something you shouldn't be? Is he making you? She covered her face with her hands. David and I are together. We've been having an affair since my PIA orientation. It's why I needed to break up with Caleb. Please don't think I'm a whore. Chapter 30. 6 days later, I still felt guilty for thinking that Holly might be up to something foul, even though I thought her relationship with David was inappropriate. The power imbalance alone made it sketchy. She was 18, a consenting adult. What she did in her spare time was none of my business. I'd quickly apologized after she told me about the affair. But Holly definitely had not forgiven me for thinking the worst. The week had been filled with her tossing hurt glances and scowls my way every time we passed in the halls. I was reminding myself that she probably just needed time after yet another uncomfortable run-in when Amethyst sprinted up to me. Odette, I need you to come with me, now. What, is someone hurt? Geez, why is that always the first thing out of my mouth? Shows what kind of life I'm leading. I can't stay here, just come on. Amethyst led me down a series of hallways and into a room that I hadn't been inside since our initiate orientation night. Despite the months that had passed, the Marie Laveau room was just like I remembered it, dark and den-like. A fire was lit and beating the fall chill from the room. The rack of antlers above the hearth looked as impressive as ever, and a scent of sage, as if someone had just cleansed the area, hung in the air. To my great surprise, Eva was already there, sitting in an armchair by the fire. That was fast, Eva said, and then patted the seat next to her. I expected her to take longer than 2 minutes to find you. I had help this time. My eyebrows shot up, but I took a seat. Once Amethyst locked the door, she whipped around, her brown eyes sweeping the room. I shot Eva a glance. Is she... No freaking idea, Eva whispered. You can reveal yourself, Amethyst said. We are right... Oh, shit. My heart rate spiked, and I gripped the armrests of my chair as a ghost appeared in the wing-backed seat across from me. Eva's gaze followed mine, and she released a loud yip. Amethyst, however, didn't look surprised at all. She simply dashed over and took the seat next to the ghost. Thank you for meeting us here and for making yourself visible. It will help them. She gestured to Eva and me. I cleared my throat. So who's your friend? Amethyst crossed her legs, and the one on top began bouncing up and down. This is Ronald Percy, intermittent ghost of spellcasters. He just returned from a little vacation to... Where did you go again, Ron? Scotland. I like the autumn months there. Right, the Highlands. Ronald here, unlike the more permanent ghost residents of the Academy, is a talker. And he's not afraid to talk about the ghost that you-know-whatted me. Amethyst gave us a pointed look. Anyway, he's been back for a week and heard that I'd been trying to connect with the spirit. The ghosts here are a little cliquey with each other, and he wanted someone to talk to, so he found me, which was lucky because Ron has a lot of superb information. Would you mind telling them what you told me? She grinned at the ghost next to her. Ronald tipped his pageboy hat at Amethyst. Of course, my dear friend. The ghost turned to Eva and me. His pale white eyes, which were even whiter around his irises, bore through us. I gulped. I'd never imagined what it would be like to be a spirit walker or talker before, But sitting in front of Ronald made me glad that I didn't seem to have that gift. It was too eerie. And I didn't like to think that they could pop up into whatever room I was in for a word.
"You're the one the malevolent ghost is preying upon."
Ronald pointed a thin finger at me. I sighed. If you're talking about the one that Amethyst is well acquainted with, then yeah, probably. Actually, knowing my luck, all the bad ghosts at the school are preying on me.
Eva snorted. "Or me. We're magnets for evil juju."
What else have you learned about him, Ronald? Amethyst ignored our dramatics.
"He has the backing of a queen and seems to have found a home at Spellcasters."
Eva leaned forward. What do you mean, found a home? Ronald took a look at Amethyst, his white bushy eyebrows pulled together. Amethyst sighed. He means that someone, a witch, is helping the ghost and giving him a place to stay. But you don't know who that is, right, Ronald? The ghost shook his head. When ghosts find a home, they keep quiet about it. No one wants another specter trying to move in on their person. After all, few people are open to having us around whenever we wish. Does he possess him or her? I asked, my mind reeling.
"I would assume yes, but with permission, of course, so it's not a true possession."
Ronald shrugged. I turned to Amethyst. And he hasn't been back for you? She shook her head. I haven't picked up on any ill will, which I felt in spades that day. She pulled a chain out from under her shirt, and her expression turned a little sheepish. Part of that might be because of this necklace. I went to Wanstown and used a phone to contact my parents. I didn't tell them anything specific, but they've been around spirits long enough to guess that I needed protection. Apparently, trickster ghosts sometimes like to take budding spirit walkers and talkers for a spin. Mostly it's harmless, but not always. My parents packed a ghost-specific protection talisman for me should it ever become an issue.
"And you never found it before?" Eva asked.
Amethyst chuckled. Mom hollowed out an old battle magic book that she knew I'd never open and stuck the necklace in there. I wondered why she'd insisted that I bring the thing to school for 2 years. Now I understand. Smart woman. I focused on Ronald again. So we know this ghost likes to deliver his queen's messages. Am I in any danger of being possessed by him?
Amethyst had assured me that ghosts only possessed people receptive to ghostly spirits. But still, another opinion never hurt.
Ronald gave me a long look. It seems not. But you, he turned to Eva, are at risk. Albeit a small one, as you don't seem extremely receptive to specter possession. Thank God for that, she muttered. Ronald nodded. However, if he cannot possess either of you, he will continue to work with the person he's found and wreak havoc at the school. Havoc? My eyebrows knitted together. Aside from the Fey invasion, things have been quiet since the start of term. Do you think he has plans? Ghosts like him always have plans. It's just a matter of time until he enacts them. Ronald paused and brought a finger to his lips. Unless... He trailed off and fell into silence. Unless what? I prodded, annoyed. You can't just go all silent like that on us. If there's a way to stop him, we have to try. Apologies. I was mulling over if it's worth it to try. After reading your energies, I believe it will be difficult, but not impossible. Ronald pointed to my ankle. With the marks you bear, you might exert some control over this ghost. How? The ghost is a creature of hell. As hell's essence runs in your veins, you might be able to call and banish him, much like someone might with a ghost who has bonded with them. Can they do it alone? Amethyst sounded very skeptical. Ronald gave her a soft smile. No, my friend. They are not in tune with ghostly energies. You will need to teach them the correct ways of calling a ghost, and then pass along the banishing incantation. But with your guidance, it might work. Once he leaves, theoretically, everyone should be safe.
Amethyst remained in the Marie Laveau room with Ronald to discuss matters of banishing a ghost, while Eva and I walked to the Green Tower. Our footsteps reverberated through the empty corridors. It seemed like most students had returned to their dorms or were in the library studying, which was exactly what I should be doing, although I wasn't sure if I could manage it now.
Do you think we can do this?
I asked Eva, hoping that talking about it would help ease my anxiety.
We don't have a choice.
She shot me an apologetic glance. If her talisman works, Amethyst isn't in danger anymore, but there's at least one other person at the Academy susceptible to ghostly energies. The ghost's home. The bastard ghost will just work through them.
But won't Ishtar just send another ghost?
I asked.
Hell is probably full of evil spirits wanting a second chance in our realm.
Eva shrugged. Who the hell knows? Not me, that's for sure. We entered the Grindier Tower and climbed the stairs. As soon as we set foot onto the Spymaster's level, Hunter and Alex poked their heads out of the private study.
Waiting for someone?
I teased as I went to meet my boyfriend.
Why wouldn't we be waiting up for our hot ladies?
Hunter replied as he wrapped his arms around Eva and laid one on her.
What he said,
Alex murmured, pulling me close and pressing his lips to mine in greeting.
Where were you girls?
With Amethyst, talking to a ghost. Alex's eyebrows rose.
Okay. Why?
I took his hand.
Eva and I have a few things to tell you guys. Is the library free?
Diana's not in there, if that's what you mean.
It was. I couldn't risk her telling her mother about our plans.
Perfect. Let's go chat.
A half hour later, we debriefed the guys and left them looking shell-shocked.
Sorry for keeping this from you. I didn't even tell Eva. She guessed. Well, mostly.
Alex nodded.
I get why you did. If you're telling us now, I'm assuming it's because you want our help with the banishing?
Absolutely, Eva answered. We'll have to ask Amethyst how to best use your powers, but just having you there would make me feel way better.
We'll do anything you need.
Alex turned to me.
And I don't think those warping lessons can wait any longer, babe. Things are getting weird around here. Obviously, I won't be great at it right away, but after we take care of the ghost, can you give me a lesson before you go to the Fey Academy?
I gulped. The next Spy Games event was in 4 days. I had a mountain of coursework and a ghost to banish before I left. But looking at Alex's earnest face, I couldn't say no. And if it eased his anxiety about me being away, why would I? It was unlikely that he'd take to warping quickly, if at all. But we'd give it a try.
Tonight, I seriously have to get some homework done. We're banishing the ghost tomorrow.
I wrapped my hand in his.
The next night, you'll have your first lesson.
Chapter 31.
In the Riverland Court, royals rule in a more democratic fashion than in the Snowcap Court.
Miss Seeley pointed out the adjacent kingdoms on a map of Fairy tacked to the wall. While I found the various court workings of Fairy to be interesting, I fought to keep my eyes open. After meeting with Ronald the night before, staying up half the night to finish homework, and then worrying about Alex's first warping session, I was running on 2 hours of sleep. While some blessed people, like Hunter, could be charming and energetic on a 10-minute power nap, I'd never been one of them. Exhaustion had sunk into my bones, and the only thing that would alleviate it was a good snooze.
Maybe I can sneak in a nap before dinner, or I'll just skip dinner and sleep.
I darted a glance at the clock and groaned. We'd only been in class 15 minutes. This was officially the longest day ever.
I'll just rest my eyes for a few minutes.
My eyelids fluttered closed, and relief washed over me.
Miss Dane? Miss Dane, are you okay?
I jerked up and nearly toppled out of my desk.
What?
My face grew hot as I cast a confused glance around. A few of my classmates who were gathering their belongings laughed. I set my hand on my desk, right in a wet spot, and groaned. Oh, my hell. I'd slept through class. I bit my lip as Kira Johnston walked past me, her dark brown eyes narrow and judging. After we'd returned from the first Spy Game event, and word got around that I'd helped the group tremendously, a few Grindier students had warmed to me again. Kira was not one of them. Unfortunately, a whopping quarter of my year was still in the Odie Sucks Club, and sleeping through class probably didn't help my rep. I flung my head into my hands. A moment later, Alex was there, his hand resting on my shoulder. "You okay, babe?" I nodded, still not daring to remove my hands from my eyes as I listened to the sounds of the class emptying. Alex stayed silent, rubbing my back and allowing me to collect myself. Soon, the only sound in the room was the clacking of footsteps approaching. Heels.
"Mr. Wardwell,"
Miss Seeley's musical tone hit my ear.
"I'd like a moment with Miss Dane, please."
"Oh, I lifted my head from my hands to meet my boyfriend's eyes. "It's fine, Alex. I'll meet you in potions and poisons." Once he left, I turned to the professor. "I'm so sorry, Miss Seeley. I didn't mean to fall asleep and disrespect you like that. The topic is super interesting. I'm just so
exhausted." "I know, Miss Dane."
Miss Seeley patted my hand, and her violet eyes sparkled.
"It happens to everyone during the grind. Even those who are not also acting as school champions. Don't be so hard on yourself."
I gave her a weak smile. "Thanks. I'll try not to let it happen again. I need to learn as much about the Fey as possible," I said, referencing the fact that the Fey were also set to host the next Spy Games at the Fey Academy of Elemental and Arcane Arts.
"About that."
Ms. Seeley turned and moved back to her desk.
"You probably don't need anything else to study, but let's just say I have a feeling about your event. This might come in handy."
She pulled a scroll out of the drawer and handed it to me. The paper was thick, with a silver ribbon tied around it.
"Thank you,
The owl hooted, indicating that the next class had already started. I began picking up my things. "Looks like I'd better run." I held up the scroll. "But thank you."
"You're welcome, Miss Dane,"
Miss Seeley said before waving me from her classroom. The last class of the day was sheer torture, but I managed to sneak in an hour nap during dinner time before Eva collected me to banish the evil ghost. We met Amethyst in the woods behind the academy. She'd chosen the spot to avoid tripping any of the new wards inside the school. It had the added advantage of being out of sight of all the towers, and far from the king's castle. Secrecy was of the utmost importance, and not just from other witches. We couldn't be sure that Ishtar didn't have other ghosts working for her in the academy. Until Ronald verified that information, a task he'd already begun, keeping quiet would keep Amethyst safe. A late fall chill had settled permanently over Maine, and I wrapped my large scarf around myself as I surveyed the area. We were in a small clearing, barely large enough to fit the circle of salt Amethyst had drawn on the ground. A silver bowl sat lonely in the center, and at what I assumed were each of the 4 cardinal points, a single crystal rested between 3 burning candles. The gems were all different colors. I had a hunch that we might have covered Y in divination and tarot, but I couldn't recall the reason for such stones. It didn't matter anyway. Amethyst knew what she was doing, and except for the part Eva and I would play in calling and banishing the ghost, the spirit talker was running the show. "Where do you want us?" I asked, not trying to waste time when it was freezing out. "And what should we be doing?" Amethyst pointed to 2 opposing spots on the circle, and instructed Eva and me to each stand at one. She then pulled 2 small daggers out of a bag and handed a hilt to each of us. "What are these for?" Eva asked, her voice squeaky. "Since you 2 are not practiced at calling specters, but have a bond with this ghost, you will need to spill a little blood to get him to come. Just make a small cut on your finger and drip it on the crystal in front of you." I gulped. This reminded me of the blood-covered runes that had brought the demons over in Oregon. Across from me, Eva's face was tight. I would bet all the breath in my lungs that she was thinking the same thing. Neither of us had a chance to talk about our anxiety before Alex and Hunter appeared through the trees. As I knew he would when we'd requested his help, Alex had brought a bag chock full of emergency healing supplies. "Perfect timing," Amethyst said, and ushered the guys into the circle. "Do not move an inch from this spot. Got it?" They nodded, and Amethyst went about finishing her preparations. Alex gestured to the knife in my hand. "What's that for?" "Blood sacrifice."
I have to put a little on the crystal. I pointed to the stone at my feet.
Great, this isn't reminiscent of anything creepy at all.
Hunter echoed my previous concerns. Amethyst shot him a strange look, but no one expounded, and she continued working. I watched her, feeling bad that she only had half the information. Amethyst knew that I was demon-touched, and since I felt like her possession was my fault, I'd even revealed that being demon-touched meant I could sense demons. She'd learned about Eva's mark after Ronald blabbed that Eva was connected to the ghost. Amethyst was more informed than most other students at Spellcasters, but that didn't mean I'd told her everything, like about Portland. A few minutes later, she finished preparing the circle and took up the lead position in the middle.
Here's how this will go. Odette and Eva must be the ones to actually call and banish the ghost. Since none of you are specter-sensitive, I'll set the energies for the circle and invoke the incantation too. That way, the magic can pass the veil. Once it's on the other side, your blood will do most of the work. So place a drop on the crystal and speak the incantation, Crucilarva. The lure of a blood sacrifice in combination with the spell will bring him here. She turned to Alex and Hunter. The second the ghost is in this circle, he'll come for the blood. You two throw up a shield and trap him. That's all I want you doing. No heroics. If you involve yourself in any other way, you're risking us all, and it won't have you in my circle. Got it?
Got it.
Hunter nodded once. Alex took a second longer, but at my nod, he sighed. I understand. And the banishing incantation? Eva asked. I'm getting there, Amethyst reassured her. Once we trap the ghost, he'll be pissed. He'll probably start trying to break out of the shield, which ghosts can do, although it takes some time. Most importantly, he will not want to drink the blood you offered anymore. He'll see it as deceit. Amethyst cast a wary glance at me. But he must ingest the essence of his master in order for us to banish him. My eyebrows knitted together. Why did she look so worried? Yeah, and I thought Ronald said that was all we needed? Amethyst bit her bottom lip so hard that it turned white. That's true. Your blood is connected to Ishtar and what we need. In fact, it's the most important aspect of this circle. She bent down to pick up the bowl in the center of the circle and brought it to me. What Ronald didn't mention is that the lure for him to drink must be irresistible. Cut deep and fill this as much as you can. The more blood there is in one spot, the less he'll be able to resist. Once he drinks it, and he'll probably need to drink a lot, you can speak the banishment incantation, Protero. A strangled sound came from Alex. Clearly, when he'd asked if he should bring healing supplies, Amethyst had not told him that I'd be giving so much blood. But it didn't matter. What was required, so I held up a hand, stopping his protest. How will I know when he's had enough to drink? I'll let you know the second I think he's had enough, Amethyst reassured me. I inhaled and gulped. Then let's do this. Chapter 32. The air shimmered around us as dusk fell in earnest. In the center of the circle, Amethyst raised her hands to the sky and murmured an incantation I'd never heard before. A chill swept over the clearing, and all around the circle, my friend's eyes widened. The shift in energies and vibrations resonating around us was unlike any I'd ever experienced. I suspected that it was something only Amethyst could tap into, but the rest of us could sense to some extent or another. On this eve, we ask that the veil thin. Amethyst began. All those who have passed before us, hear our plea and put us in touch with the one we seek. Her hands twirled through the air in a predictable pattern. And once again, Amethyst began murmuring words in another language. The cold penetrated all the way to my bones, and a shiver dashed down my spine. Any moment now, my time to call the ghost would come. It happened faster than I expected. With a snap of the air and a crackle of lights blooming from Amethyst's hands, the tiny flames of the candles surged up to hip height,
and then shrank back down to nothing but a whisper of flame. Amethyst dropped her hands to her side, and her gaze shifted between Eva and me. She nodded, and I raised the silver blade to my palm. With this offering, I call the spirit of Hell's blood, the spirit of my blood. Crucilarva. Eva murmured the same words and the incantation. Together, we sliced the blade across our palms and knelt so that droplets of crimson would soak into the stones. The guys tensed and stood at the ready. Eva and I locked eyes, unable to tell if what we had done had worked or not. Amethyst seemed half in this world and half not, as she gazed at the stars just beginning to pop in the darkening sky. The seconds ticked on. The cold grew more persistent until my bones seemed to vibrate with it. When I couldn't take it a second longer, I opened my mouth to ask if we had done something wrong. Amethyst lifted a finger to her lips, her eyes still firmly on the sky. I closed my mouth, confused. Then I heard it. A low, keening ringing through the forest outside Spellcasters, lifting the hairs on the back of my neck. My eyes shot to Amethyst. Her lips were curled up, and when she caught my gaze, she gave a single nod. A thrill ran through me, one immediately tempered by the shackles of fear. The ghost was coming. The guys stood motionless, their eyes searching and hands limp at their sides, as if they were only bodies to fill the circle. Eva and I dropped our blades to the ground, and a heartbeat later, a flash of white appeared over the evergreen pines. It soared from the direction of the school and drew closer and closer with every passing second. My breath caught in my chest, and before I knew it, the ghost was there, hovering around the edges of the salt circle. I hadn't seen him when he'd possessed Amethyst, but I recognized his energy. The same malevolent vibrations I felt that day rolled off of him, now in terrible waves of hate, fear, and malice. I shuddered. This was no regular ghost. His rightful home was in hell, and his time here was, hopefully, short.
"Someone called?"
The ghost's eyes, white as frost, bore through me. "I called you," I replied, "and as your master's essence runs through me, I insist that you join us in the circle." The ghost laughed, but it was a front. My words had affected him because the way he floated right outside the salt barrier had changed. Before my command, he'd hovered stock still. Now he seemed to be vibrating. He was fighting the effect of my words and Ishtar's essence running through me. This might just work.
"So this is what happens when one who thinks she knows the ghosts tries to call one?"
His tone was snide, meant to wound Amethyst.
"It is not enough for you to want me to join you. Your call is not strong enough. Your power is not alluring enough."
The ghost laughed, low and evil.
"I might fly away at any moment."
Shit. I darted a glance at Amethyst. Unlike me, she didn't look worried. No. Amethyst met my gaze with a hardened expression and nodded down to where I had dropped the blade. "We'll see about that." I scooped up the dagger and dug the blade deeper into my skin. My blood welled, red and bright in the candle's flame. I tilted my hand, and a few ruby drops poured over the crystal. A sound between a moan and a cry of indignation ran from the ghost's mouth.
"You're no match for—"
I squeezed my hand, and another trickle of crimson ran over the stone. The ghost gurgled, and unwillingly he jerked into the confines of the circle. "Now!" Amethyst screamed. The guys flew into motion, and shields of crimson and dark green wove together overhead to create an impenetrable dome. The ghost wailed.
"How dare you trap me? No shield can hold me forever. Nothing can."
To prove his point, he slammed upward. Hunter fell to the ground with a groan. I tensed as a momentary hole opened in the shield before Alex's crimson magic stopped it up. But as fast as Alex worked and Hunter hauled himself back up, the ghost worked even faster, hurling his body into the dome again and again. My stomach dropped to my knees as I watched the guys do damage control. The truth crashed down over me. There would be no second chances. If he broke out of the circle, he would bring Ishtar back. If that happened, we were all screwed. I glanced at the blade in my hand. Right below the hilt, my veins pulsed. Only my blood would entice him to stay. I brought the blade to my wrist and sliced, first one and then the other. Odie! Eva dropped her blade as her hands flew to her mouth. She took a half-step toward me. Stop! Amethyst roared, her hand shooting out to stop Eva. Only I can move. Or he escapes. Don't make her sacrifice for nothing.
Amethyst darted my way and set the silver bowl right beneath where blood poured from my wrists.
Sweat dripped off Alex's jaw, and Hunter grunted as they worked to keep their shields up. I watched as Eva tossed her power into the mix, and the shield now boasted swirls of sunshine yellow in addition to crimson and green. Her face twisted in pain and concentration.
Even with their combined powers, the ghost still screamed and wailed and flung himself from one side of the circle to the other time and time again.
His attacks never lessened. His eyes, now glowing red with rage, never dimmed. He was determined to escape. And since he was a ghost with limitless energy, eventually, he would win. Unless I stopped him. Gritting my teeth, I clenched and unclenched my fists, pulling blood up and out of my wrists. Amethyst's hands began to shake, and the reason was frighteningly obvious. The bowl was filling fast. But my dangerous sacrifice was also working. With every additional drop poured into the bowl, the ghost slowed his assaults. His moans deepened, more telling of distress than anger. His eyes dimmed from the red to white. And then, finally, he stopped and drifted down to hover in front of me. The ghost's eyes looked pained and hungry as he stared into mine. Your sacrifice was brave, but stupid. She'll just find another. You realize that, don't you? I gulped, because no doubt he was right that Ishtar would try. But until that happened, my path was clear. He caught the gesture, saw that I understood the truth in his words, and a low laugh rumbled through him. In that case, witch, I'll see you in hell. Then the ghost dipped his head into the bowl and drank. My vision blurred. I only had moments until I would pass out, but there was no way I was pulling my wrists away. What if he needed more for my incantation to work? Plus, only Eva and I could banish the ghost. I had to stay awake for Amethyst's word. The ghost drank deep, relishing each glug with a drawn-out moan. Nearly all the blood in the bowl was gone, but I didn't dare move my wrists unless the ghost needed more for my spell to work. When my knees buckled, Amethyst ripped her gaze from the bowl to land on me. Her eyes bulged. Say it now, say it. She looked like she was screaming, but to me it sounded as quiet as a whisper. I heard Eva say the incantation, saw the ghost stiffen a bit, but because I had yet to do my part, he continued to drink. My mouth opened to follow, to speak the banishing spell. My lips felt dry, the saliva in my mouth sticky. The incantation worked its way up my throat, thick and clumsy. Protero, I forced out. The ghost's head shot up from the bowl. I blinked, taking in the strange sight of his blood-red mouth as a bone-shaking scream rang from his lips. A heartbeat later, he shot up toward the heavens, his ghostly body smashing through our shield, and he soared over the forest and away from spellcasters, wailing the entire way. The great, white streak of his body was the last thing I saw before I collapsed. Chapter 33. I awoke with a gasp. Sensing that I was laying on the cold, hard ground, I pushed myself up. I seemed to be in a sterile, long, and rectangular white room. From the opposite end of the space, a bright light blazed toward me, warming me, welcoming me. Nothing else stood between me and the light that beckoned me forward. Not even my own will. The light was too beautiful. Just seeing it made my body radiate peace and wholeness. It felt like nothing would ever hurt me again. In the air, strange strands of every color and length spun around my head, teasing and urging me to touch them. One soared near my ear, and a soft laughter of a child rang out.
What are these things?
I reached out to pluck the nearest tendril, itching to see if it felt as silky as they looked. My fingers grazed it, and it vibrated like a guitar string. Suddenly, a memory of my dad and me skiing in junior high played out before my eyes, as vibrant as a film.
What is this?
I whispered, watching in awe. The vibrations slowed, and the moment the thread stilled, the memory halted, as if someone had turned off the TV. Intrigued, I touched another thread, this one further away, and watched as a younger version of my mom and dad zoomed around a roller rink holding hands. The realization as to what these strands were crashed over me, and I smiled. Time. Threads of time surrounded me, and here, in this strange, bright, welcoming place, it seemed I could touch time, bend it, and I stuck out my tongue, savoring the salty sweetness of the air. Even taste it. The white light that I'd seen when I first entered the room pulsed, capturing my attention and giving me another option. I could walk right past time, toward the lovely light that beckoned me. After a year of fear and toil, the light was too beautiful to ignore. I began to walk toward it. "Odie! Odie, come back!" A familiar voice called out. I stopped where I stood. I recognized the importance of the voice, but couldn't quite place it. It seemed like the person lived in a different plane of existence. I looked around, and immediately the voice lessened because I was here. Glorious, lovely, here. I took another step forward, down the white tunnel, embracing wherever the beauty would take me. Everything was light and smelled wonderful, and something gripped my shoulder, and I jerked backward with a gasp. It felt like fingers had caught on my shirt. I wriggled and tried to smack them away, but instead of leaving, the fingers pulled me back, away from the beautiful light. A cry of desperation left my throat as the light got smaller. I grasped for it as whatever had attached to me pulled me away from all that was beautiful and good. "Odie, sweets, come back. Please, Odie, please." A sob choked up someone's throat. "I need you, girl."
Come on, Odie, you got this.
My heart gave a single hard thump. Those voices, I recognized them now. With every inch the fingers pulled me backward, their faces solidified in my mind. The love in their voices became more real. Alex, Eva, Hunter. Where were they? I glanced around. The shine of the room had dulled. Just a second ago, this place had seemed so beautiful, but without them, it was nothing. "I have her. Alex, keep working." Another voice, one I couldn't recognize as clearly, spoke. "I'm trying," Alex said, his tone frantic. "Her pulse is weak, but still there." "I'll pull her back harder," the voice without a name said. Another hard tug yanked me backward. This time, when it touched me, the bones in the fingers and the warmth of a hand were discernible. I gasped as everything became clear. Amethyst. That's who the fourth voice was. She was trying to reach me, trying to pull me back from... Holy universe. I'm dead. I blinked at my surroundings even as Amethyst pulled and pulled, moving me away from the white light. Or was I? Whatever Amethyst was doing seemed to keep me away from the tunnel of light, and as enamored with it as I'd been just moments before, the luster was gone. I wanted to go home. I wanted to see my love and my friends. So I stopped moving forward and allowed the fingers grazing my back to yank me into the darkness. "Her pulse, it's getting stronger. I'm going to sink more energy into her." I heard the words, knew they were Alex's, but as air slammed into my lungs like waves ravaging a rock on the coast, I could only focus on one thing. Breathing. Air. Precious air. Nothing else mattered. I gasped and gasped and gasped until finally, what felt like years later, the sucking of air slowed. A sob sounded from nearby, and I heard a man assure a woman,
"It's okay, sugar. She's back. She's alive."
"Hunter. Eva. Alex." The three who had changed my mind.
Her spirit is in her body now,
Amethyst said, and I recalled her place too. She'd pulled my spirit back, saved me.
Give her everything you've got, Alex.
Her wrists already look better.
My wrists?
With a massive effort, my eyelids fluttered open. The world was blurry, but I recognized my loved ones, standing around me. In the woods? The last part made little sense, but that was hardly important. What was important was my friend's presence, and I blinked, confused. My totem blazed red, the exact same color as Alex's magic. I sucked in another breath as understanding and memory surged up through the cloudy confusion of death. Amethyst had brought me back, but Alex was healing me, healing the cuts I'd inflicted to banish the ghost, and probably regenerating my blood, too. He was doing what only the most advanced healers could. He was sending his own life force into me, gifting me a part of his own life, and my totem was helping. The thought was so overwhelming, so miraculous, that my eyes slammed shut and I passed out once more. I awoke the next morning to Alex's arms wrapped tightly around me, and an insistent knock on my bedroom door.
What the hell?
I rolled out of bed and found not only Alex in my room, but Eva and Hunter, too. They were spooning on a mattress on the floor. Mascara stained the pillowcase beneath Eva's head, as if she'd cried herself to sleep. But why? My eyebrows furrowed, and I reached for my robe on the back hook of the bathroom door. The sunlight streamed in from the window. It caught my wrist, and I gasped. Marks were present on my skin, thin white slices that stood out against my normal olive complexion. Scenes from the night before came rushing back, and I had to grip the bathroom doorknob to keep from falling. I'd cut myself to banish the ghost. The bleeding hadn't stopped. I died. And my friends, Alex and Amethyst in particular, had brought me back.
Holy shit,
I whispered, recalling how Alex had poured his own glowing life force into me. I glanced at my boyfriend on the bed. No wonder the knock on the door hadn't woke him up. He'd spent so much energy saving me that he was probably dead to the world. Another knock came at the door.
"Miss Dane, are you there?"
Why is the headmistress here?
I grabbed my robe off the hook, sidestepped my friend sleeping on the floor, and opened the door. Headmistress Wake stood in the hall, her face set in hard, frustrated lines. I closed the door just enough so she couldn't see Alex shirtless in my bed, or my friends on the floor. The headmistress gave a soft, unamused laugh.
"Please, Miss Dane, it's not as if I don't realize what happens in these towers, although I do find it strange that the four of you insist on being together so much. But that is your prerogative. Why don't you shut the door and join me so as not to wake them?"
She turned and placed her arms on the banister to look out over the quiet common space below. A hard pit formed in my stomach as I slid my feet into slippers. Why was she here? Headmistress Wake rarely intruded on our dorms, and she'd never sought me out in my room. The pit deepened as two options stuck out to me. Either she knew about last night and wanted to confront me about it, which, considering the precautions we'd taken, seemed far-fetched. I gulped at the second, more likely option. I'd just told my parents that there was something strange happening at the PIA. Did someone find out and now Mom and Dad were among the disappeared? My heart rate broke out into a gallop. Did something happen to my mom and dad? I blurted. The headmistress turned to face me.
"Pardon me, Miss Dane?"
"My parents, are they okay? Are you here to tell me they've disappeared?" Headmistress Wake's eyebrows pulled together.
"You're more informed than I believed about the strange events in our world."
My hand flew to my mouth.
"No, are you serious?" "That is not what I meant, Miss Dane. To my knowledge, your parents are well in California. However, seeing as they've had no connection to the espionage world, save you, for years, I'm interested to know why you think they may have disappeared."
My mouth snapped shut. Well, shit. I'd just gotten myself into a dilemma. Under the guise of pulling myself together, I wiped my eyes.
"Miss Dane," Headmistress Wake pressed, "is there something you wish to share with me?"
With my eyes on the floor, I pulled in a shaky breath. No, Headmistress Wake. To be honest, I've been worried about them since they mentioned that a few of their friends had gone missing. As you said, things have been strange lately. Hoping she wouldn't be able to tell I was hiding something, I wrenched my gaze from the ground. Plus, you've never come to my room. That makes me think something serious happened. The headmistress studied me with her intense, chocolate gaze for what felt like forever before shaking her head. You are not wrong in anything that you've said, and unfortunately, the reason I have come here this morning is serious. She released an annoyed huff. The Fey have altered the timing of the next Spy Games event. We leave today. As you did when we went to Night Dwellers, pack a bag. This event might take multiple days, so please be sure to have all that you need. My eyes bulged. Wait, can they do that? I had plans. Alex was going to flip if we skipped his warping lessons. Hell, after last night, I doubted that he would ever let me out of his sight again. As it is their event to host and their atmosphere, they may do as they wish. Meet our delegation in Atlas Kittler Hall in precisely 2 hours. With that, Headmistress Wake made her way to Diana's door. My lips tightened, but there was no use in fighting it. At Spellcasters, what Headmistress Wake said was law, and as far as I could tell, she wasn't too happy with the new arrangements either. Exhaling a long breath, I turned to my door and twisted the knob. Despite my attempts to let them sleep, Alex was already wide awake and sitting up in bed. "Hey, babe," he whispered. "Where did you go?" I bit my lip and went to sit next to him. "Headmistress Wake came to talk to me," I whispered, not wanting to wake Hunter and Eva. "The Fey Academy has moved up the day of their event. I leave in 2 hours, and according to Headmistress Wake, I might be gone for multiple days." As predicted, Alex stiffened. "No, but we—" "Shh. I know." I grabbed his hand. "I'm so sorry, but there's nothing I can do." Alex grabbed my hand. "It's just... Sweets, you might not remember, but we almost lost you last night." My throat tightened. "I remember. Most of it. The important parts. What you and Amethyst did was amazing. I can never repay you." Tears leapt into my eyes. "I don't want to leave, but if I don't, we'll have a lot of explaining to do. Explaining that neither of us are ready for yet." Alex's lips pressed together until they became white. "No, not yet. After last night, I think we only have more to consider. I planned on having a long talk with Amethyst about last night. Make sure nothing we did could have changed or harmed you." I nodded. "That's smart, actually. I'd like it if you told her everything. She's earned our trust, don't you think?" "Absolutely." On the mattress below, Hunter stirred, and we fell quiet until it became obvious that he wouldn't wake. I placed a hand over Alex's. "I'm sorry, but I don't see a way out of this. We'll just have to make your warping lesson our first priority when I get back. I promise, nothing will be more important." "Goddamn flighty Fey," Alex muttered. I didn't know a lot of Fey, but I was inclined to agree. Why had it been so important to move their date up? Were they just trying to throw us off our game? I huffed out a breath. I'd better get packing. Chapter 34. A warpole deposited us mere paces from the gate of the Academy of Elemental and Arcane Arts. Like Night Dwellers, when I laid eyes on the Fey Academy, I lost my breath. The Fey attended school in a gorgeous castle, just like the Vamps, but there were more differences than similarities. Whereas the Vampire's castle was dark, brooding, and gothic, the Fey's castle gleamed brilliant white. Its blue-topped turrets rose above the gate, as did stonework featuring the elements. My ears told me that a river ran somewhere nearby, enhancing the feel that we were in an enchanted forest. Everything around the castle sparkled, and a floral scent laced the air despite the winter month. Come to think of it, it didn't feel like winter here at all. A warm breeze fluttered by, and the sun shone bright above, as if we were back in California. "Where are we?" I asked. All I can tell you is that the Fey Academy is on the west coast of the U.S. Only warpers are privy to exactly where the opposing schools are located. In a way, that made sense. But it also seemed to go against the spy game's goal of camaraderie.
Who cares where we are? Sam said, spinning on the spot and taking in all the ethereal beauty around us. What we should be asking is, are we the only academy without a castle? If so, that's messed up.
Headmistress Wake chuckled.
No, Miss Pines. The Shifter Academy is merely a massive estate as well. Now, what do you say we meet our hosts?
The headmistress indicated the white wall of stone in front of us. She parted our group and made her way to the pale wood door. Massive white stone knockers crafted in the face of a beautiful woman were positioned in the middle of each door. Headmistress Wake grasped a knocker, lifted it with both hands, and let it fall on the castle gate. The resounding boom sent a thrill up my spine, and the next second, as if it had been waiting for us, the gate burst open. A flood of winged people flew over us. Sparkling confetti rained down, along with flowers, and the Fae clapped and sang a song in a different tongue.
Wow, talk about a warm welcome,
Diana breathed, her blue eyes shining with wonder as multicolored confetti fluttered to land on her head.
That was the idea.
A clear voice rang out, and we looked down to find Headmistress Crystalla and the 4 Fey champions waltzing toward us.
Please come in.
Headmistress Wake led the way, and we fell into line, gawking and gazing at our surroundings.
This place makes spellcasters look like a hot mess,
Andre whispered. I laughed. He wasn't wrong. The Fey School, with its ivy and flowers cascading down impeccable white stone and the lush gardens that lined the walk to the castle, was probably the prettiest place I'd ever seen. Headmistress Crystalla and the Fey champions led us to a courtyard brimming with flowers. A gigantic water fountain featuring stonework of the 4 elements stood at the heart of the courtyard, providing a peaceful ambiance. Harp music played from somewhere, and when I licked my lips, I caught the taste of cotton candy on the air. The Shifter champion stood off to the side of the elemental fountain that featured a tree spouting water from its branches. They looked as dazed by their surroundings as I felt. Alpha Conan moved to speak with our headmistresses, so the rest of us went to greet the other champions.
Hey,
I said, latching onto Dasha first.
Fancy seeing you here.
She surprised me when she gave me a wide smile and held her arm out for a hug. Since I was the hugging type, I moved in. Our bodies pressed together, hers much harder and more muscled than mine, and her apple-scented shampoo enveloped me.
I'm so sorry about the Night Dwellers games,
Dasha whispered.
I had no idea they drugged those drinks. I should have scented it. But I think they used something undetectable. I was oblivious to the fact that your team was so sick. Until I saw Andre vomit on the trapeze. Please don't think we condone that kind of poor behavior.
I broke our embrace to pull back and look her in the eye.
I never thought that.
Relief washed over Dasha's face.
Thank goodness. I didn't get a chance to tell you because they rushed you back to Spellcasters. Alpha Conan told us what happened later, and he was furious on your behalf.
My eyebrows knitted together. I'd never said a word to the Alpha headmaster, and yet he had been upset for me? Dasha gave me a small smile. Alpha Conan has a strong sense of justice. Congratulations, by the way. Despite half your team nearly dying of poisoning, you guys killed it. Something that I heard was because of your skill? My cheeks warmed. Andre helped. He's a warper, too. We would have never stood a chance against the other team's strength or speed otherwise. I looked around. Everyone else was chatting, but the vampires were still missing. Where are the Night Dwellers champions? No sooner had I asked than the vampires marched into the courtyard. Simone was in the front, sneering, and Francis looked nearly as pissed off. Anton and Magdalena followed their more showy teammates, their gazes downcast. But it was Headmaster Ezra's expression that shocked me the most. The joviality that I expected from him was gone. His face was a mess of hard lines and rigid planes. Dasha leaned close. Headmistress Crystalla heard what happened too. She wouldn't let the vampires into the castle without a thorough body check. A laugh snorted out of me. No way. Yes way. They searched us too, but just a quick pat down. Alpha and Headmistress Crystalla are sort of friends, so there's some trust there. No one searched us. I wonder why. Dasha rolled her eyes. I don't. Your headmistress is terrifying. The other heads of schools know that she'll keep you guys in line much better than they ever could. Touché, I said, just as Headmistress Crystalla clapped to get everyone's attention. Once again, I'd like to welcome the participants of the Spy Games to the Academy of Elemental and Arcane Arts. Her eyes twinkled, reminding me of Ms. Seeley. We are honored to host the second round of the games and introduce the champions to more of our kind. However, I have a surprise. My spine straightened. As you all know, the participating Spy Academies seek to make the challenges they host unique and memorable. Well, I can think of no better way to do so than what I have planned for you. Headmistress Crystalla glided over to the water fountain. When she got there, she stepped up to the edge and grabbed a stone branch of the tree that was spouting off water. She yanked it down, and the branch bent in half. There was a loud click, and the sound of moving gears tore through the enchanting harp music. There was a reason we asked you to come earlier than expected. The Fey headmistress beamed. You will probably need a day and a night to fully acclimate to the environment of the next event. And that would be? Simone spat out, clearly over the Fey's presentation. Or maybe she was still pissed about being searched like a criminal. Headmistress Crystalla's lips pulled up in a brilliant smile, and she pulled the stone branch down just a little more. The trunk of the tree in the fountain opened, and a gate appeared over the water. A blast of light emanated from inside the tree, and a strange, otherworldly aura that made me feel lightheaded seeped into the courtyard. Shockingly, Diana gripped my hand with a gasp. Whoa. I breathed, as Headmistress Crystalla's implication became clear. We were heading to Fairy. Chapter 35. The moment we stepped into Fairy, I understood why Headmistress Crystalla deemed it necessary that we arrive early. Right away, my head spun as if I were drunk, and the skin on my arms tingled strangely. What some of you are no doubt feeling are the effects of fairy magic, Headmistress Crystalla said after Howley face-planted upon crossing into the other realm. Move slowly and breathe. A nap is advisable during your first few hours here. The calmer you are, the faster the effects of fairy will wear off. A hand grabbed my shoulder to keep from falling, and I turned to find Diana clinging to me. This is wild, she said, blinking hard. I mean, a little freaky too, because I can't see straight. But as long as it gets better soon, who cares? I had to agree. The Fae rarely allowed witches, shifters, and vampires into Fairy. We had to be the first since, I frowned. I couldn't recall the last time I'd heard about a delegation of mixed magicals being permitted into Fairy. Seeking an answer, I twisted to find Headmistress Wake, and gawked. Her spine was still ramrod straight as she chatted with the other heads of the academies. Fairy's magic wasn't affecting her at all. Headmistress Wake? I called, and cringed at how loud my voice had come out. The headmistress excused herself from her discussion and strode toward me. Yes, Miss Dane? Her eyes strayed to her daughter, who had taken to spinning in place. Are you two okay? I don't know. Things are fuzzy and getting fuzzier. I blinked a few times to refocus. But I was wondering, when was the last time a witch got invited into Fairy? And why do you not look drunk? The word popped out, and I slapped my hands over my mouth in horror. I mean, Fairy drunk, not... My hands began to tingle harder, and the sensation was almost unbearable, so I started to rub them vigorously. It is all right, Miss Dane. I understand what you meant. Her lips were curled up tightly at the corners. I suspect that the last time a witch came to see Fairy was when I arrived at this very court to approve this challenge, and I do not look drunk because I've been here before, and my body has already acclimated to Fey magic. Diana stopped spinning, and her mouth fell open in an uncharacteristically dramatic manner. You came here and didn't tell me? Why do you never tell me anything, Mother? I patted her on the back and swayed with the motion of my arm.
My parents don't tell me anything either.
This time, Headmistress Wake actually did chuckle. If I told you, then you'd know about the challenge, wouldn't you, Diana? That wouldn't be fair.
Fair schmare, Mother. How could you go to Fairy and not say a thing?
Diana almost toppled to the floor. How, I wasn't sure. Maybe she tripped over her own foot? But Headmistress Wake caught her and righted her. Yes, Diana, it happened. I'll tell you about it later. For now, I think it's best if you and everyone else take Headmistress Crystalla's suggestion and go lie down. Come with me, I'll show you to our rooms. We tried to oppose her, but as Headmistress Wake had her wits about her and we didn't, the fight was short-lived. Before I knew it, Diana, Sam, Andre, and I were being escorted by 4 armed Fey guards. They moved so fast that I could barely keep up, let alone absorb my surroundings without running into someone or something. Everything, from the Fey we passed to the castle itself, seemed like one big, loud blur. The Spellcasters champions will stay here for the duration of their challenge, a guard said as he turned down an empty hallway. I squinted, trying to see his face more clearly, and became mesmerized by his pointed ears. Without thinking, I reached out to touch them, but Headmistress Wake stopped me. Miss Dane, it is inadvisable to touch a Fey's ears or any part of anyone who does not give you their express permission. Am I clear?
But they're so pointy.
My voice was breathy and high, and I grabbed at my throat, startled by the strange sound. The guard chuckled. It's no problem, Headmistress. We understand that getting used to Fairy's magic takes time. They should be fine in a few hours. Thank you, gentlemen, Headmistress Wake said. And you'll be just outside their doors? A force will be positioned here until the last champion awakens, the guard confirmed. Very well, then. Let's get this lot into their rooms. When I awoke later, I shot up, my heart hammering as I absorbed my unfamiliar surroundings. I lay in a bed covered by a mountain of blankets. Someone moved behind me, and I twisted to find Diana, her mouth hanging open wide as she snored softly.
What the hell?
I whispered, pulling the covers aside. Immediately, I missed the warmth of the bed as I walked to the window. As soon as I looked outside and saw that I was in a castle in a snow-covered mountain range where winged unicorns flew through the air, all thoughts of the chill vanished, and my memories returned. We're in freaking Fairy. Holy shit. A beam of purple magic shot past my shoulder, and I spun, hands extended defensively, to find Diana gaping at me. I'm so sorry, Odette. I woke up and I didn't know where I was, and then I sensed you by the window. I dropped my hands. Thank God your aim sucked. Remember where we are now? Diana nodded, but her eyebrows remained furrowed. Fairy, for the spy games. But why are we in the same room? I shrugged. Let's go see if someone can tell us. We found 2 fur-lined jackets that someone had set inside the room for us, and pulled them on. After a quick once-over in the mirror, we peeked into the hallway to discover that we were being guarded by 4 handsome Fey soldiers. They hadn't seemed to notice that we'd awoken, so Diana and I stepped into the hall and closed the door loudly. Every single guard spun to face us. How was your rest, champions? The shortest said, a wide and welcoming smile in his dusky face.
Good,
I said. Are all the champions sharing rooms? All 4 soldiers chuckled.
What's so funny?
Diana said, her tone demanding like her mother's. The short guard composed himself and stepped forward. Apologies. You each have your own rooms, but when Headmistress Wake brought you here to sleep off the effects of Fairy's magic, you 2 refused to be separated from each other. He smiled at us kindly. It was sweet to see such a strong friendship. I have twin girls. I hope they might have friends like you 2 one day. I thanked the universe above that Diana and I were no longer mortal enemies, and this was way less embarrassing than it could have been. Thanks. Where are the other champions? We have taken them down to the lounge to relax, the guard said. Once everyone is awake, you will meet Queen Tiali. We would meet a queen? My head swung toward Diana. She too looked stunned.
Would you like to join the other champions now?
Another guard, this one with long, flowing blonde locks and pointed ears, stepped forward and gestured for us to follow. Please, I said. Blondie guided us through a pure white castle. Along the way, a few works of art dotted the halls. A lot of them featured a snowy owl, which I figured must be the royal house's emblem. Mostly, though, the castle was bare and pristine. If you don't mind me asking, where are we and why is it so white? The guard turned vibrant violet eyes on me, and I sucked in a breath. If I wasn't happily with Alex, this guy would interest me. I apologize that no one has told you yet, he said, his voice lyrical. Often when people visit Fairy for the first time, we wait to fill them in. It can become a bit much for their mental faculties. The guard motioned us to the window. All that you see within the mountain range belongs to the Snowcap Court. You are in Winter's Hall, the seat of House Frost. Wow, that was a lot of snow and ice and frost. I was getting cold just thinking about it. And because it's so snowy, the whole castle is white, or close to it? I gestured to his light silver uniform. The guard beamed. Almost everything. Some decor is colorful, your rooms for instance, and the royal family and those they invite to the court often dress more colorfully. However, you're correct in thinking that servants honor the Snowcap Court by donning its colors. I glanced out the window again. Just past the mountain range, a verdant river valley spanned for miles, and then to the left, a swath of dark clouds. What's the Green Kingdom down the mountainside, and that expanse of black fog? The guard gulped, and discomfort flashed across his face. The greenery past the mountain foothills belongs to the lovely Riverlands Court. Oh, the Riverlands! The Torna sisters were close to their familial seat. I wondered if they knew that already. Yes, it is a beautiful place. The guard turned to continue on his way, but Diana stopped him. What about the black expanse she mentioned? She pointed to the fog. The guard shuddered, and when he pivoted back to face us, his mouth was set in a wary line. That, dear champions, is the Dark Court. Foul happenings have been occurring there for many years. We in the Snowcap Court rarely speak of the place. A pit in my stomach deepened, and feeling faint, I grabbed the edge of the window. The Dark Court. We were next door to the demon's allies. After I assured the guard and Diana that everything was fine and I would not collapse at any moment, the guard showed us to the lounge. Most of the other champions had already arrived and were enjoying little plates of snacks. Only Howley and Gregor remained in their rooms, sleeping off the Fey magic. I was starving, so I veered toward the snack table before saying hello to anyone. Diana followed, and we filled our plates with food, some familiar, most Fey. The massive golden apples that seemed to shimmer, and plump red berries stood out most. I recalled Ms. Seeley showing us photos of the fairy fruit once. If a human ate the fruit, they would be trapped in fairy until a Fey set them free. Since I was a witch, that magic didn't apply. Thank the universe for that. It's too cold here to be trapped forever. He'll be so upset that I left our suite. Dasha sighed, as Diana and I joined a group composed of champions from every academy except Night Dwellers. But Heath was up too, and we wanted to explore. Her hand rubbed the shifter I'd secretly dubbed the Quiet One. Shifters have the hardest time adjusting to fairy, Santa said, as she offered both Diana and me something that looked and smelled like tea. It will clear your mind. According to Queen Tiali, our trial begins tomorrow, so they're trying to hurry the acclimatization process along. The Queen? Have you already spoken to her? I asked Santa. Do you know what we're doing here? Across the room, I caught the vampire's head swivel to stare at us. I returned their attention with a scowl, which at least made them turn back around. They could probably still hear us, but I didn't want their cheating eyes on me. Absolutely not. The Queen only stopped by our rooms to greet us once we settled in. Our families are friends, after all, Ayla said, coming up to join us. She sat down and leaned in closer. But I can guess what they will ask us to do. I plopped myself onto the couch next to her. Go on. Ayla, Santa warned, but her sister waved her off. It's just a guess. Don't be such a stickler, Santa. The younger twin huffed and took up position on the other side of her sister. How familiar are you guys with Fairy? Ayla asked. I'm well versed in the Fey species and the courts we've studied so far, Diana said, which is about half of them. Sam and Andre said they were both pretty knowledgeable. I just shrugged and was relieved to see that the two shifters did too. Thankfully, I'd packed the sheet that Miss Seeley had given to me. I made a mental note to study it when I returned to my room. Ayla nodded. This is the Snowcap Court. It borders the Riverlands, where our family hails from, and the Dark Court. Her face grew serious. I've heard that in recent years, the Dark Court has been growing stronger. I bet you anything that our challenge has something to do with them. My heart sank. I'd wondered as much when the guard in the hall pointed out the Dark Court's proximity, but to have Ayla say it out loud made it seem much more likely. Stronger? Heath asked. Since he talked so little, the single word got everyone's attention. How so? They allow no one in or out of the kingdom. Only those who can fly incredibly fast through the rift. That vast expanse of darkness that can suck out your soul and separates the Dark Court from the other kingdoms, have even glimpsed that land in 10 years. That isn't very many Fey, but those who have succeeded say that the Shadow Fey, that's what we call their people, are building an army. Holy shit. Did Headmistress Wake know this? Did anyone in our world? Something told me they had to, but why hadn't they mentioned it? A million questions bubbled through me. What are they going to... The doors to the lounge burst open, and Howley and Gregor stormed in with ferocious looks on their faces. Dasha, how could you just leave the room like that? Gregor roared. A line of Fey guards rushed forward to stand between Dasha and her mates. Here we go. Dasha rolled her eyes and stood. You two were zonked out hard. Heath and I shook you, and you didn't wake. What did you want us to do, stay in the suite until you regained consciousness? Yes, Gregor and Howley growled in unison. The line of Fey guards brandished their swords. It's okay, Dasha said, coming up behind the guards. They're my mates. They're upset, but they won't hurt me. I'm their alpha and they must obey. So when I tell them to calm down, they will. The Fey looked confused by the whole multiple mate situation, but they backed off so the last two shifter champions could join us. Heath moved seats, allowing the two other guys to claim spots by Dasha. The second they were next to her, they calmed, and when Dasha gave each a soft kiss, all the anger in their expressions vanished. The multiple mates thing was interesting, but definitely too much testosterone for me. A guard near the door banged his staff on the stone floor. Champions, now that everyone has arrived, I am pleased to announce Queen Tiali Frost of the Snowcap Court. He opened the door, and a beautiful woman with long blonde hair and piercing ice blue eyes glided through. She wore a dress of pale gold that fluttered around her like fine silk, a stole of white fur wrapped around her shoulders, and a delicate crown of gold and diamonds perched atop her head. The Torna twins stood and fell into elegant, deep curtsies. I couldn't pull off their grace, but I followed suit alongside everyone else, standing and bowing for the queen. Welcome, champions. Queen Tiala's voice was musical and light. The Snowcap Court is delighted that you are here. Please continue eating and sit. I'm aware that traveling to Fairy is a feat for those of your world. Everyone obliged. Only once I settled in did I notice that the heads of the spy academies had followed Queen Tiali into the room. The queen sat in front of us on a plain wooden chair, although the way she perched on it made it seem like a grand throne. I'm thankful that you've joined us, and delighted that you will perform the second event of the spy games here. I believe that we have set a suitable challenge for spies of your caliber. Behind the queen, Headmistress Wake gave a small nod of her head. She looked pleased, which told me the challenge was not only suitable, it would be very difficult. Many of you
may not be intimately familiar with our courts or customs, but that is unnecessary. You will meet those who matter tonight at a state dinner, and tomorrow you will deduce which of those Fey is the traitor whom I seek."
A coughing fit overcame Ayla, which prompted Queen Tiali to place a tender hand on her own chest.
"I'm sorry for the interruption, Queen Tiali,"
Ayla said once her coughing stopped.
"Not at all, dear young Torna. I'm sorry to have startled you so."
The queen smiled kindly.
"You see, champions, my middle son is to marry tomorrow. There is no better event than a royal wedding for those who seek to wreak havoc upon a kingdom. In fact, we have already uncovered some unpleasantness."
She wrinkled her nose. Sam raised her hand. An amused look crossed the queen's face at the gesture, but she nodded.
"Yes, Spellcasters champion?"
"If you have a traitor in your midst, why don't you just question everyone?"
Sam asked, her tone laden with confusion.
"Or am I misinformed that full-blooded Fey can't lie?"
I arched my eyebrows. She was right. The Fey in our land were more often than not demi-Fey. Their mixed blood allowed them to lie, although they weren't usually the most apt at it. But the Fey of Fairy were almost always pure-blooded, and the magic of their kind prevented them from outright lying. The queen gave Sam a grim smile.
"You're correct. The Fey of Fairy cannot lie, but as I'm sure you're aware, many of us can twist the truth quite skillfully."
Queen Tiali released a frustrated sigh.
"Everyone in the castle was questioned after the first incident, but we were unable to find anything unusual."
The way she said incident sent a shudder down my spine.
"And we are quite good at ensuring that no one is twisting the truth. However,"
the queen shook her head, as if she could not believe what she was saying,
"atrocities are occurring. That much is undeniable. Due to this, we believe that someone has acquired the means to lie. Somehow."
The Torna twins looked aghast, which made me wonder what a Fey would have to do to be able to lie. Something horrendous, clearly. The queen rose as gracefully as a ballerina.
"That is all I can tell you for certain. I will leave it to my guards and your lovely headmasters and headmistresses to fill you in on the gruesome details of prior occurrences. Just know, tomorrow must be executed perfectly, and we are counting on you to discern the identity of the traitor in our midst."
Chapter 36. Headmistress Wake was less delicate regarding the unpleasantness that Queen Tiali did not wish to speak about. She gave it to us straight, and in detail. Once I learned that 3 prominent Fey visiting from Prince Elrond's bride-to-be's court had been found beaten and ripped open, I understood the haste in getting us here. Someone did not approve of the new alliance being formed between houses, and the royal family was concerned that the next body to show up dead would be the future princesses. They wished for us to find the killer before the wedding that afternoon. To say that I was thankful that I'd packed the sheet Ms. Seeley had given me was an understatement. Despite having met the royals and those closest to them the night prior at dinner, the sheet documenting Fairy's royal courts acted like a security blanket. I'd studied it all morning and now felt like I had a good grasp of the Snowcap court. That Ms. Seeley had given it to me was such a coincidence that I wondered if she'd known about this challenge. Did she know more about the Dark Court and the happenings there, too? But those questions would have to wait. Today was Prince Elrond's wedding day. I had to be on point if I wanted to find the killer and bring victory to spellcasters. Thankfully, the haze I'd succumbed to when I'd entered Fairy had cleared. And I was ready. The Queen told us to play the part of distant part-Fey relatives, or in the case of Ayla and Sana, who bore distinct characteristics of the Riverlands court, visiting diplomats. As undercover guests, we were to eat, drink, and mingle while sussing out the traitor. Taking Her Majesty's instructions to heart, I made my second trip to the buffet in Snowflake Hall. House Frost had laid out a veritable cornucopia of food, so that guests could graze and socialize before the main event. I appreciated this Fey custom of gluttony because something about fairy made me ravenous. I'd just finished examining a plate of hand pies, decorated with snowflakes and roses for the bride and groom respectively, when the first remarkable thing of the day happened. I walked right into the very blonde and regal Prince Elron. "I'm so sorry, Prince Elron. Please excuse me." I bent to clean up the fruit I'd dropped on the stark white floor. Before I could do so, however, the prince grasped my hand and pulled me back up.
"Please, don't bother yourself with that mess," he said, his tone low and his ice-blue eyes earnest.
He straightened his silver cloak and the owl pin that had gone off-kilter when I ran into him.
"The servants will tend to it. To hear my mother speak, your time is better spent elsewhere. I believe that I have a lead for you."
I blinked. "Oh? Have you told anyone else?" A smile tugged at his lips so perfect. A master sculptor could have carved them from marble.
"Not yet. You are the first I saw when I arrived here, and I will not bother with the vamps." His mouth twisted into a look of disgust. "Our kinds don't usually mix. However, I will tell the Fey and shifters, so use your advantage wisely, clever witch."
The prince skirted me around the edges of the room.
"See that group of men over there? One is dressed in the sea blue of the Cove Court, 2 others in Riverland's green, while the rest are in my house colors."
He nodded to a collective of diplomats chatting at the edge of the room, beneath gold-framed archways that overlooked the vast mountain landscape outside. I took in the shades and different styles of dress and committed them to memory as fashions of differing courts.
"Yes, I see them. 3 of them live at the Snowcap Court, but the others are visitors who arrived a week ago. Since then, I have noticed a difference in how our residing diplomats have been acting. One even attempted to seduce my future queen." He frowned, but when asked, he swore he did not mean to do it. Fey cannot lie, and the behavior was very unlike him anyhow, which is why I believe someone manipulated him to do it. The same person committing murder.
"Thank you, Prince Elron," I said. "We'll investigate." He honored me with a shallow bow, which I returned.
"Thank you, witch. I hope that one of your teams apprehends the traitor before the ceremony this afternoon. I would hate to enter into my eternal union knowing that bad blood was in my midst."
Apparently done with me, the prince floated off toward his bride. I sucked in a breath.
"No pressure, except it's already almost noon. Better hurry."
I scanned the crowd for my teammates and found Sam first. She was chatting with a gaggle of women dressed in gem-toned gowns, dripping with crystals and beading and feathers. For the millionth time since breakfast, I wish that I was wearing one of those beautiful gowns. But it would have been impractical. Instead, our heads of schools spread the word that everyone from where we lived wore military-inspired attire to weddings. It was a bummer, but being able to run would be imperative if we found the killer. So I brushed the annoyance aside as I made my way over to Sam and joined the group. "Hello, ladies. Might I steal my friend, please?" I smiled and inclined my head in a manner that Headmistress Wake had assured us was an appropriate greeting for anyone but royalty and priestesses of the Fey religion. The Fey, who I believed were courtesans, returned the gesture with a pleased titter and bid Sam a pleasant day. Once we were alone, I relayed what the prince had told me. Sam's eyes snapped over my shoulder to study the men.
"Have you gotten close to them yet?"
I shook my head.
"I wanted backup." "Well, you moved too slow. The Torna twins are already staking a claim."
"What?" I whirled around and saw that Sam was right. The twins had joined the circle of diplomats. Not only that, but they'd gone for the divide and conquer route, with each twin monopolizing the attention of 3 Fey. "Crap," I said, which earned me an offended look from a passing pixie. "What should we do?" Sam shrugged.
"Why not do what they're doing? Divide and conquer. The prince might be right." but he also might not. I don't think we should put all our eggs in one basket, or bring Diana or Andre with us." She gestured to a far corner, where our teammates chatted with a Fey who wore the dark green and gold garb of a high priestess. "They can keep putting their feelers out. If we notice anything off, we'll notify them." "Good call," I said. "Okay, let's split up. I'll take Ayla."
The elder Torna twin didn't even know I was coming until I slithered an arm around her delicate shoulders.
"Hey, Ayla, why don't you introduce me to your charming friends here?"
I batted my eyelashes at the Fey men, all of whom were young, attractive, and definitely interested in a little female attention.
"Hello, Odette,"
Ayla spoke. The lyrical quality of her voice sounded enhanced from when I'd heard it in our world. Was it being in Fairy that did that? Or was she working it to convince these guys she was one of them?
"I thought I recalled that you didn't like elves very much. Otherwise, I would have waved you over long ago."
The guys frowned, and seeing as they bore the distinct pointed ears and impossibly tall bearing of elves, I could understand why. Ayla clearly hoped that her little remark would have me running off with my tail between my legs. The little shit was playing to win. Unfortunately for her, so was I. "What made you think that?" I asked Ayla.
"I adore all types of Fae, but I have a particular penchant for elves.
The ears are so hot." Two of the elves broke out into wide smiles.
"I'm Odette, a witch from the human realm, 7th cousin of Prince Elron, and happy attendee of the royal wedding."
The guys introduced themselves as Rhea, San, and Orlando. They each wore silver blue clothing and claimed to be permanent residents of the Snowcap Court. Ayla and I continued to chat up the guys, peppering them with questions that would allow us to glean information. And while their answers interested me because the Fey culture was fascinating, after 10 minutes, I was sure they weren't our traitors. Perhaps Prince Elron could feel bad juju coming off them, but I couldn't, and judging by how Ayla's jaw had hardened progressively, she was coming up short, too. When an appropriate lull entered the conversation, I looped arms with the Fey champion.
"I'm so sorry, boys, but I think I must steal Ayla away. I've forgotten where the washrooms are, but I bet you remember, don't you, Ayla?"
She beamed.
"Of course, I'll take you there."
Once Ayla and I were a good distance away, I turned to her.
"Damn, girl, playing dirty."
She bit her lip.
"Sorry. We're so far behind in points, and I can't bear to lose in Fairy of all places."
I chuckled. "You don't have to defend yourself. I want to win, too. So may the best spies win." To make our excuse look legitimate, we took a brief walk in the hallway. It was mostly empty, as everyone was in Snowflake Hall or preparing the throne room for the wedding. When I returned to Snowflake Hall, I spotted Sam. She was still talking to the trio of guys, but Santa had ditched. Curious to see what had kept Sam there, I joined her.
"Oh, hey, Odette."
Sam welcomed me with open arms.
"Meet the guys. This is Cirrus and Tolan from the Riverlands."
She gestured to an umber-skinned Fey with vibrant blue eyes, and a blonde dwarf who wore a shield at his side.
"And this is Gian from... what was the other court?"
Sam asked, her eyes locking on a red-haired Fey with brilliant emerald eyes who wore dark blue. "The Cove Court, by the Western Sea," the ginger replied. "To be honest, I have not been home for some time, but I still claim it as the land of my heart." "Why haven't you visited?" I asked. Immediately, I realized that I'd said the wrong thing, as the eyes of the Riverland Fae fell, and an uncomfortable hush blanketed our small circle. "I'm sorry if I've said anything offensive. It's my first time in Fairy, and I'll admit I'm not knowledgeable of all the courts and their intricacies." Gian gave me an understanding smile. "I can relate. I felt much the same the first time I visited the Snowcap Court. I stop by so rarely that I feel like a unicorn in the wrong forest sometimes. Court life seems to change daily." He sucked in a long breath. "As for the Cove Court, I'm afraid I have not been there, because I cannot venture into my homeland without risk of death."
"That's terrible. What happened?"
Gian grew silent, and Cirrus stepped forward to help.
Allow me, Jian. The truth is painful, I can see.
His dark eyes turned on me.
Only the Western Sea and the Dark Court border the Cove Court, since the Dark Court placed the rift between its lands and all kingdoms east. The Cove Court has been isolated for years. Am I missing anything, Jian?
The ginger-haired Fey smiled sadly. Only that the rift encompasses the sea line of my homeland, Cirrus. They are truly trapped. He dropped his gaze to the floor. My heart broke for the Fey who had been displaced by the very same court looking to harm my world. I'm sorry for the fate of your people, Jian. If there was something I could do, please know I would help, I said wholeheartedly. Against Headmistress Wake's suggestion that we never touch a Fey without permission, I reached out to comfort Jian, as I would anyone in my world. My hand landed softly on his shoulder, and the moment my skin touched him, my demon-touched mark seared. I sucked in a sharp breath. Jian's head snapped up, his wild and frantic eyes locking with mine for a heartbeat, before suddenly a wall of flame bloomed between us. I yelped and jumped back. Tolan and Cirrus sprang into action, water spewing from their hands to quench the flames. When the fire died out, Jian was no longer there. I scanned Snowflake Hall to find him running out the door. My heart began to thunder, and the truth of what just happened crashed over me. Sucking in a breath, I barreled through Cirrus and Tolan and sprinted after the traitor. Chapter 37. Rapid footsteps followed me through the palace halls. I hoped that they belonged to Sam, or someone else on my team, but I didn't dare look back. Jian was tossing too many fireballs over his shoulder for me to take my eyes off of him for even a second. And considering he wasn't checking where he hurled them, his aim was stellar, almost hitting me too many times for comfort. As much as I wanted to fight back, I feared injuring the random innocent servants or wedding guests we encountered, onlookers who Jian used for cover as he dodged and wove and tossed people to the ground in his wake. To make things more difficult, Jian was fast. I was outright sprinting to keep up with him. What if the vampire saw me leave? I gnashed my teeth together and, despite the ache in my lungs, bore down. I had to give this my all because the vampires could catch up too easily and steal the win. We took a sharp turn, and seeing that no one was around, I hurled a shield charm just over Jian's head. He darted out of the way right before he would have slammed into it. I spat out a curse and shot another blast of magic. This time, he tripped trying to dodge it, slowing him slightly. Taking advantage of his disarray, I chanced to glance behind me, and my heart leapt. Hell yeah. Sam, Diana, and Andre were in on the chase. Catching my eye, Sam motioned for me to move to the right. I did, and she shot a blazing spell past me that barely missed my shoulder. Right away, I piggybacked on her assault. Our spells struck one after the other, and Jian let out a roar as he fell to the floor. Diana's purple magic flew over my head and created a shield around him. My heart skipped a beat. Holy shit, we got him. I stopped running and turned to face my teammates. Nice work, guys. Thanks. Now are you going to tell us what the heck went on back there? When you touched him, everything changed, but I'm not sure how. Sam arched an eyebrow. Oh, crap. Did I have to tell them everything my mark could do? Some of them might not know about it at all, and I'd rather not change that. A million stories ran through my mind, but before I could land on a believable one, footsteps sounded down the hall. At any moment, we'd have company. Can it wait? I asked, happy to have bought some time. I promise I'll tell you when we're alone. Sam's lips pressed together, but Andre nodded. It can wait. We owe you from the last event. Thanks, I said. I'll explain everything later. Hopefully I can come up with a good story in the meantime. Together, we walked toward Jian, and were quickly followed by Prince Elron, a contingent of royal guards, and Headmistress Wake. The headmistress rushed to my side, and while the prince barked orders, she leaned in close. How did you know? She glanced down at my ankle. I nodded. Exactly how you think. Say nothing to the court. Relief that I hadn't told my teammates about the mark rolled through me. Keeping a secret was easier when fewer people held it. Release the shield. Prince Elrond commanded, as soon as soldiers had surrounded Gian. Diana did as he said, and Gian, knowing he was beat, remained on the ground, a scowl on his face.
Gian, my old friend, our informants have singled you out for a reason, so if you have obtained the means to lie, please spare us your untrue words. Tell me, are you the traitor who has been leaving death in your wake?
The prince's face screwed up in pain. My heart went out to him. He'd called Gian a friend. It would suck to learn that a friend had betrayed you. Indecision flashed across Gian's beautiful features for a moment before he threw back his shoulders to look as dignified as one could while sitting on the floor, surrounded by armed guards.
The Snowcap Court chose wrong all those years, old friend. Soon, the time will come when you will realize that. The Dark Court will bring unforeseen glory to Fairy, and I will be there, a sole envoy from the Cove, a new king.
Prince Elrond's chin jutted out.
And what makes you think your people will welcome a king who allowed them to starve for years?
Someone who isolated them from the rest of Fairy?
Gian sneered. It will not matter what they think in the beginning. Soon enough, they will see I was right and support the Dark Court. His eyes shifted to me and glinted green with malevolence. The real question is, how did this one discover my secret when no one else has for years? What dark magic do you know, witch? My spine stiffened as the Fey turned their attention to me. Thankfully, Headmistress Wake saved me by stepping in front of Gian, her arms crossed firmly over her chest. My student knows nothing of dark magic. She scowled down at the culprit. You may have kept your secret from those who trusted you for years, but spellcasters instruct students not to trust anyone until they prove their worthiness. Odette clearly learned that lesson well. The headmistress extended a finger at the Fey, and for a moment I thought she might zap him on my behalf. Not to mention, you seem to have gotten sloppy. Perhaps next time you'll mend your pockets. Before intending to wreak havoc at a royal wedding, the thing is glowing so brightly. How could Odette miss it? My gaze shot to where the headmistress pointed, and I stifled a gasp. Gian's pockets had ripped wide open, and a stone, one smaller than the one I'd discovered in Crescent Springs, glowed in its depths.
A demon stone.
Elrond darted backward.
Say it isn't so, Gian. Say the darkness is not in your bones.
Gian raised his hands, and black wisps of smoke began to trail from them. For a split second, it looked like he might use the demonic magic to attack, but he obviously thought better of it, and the smoke dissipated. Bones, blood, and heart, my friend. Elrond shook his head.
Guards, seize him. Use the iron shackles and iron-lined cell.
The prince turned to us and approached Headmistress Wake.
Will you take the stone? We Fey are superstitious and...
The headmistress approached Gian and scooped the demon stone out of his pocket. Don't fret, Prince Elrond. I will dispose of it when I return home. Prince Elrond exhaled.
Thank you. Who knows what chaos Gian might have brought upon my impending nuptials with such a horror in his possession. We are forever in your debt.
The prince and his soldiers carted Gian off. Only my team and Headmistress Wake remained in the empty hall, and a few seconds had passed before I realized that they were all staring at me.
So, do you want to explain how you knew about the stone? Because his pocket wasn't ripped before my mother showed up.
Diana broke the silence, her blue eyes hard. Good grief, why were my teammates so on top of things? I bit my lip, unsure what to say. The headmistress knew that my demon mark was sensitive to demons, but she was among the few. If I told Diana, Sam, and Andre the truth, it would increase the chances that other people at Spellcasters would find out. Would that help or harm me? What would others think? Unsure of how to handle the dilemma, I looked to Headmistress Wake. I believe, the headmistress began, her tone careful, that it is time to let your team, and perhaps others whom you trust completely, in on the quirks of your demon mark, Miss Dane. If the demon stone is any indication,
The time for secrets is drawing to a close.
Her gaze leveled on me, and I wondered if she had a hunch that I kept other secrets, too.
However, it would not be ideal to discuss such matters here, Headmistress Wake added. The halls of Fey courts have ears, but I have taken the proper measures to secure our rooms. You can talk about your mark safely in my chambers.
She held my gaze, waiting for my response. Inwardly, I debated if this was really what I wanted to do. Was it time to let go a little? To trust that others won't judge me for the events of the past? My eyes traveled over Andre, Sam, and Diana. Each wore interested and compassionate expressions on their faces. That's when it hit me. They weren't just teammates. They were friends. People who had helped me as I'd helped them. If I couldn't trust someone like that, who could I trust? Perhaps Headmistress Wake was right, and it was time that I became more open to discussing Ishtar and how thoroughly she'd changed my life. And I would start with the people in front of me.
Hold up.
Diana raised a hand.
So your demon-touched mark not only connects you to Ishtar, but you can also sense other demons too?
I nodded and crossed one of my legs over the other. We were in Headmistress Wake's chamber at the Snowcap Court, and I'd just revealed one of 3 major secrets.
You discovered this during your internship?
Diana asked.
Yup. Do Evas act similarly?
Diana pressed. I gulped and shot a glance to the headmistress, who gave a small nod of her head. It wasn't my secret to tell, but Headmistress Wake was right. The time for secrets was drawing to a close. I inhaled a long breath. Yeah, Eva discovered that her mark worked similarly. The succubus who scarred her was pregnant with Lucifer's child, so his essence was inside the succubus and now in Eva too. There are minor differences in how our marks react, but it might be down to the fact that we're infected by the essence of different royals. Sam's eyes were so wide, I worried that they might pop out of her head, and Andre's umber skin seemed to have whitened a few shades. I assume that is how you discovered the demon stone the Fey carried so easily, Miss Dane? Headmistress Wake prompted. Because the Fey had been using it, and hence taking a royal's power into himself to perform dark deeds? I think so. I spoke slowly because I wasn't sure. Actually, I have a question on that matter. The headmistress nodded, so I went on. In my first grind year mission, I also found a demon stone. Can't remember if I touched anyone skin to skin, like I did Gian, but if those shifters had been using it for power, wouldn't I have sensed it? Headmistress Wake's lips curled up slightly. That all depends on which royal demon enchanted it. If it was not Ishtar, you might not be as sensitive. Royal demon power can be more subtle and nefarious than other demons. They have the ability to smother their power if they wish, unlike greater or lesser demons. I suspect that a demon stone gives its keeper that same power so they can fly under the radar. But if someone like you, who is familiar with the energies of the royals, touches that person, there's no hiding. My lips formed an O as a slice of understanding cut through me. Rita, the shifter alpha who I brought down in my mission, mentioned the Furies, so her stone must have been from them. Then Gian's could have been from the Furies, Zaphan or Lucifer, Diana mused. Since you didn't sense it from afar, but had to touch him, right? Yep. She leaned back in her chair and crossed her arms over her chest. I've said it once, but I'll say it again. I misjudged you last year, Dane. A knock on the door saved me from deciding how to respond. Headmistress Wake went to answer it. Greetings, Headmistress. Prince Elrond's distinctive voice rang out over the chamber. I only have a moment, but I wonder if I might speak with your team? My spine straightened. The prince was at the door? But his wedding would start at any minute. Of course, Prince Elrond.
Headmistress Wake stepped to the right, and the prince strode inside, his silver cape billowing behind him, and a white fur stole around his shoulders. We stood and bowed. I heard a rumor that once the discrepancy between the other spies' schools' points is resolved, you will leave Fairy immediately. Prince Elron said, I did not want to get caught up in the revelry. Fey weddings can last many days, and not thank you properly.
But you've already thanked us,
I said. Yes, but it is not enough. Jian has already confessed that he planned to kill my bride-to-be's father on this very night. You have saved my family, and for that, your reward should fit the deed. Oh. The prince was still looking at me, and I felt compelled to answer. Thank you. He smiled a dazzling white smile that reminded me of the snowy mountaintops outside. I do hope you'll accept my gift. I hadn't noticed the small leather-wrapped package in his hand until he extended it to me. I took it.
Should I open it now?
I'd be forever grateful if you did, the prince replied with an amused grin.
Okay, stop being awkward and entertaining the Fey Prince, Odie. Just unwrap the damn package.
I did so carefully, not knowing what to expect, and when the items were revealed, I was glad that I'd taken care. 4 sharp-looking daggers glinted up at me. As far as I could tell, they were plain and silver, nothing like the etched and jeweled ones I'd noticed on the hips of the Fey soldiers, or even in the cases at Spellcasters. Oh. I looked up at the prince, who was still regarding me with an amused look. They're so pointy. Thank you, I said somewhat lamely. Andre appeared at my side and sucked in a breath. Are those what I think they are? The prince grinned. I'm glad someone recognizes them. He winked at me, and my cheeks heated. Yes, these are demon daggers, otherwise known as hellblades. 1 for each of you. Holy crap! Andre snapped up a dagger from the pile and began to examine it with such reverence that I couldn't hold in my next question. What do hellblades do? The prince lifted a blade from my hand. They are the only weapon in the universe known to be deadly to every level of demon. His finger ran over the sharp blade. The metal used in these blades is incredibly rare, forged from the pits of hell itself. Each blade is an item of extreme value. A great warrior of the Snowcap Court brought back enough metal to create 10 blades over a century ago. Since then, no one else has made the journey. He extended the blade to me. I thought it a proper gift for those who apprehended a demon lover in my castle. I took the dagger and was unsurprised when the mark on my ankle burned. Yes, these things held power, and while I wasn't an ace with the dagger yet, I would do well to learn to use this one. Thank you, Prince Elron. Thank you. The prince performed a shallow bow and gave another brilliant smile before leaving the room. We left the Snowcap Court quietly. After all, the day should be about Prince Elron and his intended, not the team that discovered a traitor. Plus, according to spy game rules, we had to be in our world to call the points for an event. And apparently, since I'd apprehended Jian, the points had been the source of some angst. To put it bluntly, the vampires were pissed. Scowls marred their beautiful faces as the 4 teams and the heads of their respective academies lined up and strode through the warp-hole. I'd never been so happy to see someone, or in this case, 4 cheating someones, so angry. We entered our world again, right where we'd left it, in the courtyard of the Fey Academy of Elemental and Arcane Arts. The sound of trickling water filled my ears, and warm, blessedly warm air washed over me, erasing the persistent chill of the Snowcap Court. I was a little sad to be leaving Fairy so quickly. It was unlikely that I'd ever go back. But if I did, I'd prefer to stay at a much warmer court next time.
Ah, it is splendid to be back in our realm again, is it not?
Headmistress Crystalla twirled, making her silk dress shimmer and sway around her. Fairy is nice to visit, but I could not see myself living there, Alpha Conan commented, and the other heads of schools agreed. And now that we are back, we can finalize the ratings for the second event, Headmistress Wake noted practically.
Indeed, Headmistress Kristalla's eyes glinted. I wasn't sure how the points had played out, because we hadn't had a moment to catch up with the other champions before returning home, although I did know that something unexpected had occurred. The Fey Headmistress twirled her hands, and a stone bench that weighed more than she did shot from the side of the courtyard to halt in front of her. Delicately, the Fey stepped up onto the bench. I blinked. I'd expected there to be an audience present, like at Night Dwellers. But it appeared that we were doing the points ceremony right here and now.
The undisputed winners of the Fey Challenge, Headmistress Kristalla waved a regal hand in our direction. The Witches of Spellcasters Spy Academy.
A smile bloomed on my face, and elation swept through me as the shifters, Fey, and heads of the academies clapped. Only the vampire champions refrained from celebrating, but that was expected of those assholes, so I didn't let it bug me.
Coming in second place, the Fey Academy of Elemental and Arcane Arts for their capture of an accomplice to murder.
I whipped around to face the Fey, my eyes wide. They had captured a baddie too? I caught Santa's eye and knitted my eyebrows together in question.
Tell you later,
she mouthed, and I gave her the okay signal.
The rankings of third and fourth place had to be decided upon by an impartial party, as none of the heads of houses could come to a fair decision,
Headmistress Kristalla said, her tone dramatic as she pulled a small envelope out of nowhere, opened it, and pulled out a slip of paper.
A tie! We have a tie! By order of Queen Tiali Frost of the Snowcap Court, both Night Dwellers Academy and the Shifter Academy of Spies will receive 6 points.
We deserve nothing, I heard Dasha say.
I'll agree to that.
One of the vampires, Francis, I was pretty sure, sniped.
Now, champions,
Headmistress Kristalla admonished them.
Just because neither school discovered a traitor does not mean that you weren't helpful. The Queen has eyes everywhere. She took all that you did and your methods of espionage into account. It may not be where you wanted to land in the rankings, but claim the points with pride.
And if you dislike it, perform better next time.
Headmaster Ezra glared at his students. Yikes. I wouldn't want to be a Night Dwellers champion right now. Thankfully, Headmistress Kristalla broke the tension by sweeping off the bench and bidding us all to say goodbye. I turned to the shifters and Fey, competitors who I also considered friends, and did just that.
Chapter 38. For a human, Dante was extremely astute. He recognized that hell consisted of circles. Unfortunately, 9 is a woefully small number. Professor Despina swooped around the advanced demonology classroom. His dark eyes narrowed in concentration. His hands flew through the air as he moved, releasing gray magic that transformed into a 3-dimensional visual that hung in the center of the room for us to study. And study it we did. The hundreds of concentric circles of hell were simply too horrible and intriguing to take our eyes off of. To be fair, not even magicals know the exact number of levels that hell possesses. The young professor shrugged as he added a bit of flair to the middle circle and placed the royals on thrones made of bones. The Furies, a 3-in-1 aspect of a royal demon, barely fit, as they all had to share one throne. Few wish to venture there to find out, and we rarely chat with demons about their home when they find their way to our realm. My stomach twisted, as it did so often when I thought of demons surging into our world.
But there are some magicals who speak to them,
someone said from behind me. I twisted in my chair to see Diana studying the conjuring of hell intently. Absolutely, the professor agreed. Black witches who make a deal with demons for additional powers are one example.
Yes, but that isn't what I meant,
Diana said, not about to let the conversation move on until she'd said her piece.
While I find the circles of hell interesting, Professor, I was wondering if we might detour into talking about demon stones for a moment.
In the last Spy Games event, they charged us with finding one. Odette discovered it, and we hunted down the Fey who held it, but we never got a thorough explanation as to what they do,
or who distributes them.
A few of my classmates' eyes darted to me, most of them people who had been standoffish all year. While I appreciated Diana asking the question, I sort of wished that she hadn't credited me. Although I'd signed up for the spy games to show those same students that I deserved the rank of Spymaster, I found that my motivation for the games had changed. Now the camaraderie that the events brought drove me because I recognized that these relationships would be what helped us defeat the demons. Of course, beating the pants off the vampires would be great too, but the validation of my classmates, almost half an academic year had already flown by. They would either accept the fact that I earned head Spymaster or not. I no longer had the energy to work on convincing them. Demon stones, Professor Despina trailed off. Yes, I suppose considering recent events that would be a worthy side topic. He twisted his face to the visual of hell again, and a gray pointer stick appeared in his hand. Demon stones, along with many other enchanted dark objects, are born in hell. From what we know, they are fired in the flames of this circle for at least a millennium. His pointer moved to a circle about 5 away from the center. And once savvy greater demons have found a person willing to do business with evil, they bring the stones to a royal demon for a blessing. Blessing? Kira asked. That sounds good, though. Despina arched his eyebrows. Are we not always the hero of our own story, Miss Johnston? When the demons bring the royal stones to bless, they believe they are doing it for the good of their kind. So yes, they call it a blessing. What does the blessing entail? Mina Kohler twisted her long black hair thoughtfully. Despina's lips flattened for an instant. That depends on what the human or magical wants most. Many desire power, money, or fame, but a blessing is not limited to any of those. As long as the bearer will fight for the demons and give their souls over once they perish, the royals of hell will promise anything. My mouth went dry. Despite having found 2 stones this year, I hadn't realized how truly powerful they were. That a stone could give the person who possessed it anything, and that they gave their soul to hell for one. Made it an object worth dying for. An amazing bargaining chip. For the first time, I dared to wonder just how many demon stones there were in our world. The physical conditioning room was packed as always when Hunter, Eva, Alex, and I walked in. Although I was behind on my exercise requirement for the week, I didn't care. There were more important things to consider, like making sure we knew how to use the dagger that Prince Elron had gifted me. Bypassing the treadmills and weights, my friends and I went straight to the back room, an open space where magic and physical sparring was allowed. 2 third years, one of them Diana's ex-boyfriend, sparred in the far corner. But that was fine. The target boards were on the other end of the room, in the opposite direction of the students.
So this bad boy can kill any demon, huh?
Hunter asked, twirling my hellblade in his hand. I smiled at his flagrant display of skill. Of the 4 of us, Hunter was easily the best at wielding blades. His totem was an emerald-encrusted dagger, and he practiced with it often. Yup, says Prince Elron of the Snowcap Court. As far as I can tell, it's not much different from any other dagger. But I still want you 3 to work with it, just in case. Diana had actually brought up the idea that our closest friends practice with the demon blades too. Even though there were only 4 blades, she had a good point. The more people who were familiar with the blades, the better. What if something happened to me during a fight? More than anything, I'd want my friends to scoop up the dagger and use it to the best of their ability.
It's light, like it weighs nothing,
Hunter commented. Good thing you're practicing with it. I pointed toward the target. Because you're up first, Wardwell. Hunter grinned and strutted over to face the target. Gripping the dagger in his hand, he pulled his arm back and hurled the blade toward the target. It missed, hitting the wall with a deafening clang. He groaned.
If that were my totem, I would have sunk it.
Bet you didn't, babe, Eva said, not one to sugarcoat things, which is why we need to practice. Go again. Hunter hurled the blade a dozen times more. By the end, he seemed to have gotten used to the weight, and actually sank a bullseye. We rotated through the demon blade after that. One person hurling it, while the others practiced sparring with blades of a similar size. When it was my turn with the Hellblade, I was the worst at throwing it, never hitting the target once. I wasn't terrible at fighting with daggers, But since I didn't relish the idea of getting too close to demons, I made a resolution right then and there to practice dagger throwing daily.
One more thing to add to the list.
I was about to turn the Hellblade back over to Hunter so everyone could get in another round when I noticed a group of 6 students hovering by the door. They were watching us. I signaled to my friends to stop sparring. They looked like they want to talk. I waved our peers over. Kira and Jose, both people I thought of as friends last year, but who had been haters this year, led the group over and stopped in front of us. "Hey," Kira said, and pulled her bundle of black braids over her shoulder. "Hey," I said, dropping the dagger into the scabbard I wore at my hip for safer transport. I glanced to the other half of the room. Diana's jealous ex and the other Crucible student were still sparring, now with magic instead of fists. "Did you guys want to use this area? Because we'll finish in a half-hour tops." It was almost 8, and I still needed to squeeze in a warping session with Alex before homework and bed.
"That's not why we're here," Jose said. "Actually, we came to apologize to you, Odette."
My mouth dropped open.
"Well, this is unexpected."
Kira nodded. "We've been shitty all year." Her cheeks, the color of light mocha, pinked slightly. I'll be the first to admit that I was jealous. I only got emissary spy, and I didn't think you deserved your rank. Her gaze dropped to the ground. But I've heard so many stories from Andre and Diana, and am woman enough to admit that I was wrong.
"We don't know what's going on around you,"
Dakota Wiley spoke up. He was a thin, very academic guy with horn-rimmed glasses who I'd rarely spoken to last year, and not once this year. His inclusion in this group surprised me.
"But we recognize that something is up. Something that might have something to do with the curse of our year. We want to be your allies, if you need us."
Curse of our year? So much had happened since the end of the last term. I hadn't even considered that others were still fretting over the curse. That was probably because I knew the truth. There was no curse on our year, only a prophecy relating to Alex and me. While I didn't know everything about it, I knew enough. The demons wanted us to open the Hellgate.
"That is, if you'll have us,"
Jasmine Shani added, clearly taking my silence to mean I was mulling over their offer of friendship.
"We understand if you want nothing to do with us, but like Kira said, we heard about the games. You've been a key component to your team twice. Obviously, we were wrong to think you weren't skilled enough."
Annie Thomas and Yan Zhen, who stood at the back of the group, both nodded their agreement. I'd given up on a quarter of my class liking me, but here they were, offering friendship, an alliance, one I wanted and would most likely need in the future. A smile broke on my face. "Thank you, all of you. I appreciate that very much. And yes, I'd love to be friends." I was still riding high from the interactions in the physical conditioning room when Alex and I snuck into the woods to begin his first warping lesson. Although it felt like bad juju, we opted to practice in the same clearing where we'd banished the ghost. It was open, quiet, and most of all, private. I was under no illusion that the professors or staff would be happy to find me teaching Alex how to warp. With only 6 months of warping under my belt, I was considered too new to be teaching others the dangerous skill of warping. "Are you sure you want to do this?" I asked as we walked through the woods. "I've heard that some people lose limbs or get 4th-degree burns from manipulating energy incorrectly."
"You won't scare me out of this, Odie. I'm well aware of the risks."
He darted a glance to me.
"Plus, not all students hurt themselves. You never have. You didn't even have a lesson before your first experience, and you warped us all the way from New York City to Maine."
I snorted. "Yeah, but I'd been accosted by Ishtar and had an army's amount of adrenaline running through my veins when I first warped." I squeezed his hand. "I also had your totem to help me out." He shot me a sheepish grin.
Okay, I get it. It's not an apples-to-apples comparison. Still, you can't blame me for wanting to try. And if you don't show me, I'll just do it myself."
Universe have mercy. Why was my boyfriend stubborn at the most inopportune times? Fine, but it's freezing out here, so an hour max. You probably won't be able to last that long anyway, I said, recalling Andre's first lesson. He'd tapped out after a half hour of trying, and he'd shown ability beforehand. To my knowledge, Alex had never even attempted to create a warp hole. The minute we entered the clearing, I pointed Alex to the far side. If by some miracle he opened a warp hole, I'd have him start by traversing short expanses. Being able to see the exit spot was best. Okay, so I'll teach you 2 ways. The first is how Professor Tittlebaum does it. He's more technical, and since you're you, I think that might work. I laid out the rules of warping as detailed by Professor Tittlebaum as best I could. Then I demonstrated using my mentor's method. The difference in my method and the professor's was enormous, and the resulting warp hole was reminiscent of one of the first ones I'd ever created. It was more rigid, not as natural, and when I stepped through, it felt all wrong. When it was Alex's turn, he closed his eyes to try his hand. I felt the energy shift around him. The air began to shimmer a light red, and as he extended his hands, a ball of crimson formed in front of him. I sucked in a breath. Was Alex going to turn out to be a warper like me? But the ball fizzled in the next instant, and Alex dropped his hands and began panting, even though it was November and frigid. A bead of sweat dripped down his face. You okay? Feeling anything different? Alex's eyebrows knitted together. Not so much different, but the sensation of running into a wall was intense. It was like my magic could flow, but only so far. I nodded. I experienced that when I first tried warping to sites I couldn't see. Does that mean I'm on the right track? I shrugged. It could mean that, or it could mean your magic doesn't know what to do. Try again. He did. 5 times. Then he grudgingly had to take a seat on a nearby stump. I squatted next to him and noticed that his legs were trembling. Here, eat this. I held out a protein bar that I'd snagged from the cafeteria for this exact reason. Alex took it gratefully and inhaled the bar. I'm not sure Tittlebaum's method will work. What do you say we try it your way? I had hoped that we wouldn't get to this point, because I knew that my method was not going to jive with my analytical boyfriend's nature. Do you have enough energy to go again? I asked. Come on, babe, I'm not that weak, Alex said, and I noticed the muscles in his legs stiffen, as if he was contracting them so they'd stop shaking. Suit yourself, I sighed. If you're going to try my method, you'd do best to erase Tittlebaum's teachings from your mind. Alex snapped his fingers. Done. Teach me your ways, Obi-Wan. Okay. I drew in a breath. I make a warp hole by feeling it in my bones. Alex laughed. Nice try, sweets. Really, how do you do it? I'd known he'd have this reaction. Seriously, that's it. I understand the other ways, but it always feels so forced. I sense the power, all the energy deep inside, and then I just manipulate it. Alex's jaw dropped open. That's not what you want to hear or what resonates with you, but that's the truth. His mouth snapped shut. No, it's fine. I guess I didn't realize what a prodigy you were. Heat rose in my cheeks. I wouldn't say that. I would. And since we're short on time, I think I should just get on trying your method. Alex stood. Lead me back to the circle, Master. If we plan to do this weekly, I'm bringing Hunter next time, I said as I helped Alex climb the stairs to the 3rd floor after a completely unsuccessful first warping lesson. You're too heavy for me to shoulder all your weight. 1, he held up a single finger. Everyone says warping takes an enormous amount of physical energy, but I didn't think I'd be unable to make it up the stairs alone, Alex said, the exhaustion obvious in his voice as he held up a 2nd digit. 2, I don't weigh that much. And 3, he sighed and dropped his hand. I didn't realize you would pull that I feel it in my bones voodoo crap. I'm going to ask Andre how he does it. I'm not sure that's such a good idea. Why? He still sucks at it? No, but there are training regulations for warpers, and we're breaking all of them. Can you ask him then? I figured that couldn't hurt. Andre would possibly just think I was curious. Fine. We have our next session later this... A scream cut me off, and we stiffened. That came from the green tower, Alex said, and apparently, finding a surge of energy, ripped himself from beneath my shoulder and sprinted toward the sound. I dashed after him, and the moment we turned into the hallway that led to the tower, we both skidded to a stop. The protective glass that housed the precious items lining the corridor had been smashed to smithereens. Jasmine Sahani stood in front of the destruction, her hands over her mouth.
"Jasmine, are you okay?"
I asked, rushing up to her.
I'm fine.
She shook her head. Her brown eyes were large, but she didn't appear injured.
"I was in the library and left to turn in early, and then I found this."
"It looks like most of the items are still here," Alex said, striding down the hall and examining the cases. Mentally, I ran through the list of items I walked past daily. Most were pretty and historical, but fairly useless. The only ones that had a purpose other than decoration were the weapons.
"But we can get weapons easily enough by going down to the battle magic classroom. They'd be in better condition, too. Why would someone take one from here?"
I began to take inventory as well, and when Alex stopped to place a wand that had been tossed carelessly on the ground, I moved past him. I was almost to the door of the green tower when my blood ran cold. I'd found which item was missing. The Realm Slicer. Chapter 39. For the second time that academic year, the PIA descended upon spellcasters to question people. This time around, they insisted on interviewing every single person in the academy. Unsurprisingly, as one of the first 3 students on the scene after the Realm Slicer was discovered to be gone, the PIA called me in for questioning first. What did surprise me, however, was that I did not speak with David Chena. In fact, the few times I'd seen him in the corridors, he'd pretended not to notice me. He seemed to be avoiding me.
Maybe because I knew about him and Holly?
Whatever the case, his avoidance stung, although I tried not to dwell on it. I had enough to worry about, and an embarrassed man-child, who I was losing respect for, was low on my list of priorities. "When do you think they'll leave?" Eva asked as 2 PIA agents marched by us on our way to battle magic. I shrugged. The Realm Slicer is a massive deal, so probably never. Headmistress Wake had called an assembly after the blade disappeared, and spelled out the severity of the matter. In the hands of a powerful enough magical, the Realm Slicer could open up holes between worlds. This included Fairy, the ghost plane of Purgatory, Heaven, and the most bone-chilling of all, Hell. As far as I was concerned, the PIA could stay for as long as they needed to find the weapon, which some people believed was still on Academy grounds. "Are you and Alex practicing warping again soon?" "Are you crazy? No way." I shook my head as we began to descend the stairs into the basement. "With the PIA here, it's too risky. We are already breaking the rules. I don't need to get in trouble with the government for it." Eva loosed a sigh.
Ugh, it's so annoying. We can't do anything without them snooping around. I asked Headmistress Wake if going to Wanstown was an option, and she refused. I'm going stir-crazy.
She dragged her hands down her face for emphasis.
"Would some dagger throwing help ease the boredom?"
I opened my bag to reveal that I'd brought my demon dagger with me. Professor Thrax had been on a major weapons kick. I was hoping his enthusiasm would continue today. Eva's eyes lit up. Although she wasn't amazing at dagger throwing like Hunter, she enjoyed doing it. "Better than studying." I placed a hand over my mouth.
"Who are you and what have you done with my bookish best friend?"
"The grind is getting to me, girl." Eva glanced from side to side. "I've even dreamt about burning my textbooks. What if this distaste is permanent?" For a moment, she looked worried. I laughed. "No way, we're all tired. It's normal." Pulling the blade out of my bag, I handed it to her. "If Thrax allows weapons today, you get first dibs on the demon blade."
Yes.
We entered the battle magic classroom and chatted for a few more minutes until Thrax marched in. A sword hung at his hip, and his kilt flapped around his knees. "Once again, we'll focus on weaponry today. But this time, you spar, 2-on-2. The professor's Scottish brogue filled the cavernous classroom. "Unlike usual, we're working until we draw blood. Nothing vile." A low murmuring filled the class, and Dakota Wiley raised his hand. "May I ask why blood, sir?" "Word has it your second round of missions are just around the corner. You should receive the notices right after Yule. In your second mission, you're given the option of bringing a weapon, so we like to make sure you're familiar with them."
"Hot damn," Hunter breathed, and I could just see the gears spinning in his head. If he got to bring another weapon in addition to his totem, he'd be formidable.
"Today there'll be 3 sessions with 3 different weapons. I'll call time when each session is up, and you'll switch. Pair up with someone you haven't worked with in the past week."
Thrax clapped his massive hands.
"And begin."
Since we worked together as often as possible, Alex, Hunter, Eva, and I went our separate ways. Kira approached me, and I partnered with her. Diana and Amethyst challenged us, and after choosing our weapons, we claimed a sparring circle. Our daggers slashed and whined through the air, and twice Diana came close to slicing my shoulder. All 4 of us danced, parried, and jabbed like pros. And before I knew it, Thrax was calling time to change out our weapons. Everyone ran over to the wall of weapons, and as much as I didn't want to, I set down the dagger I'd been practicing with. I glanced at Kira. "What do you think? Broadsword?" The broadsword was my worst weapon, and it was unlikely I'd ever use it in the modern world. But what if one day I had to? Spies had been forced to fight with far stranger tools, which was why we trained with so many different items at the academy. Hell yeah. Kira beamed and hoisted a sword most people would have considered too long for her. Those people didn't know Kira. She winked. "I'll protect you this round, Dane." Once Amethyst and Diana had chosen their weapons, a whip for Diana and a mace for Amethyst, we reclaimed our training circle. Our second round of sparring was just about to begin when the door to the battle magic classroom opened. Headmistress Wake entered, and Spymaster Chena followed close behind. "Pardon my interruption, Professor Thrax," the headmistress said as she marched toward the instructor. "But Spymaster Chena would like a word with Miss Dane, and it cannot wait. Can you spare her?"
"Absolutely,"
Thrax boomed.
"Dane."
"I'll hurry," I said to my group before dashing toward the weapon stash to set my sword down. I'd just placed the sword in its spot when Eva's voice cut through the classroom. "Odie!" I whipped around and found Eva in a sparring circle close to where Spymaster Chena waited by the door. Her eyes were wide and frantic. "Eva, what's—" She held up the demon blade I'd let her use, and my mouth snapped shut. It glowed a brilliant red. The hair on my arm raised. But why? What did that mean? The headmistress was at my side in an instant, her hands gripping my shoulders tight. "Miss Dane, is that the blade I think it is?" "Yes, but I've never—" Before I finished my sentence, Headmistress Wake's head snapped toward the doorway. I followed her gaze and gasped. David Chena was gone, and in the space where he'd just stood, only a cloud of black smoke remained. Chapter 40. After David's disappearance, our entire battle magic class aided Headmistress Wake and Professor Thrax in searching for him. When we came up short, the questions began. Headmistress Wake explained that she believed Chena must have had a demon stone on his person, otherwise the blade would not have lit up in his presence, and more importantly, he wouldn't have been able to disappear in a cloud of black smoke. He was only human, after all. Although I knew I had to, and even wanted to because it might help people find Chena, it took me 3 days after his disappearance to inform the headmistress about David's relationship with Holly. As a result, Holly underwent a week of questioning at the PIA. When she returned, I tried to talk to her, but she wanted nothing to do with me. Even though I might have lost my friendship with Holly, and by extension Heidi, I didn't regret it. I wasn't sure what was up with David, but one thing was clear. He deserted the PIA and allied with the demons, which meant he was my adversary. How long had he been playing me? The thought ran through my head for the millionth time as I trudged through the woods to meet Alex, Hunter, and Eva for yet another warping lesson. The weeks had flown by since David Chena's disappearance. A thin layer of snow lay on the forest ground, and Yule was fast approaching. The difference was only weeks, but so much had changed. The PIA was in an uproar, conducting investigations.
Rumor had it that 5 more spies had been discovered to be traitors. My whole world had flipped, but one thing remained constant. Alex had had 0 luck in warping since our first lesson. Despite this fact, he remained undeterred in his wish to continue trying. In fact, since Chyna had been exposed, Alex became more militant about our lessons and insisted that Hunter and Eva join us. Not one of them seemed to have the knack for warping, but there were some side benefits to practicing. Since they'd begun trying to warp, each of them had tested and strengthened their magic. Eva could now easily perform many spells that had caused her issue 3 weeks ago, and the guys noticed similar results. "There you are," Eva said as I stepped into the clearing where we'd banished the ghost. "Who goes first today?" I scanned my friends, gauging their exhaustion. "Alex," I said after assessing Hunter's dark circles and the massive bags beneath Eva's eyes. "But this time, we're trying something different." My friends' eyes narrowed, but I brushed off their skepticism. They hadn't had any luck with Professor Tittlebaum's, Andre's, or my methods. It was time for us to get innovative. "Alex, start here. I'll move about 30 feet into the woods. Aim for me." Alex's brows furrowed. "What's the point of this?" "I want to make sure I'm not hogging all the warping energies in this area. I'll also be working magic over there to make warping more accessible. You'll only have to create half a warp hole." He looked skeptical. "Humor me, okay?" He released a huff. "Sure, it's not like anything else is working." His tone sounded sour. I suspected that the upcoming Yule holiday worried him. We would be separated for part of it, to spend time with our families. Plus, the next Spy Games challenge had been moved up a month, to throw off the rogue agents who knew the original date, and that frustrated Alex. I placed a hand on his shoulder. "This might change everything." He gave me a grim smile. "Okay, I'll flash a ball of light once when the energies are ready. Try to warp to me." With that, I broke away from my friends and ran the short distance into the woods. Once there, I began to manipulate the surrounding energies into what I would use for a warp hole. I pushed them to the point that it would require only a smidge more magic before a warp hole would appear. It felt too weird to nearly make a warp hole but stop myself. It wasn't something I'd ever done before. The air shimmered with the act, and thin, colorless lines appeared in my vision. "Weird, but cool," I thought, lifting my other hand and calling a ball of light. Fuchsia flashed bright in the darkening sky, the signal for Alex to proceed. From Alex's stance, I could tell that he'd started working magic. His hands moved through the air, twirling in a graceful manner that, so far, seemed ineffectual. My breath stopped in my lungs, and I hoped more than ever that this would work. If it didn't, my boyfriend would be a train wreck while I was at the Shifter Academy for Spies. Seconds passed, and Alex's shoulders inched closer to his ears. Even though I was far away, I could feel the tension coursing through him. "Calm down. Clear your mind." I squinted into the night, willing him to hear my thoughts, and pictured Alex next to me, victorious. The image was so vivid, so real, that I could almost smell him and feel the heat of his skin as he stood by me. "Come on, babe, you've got this." Then, something in the air shifted. On Alex's hand, a flash of light, fuchsia, bloomed, while at the same moment, my necklace pulsed red. My heart skipped a beat, and an alien tingle rippled across the nape of my neck. "What the?" My hands flew over my mouth, and I released all my power as Alex disappeared and reappeared 5 feet from me. His eyes were wide and terrified, but when they caught me, he smiled. "Holy shit, I did it, didn't I?" I blinked. Had he? I didn't see a warp hole and didn't feel my power respond to it. I hadn't even felt the powerful bloom of heat and cold that always occurred in warp holes. My gaze veered down to Alex's totem on his hand, and then to my necklace. Both still glowed, as if they were telling me something.
"Odie, are you okay?"
Alex rushed forward to stand in front of me.
"Did my warp hole hurt you somehow?"
I paused. knowing that what I was about to say might crush the pride I'd seen on his face. I'm fine. Alex's shoulders loosened, and he beamed.
Surprised, huh? To be honest, I kind of am too. I thought for sure.
Babe? I gripped his arm. I'm sorry, but you didn't make a warp hole. Alex's eyebrows knitted together.
Yeah, I did. I'm here, aren't I?
Something happened. That much is for sure. I admitted, but I promise that wasn't a warp hole. That was something I've never seen before. Magic neither of my mentors have mentioned. My fingers found my totem and rubbed it. His totem encircled his finger. Had it actually made that fuchsia ball of light? Did you see your ring flash before you appeared here?
See my ring flash? What?
Footsteps came closer through the trees, and Eva and Hunter appeared. Hunter's handsome face split in a grin when he saw us.
'Cause you did it, that...
Alex held up his hand, stopping his cousin. Odie says I didn't, but I don't understand how I got here if I didn't warp. I gulped as my friend's attention pressed down on me. I don't understand it either, but I watched your progress closely. Both our totems lit up. Mine was red and yours was fuchsia. And then you popped into existence over here. I saw fuchsia too, Eva said. But I was so shocked that Alex moved that I couldn't be sure if it was in my mind or real. Definitely real, I whispered. And I'd bet everything I own that what Alex made wasn't a warp hole. It was something else. I shook my head, trying to piece together the events of the night. I just don't know what it means. Chapter 41. Alex gripped my hand as we marched up the walkway to the fancy restaurant behind my parents.
Calm down, sweets. We're doing the right thing.
I gulped. Maybe, but holy universe was I uncomfortable. I'd always kept my romantic relationships fairly private. While my parents knew Alex and I were together, I'd only talked about my relationship superficially. I'd certainly never mentioned that Alex and I were fated to be together and what we were meant to do. A soft groan left me. What would they say when I told them everything? It was so much. My eyes flitted down to where our fingers intertwined and caught on Alex's totem. After the strange warping session in the woods, we'd spent every possible second of the weeks before winter break trying to discover other totems that had acted like ours. We'd come up with nothing, which I totally wasn't buying. We couldn't be the only witches in history whose totems were so connected that they could share magic and make one totem owner appear before the other. And if they were, what the actual hell?
Dane, table for 4? As I said when I made the reservation, we prefer a quieter area.
My dad slipped the hostess a bill that made the young woman's eyes light up. We saved you the perfect table, sir, she said. Right this way. When she deposited us at a lone table in the far back, Dad's shoulders loosened. I cocked my head. It seemed like he was anxious too. Did it have to do with the disappearing spies? Although the PIA was under heavy investigation, no one seemed to know anything about those who had vanished. But maybe my parents had discovered information? Everything proceeded fairly normally as the waiter took our drink order, brought bread and beverages, and jotted down our orders with astonishing speed and attentiveness. I had a feeling that the hostess might have bragged about the 50 Dad slipped her, and the waiter was hoping to impress him even more. Finally, we were left alone. So did you kids enjoy the Yule Ball? Mom asked. I thought it was a marvelous affair.
Too short to see everyone I wanted to catch up with. But it was last year, too.
It was wonderful, Mrs. Dane, Alex said with a charming smile. Even better than last year's ball.
Uh-huh,
I agreed half-heartedly, squirming in my chair a little.
Despite the safe topic, the thought of what we really needed to talk about persisted in the back of my mind, and I felt my face warm. Mom looked at me and her eyebrows furrowed. You okay, honey? You've been acting a little strange lately. A little? She was being kind. I'd acted like a total spaz all day, and I knew it. As much as I didn't want to have this discussion, I needed to get it over with so my heart could beat normally again. My eyes darted to Alex, begging him to take the lead. He released a long exhale, Actually, Mr. and Mrs. Dane, Odette and I have something to tell you. After we do, we're hoping you can enlighten us on the matter. Dad leaned forward. Is it about the disappearances? Because I've been thinking about that too. I wanted to wait until we got back to the hotel, but... My spine straightened. I knew it, and yippee for a distraction. Actually, it's not about that. I cut Dad off. But I really want to hear about those spies. So why don't you go first? Beneath the table, a foot slammed into mine, and Alex shook his head. I ignored him, my gaze set on Dad. Well, it seems that you stumbled onto something big, P. Dad admitted as he tore a hunk of bread off the loaf. Things have been kept rather hush-hush at the agency. But we know the right people, or at least, we did until recently. Before we received a call from Headmistress Wake, informing us about Spymaster China's desertion, and how other spies deserted after, we were in contact with old friends at the agency. Our old colleagues told us that 10 active spies have gone missing since the start of the year. Dad's hazel eyes darted from side to side. 2 were very good and old friends of your mother and me. My stomach twisted. 10 spies? But where was the PIA or whoever was responsible for their disappearances taking them? I stuffed a hunk of bread in my mouth, trying to shove down the well of emotions rising up. Since the demon infiltration has become known, our sources have clammed up. Honestly, I don't think they really know anything about it besides the fact that people are missing, and now they're scared to talk because of the interrogations. But we won't just stand by idly, Mom said, her lips pursed. Your dad and I are personally looking into it, alongside a couple of other retirees from the service. Be careful, I whispered. Of course, P, Dad replied. Apparently, there hasn't been a single disappearance since China deserted, so we're hoping that means he was involved, and now people are safe. But either way, your mom and I know how to cover our tracks. We used to be damn good at it, in fact. That's an understatement, Alex chuckled, and the sound was so welcome that for the first time since we sat down, a teensy bit of tension between my shoulder blades dissolved. I leaned back in my chair. Mom smiled, noticing that I'd relaxed a smidge. We are speaking to Headmistress Wake regularly about it, too. If anything major happens while you're at the academy, we'll have her tell you. She didn't seem pleased that I knew about the disappearing spies when I asked about you guys before the last spy games. Mom shrugged. She doesn't like that you're so involved, but Priscilla will have to deal, especially after what's been happening at the academy. I'd much rather my daughter know exactly what's going on than be in the dark. Mom took a sip of her white wine and sighed. Speaking of in the dark, why don't you tell us why you're so wound up and what Alex is doing here? Judging by how you're sweating, I'm pretty sure it's not an engagement announcement, although I am holding out hope. She arched an eyebrow. I coughed. Alex squeezed my hand and swooped in. Then we're of the same mind, Mrs. Dane. My heart stopped at his words, but Alex didn't seem to notice, and kept right on talking. Although, what Odette and I want to talk about is much more pressing. We're all ears, Dad said, amused eyes sliding from my face, which was probably beet red by now, to Alex. My boyfriend placed his hand on the table and nodded to his totem. Odie and I have discovered a connection between our totems. Oh, what? Mom's eyes narrowed in confusion. They have a shared past, Alex explained. One that, as it turns out, allows Odette and me to accomplish miraculous feats of magic together. Alex shot me an unsure glance. We'd decided to tell my parents everything because we needed help, although neither of us were completely sure it was the right thing to do. Realizing that it wasn't fair for Alex to shoulder all of the burden, I cleared my throat. Our totems once belonged to famous witches, ones who we're fairly certain are of our bloodlines. Do you mean Deliverance Dane, honey? Mom asked. Even farther back than Salem. Someone indisputably powerful and more famous. My hand pressed against my totem, and I inhaled a shaky breath. This used to be Morgan Le Fay's necklace, and Alex's ring belonged to Merlin. Dad began coughing and pounded his fist on his chest.
As in the Merlin?
Mom's eyes were locked on Alex's ring, and for some reason, Ishtar's taunt about people remembering Merlin and not Morgan rang in my ears before I batted it away.
Yes, the Merlin, I said.
He was Morgan's teacher and lover, and apparently they accomplished great things together, like sealing the Hellgate. Dad regained control of himself and sat up straight in his chair.
How do you know all of this, Odie? And why didn't you tell us sooner?
I told them the truth, that we'd learned it piece by piece, and until recently, it had felt too personal to share. I still didn't want any Joe Schmo knowing, but as crazy events kept piling up, we knew we needed to tell someone. Plus, if I didn't survive the catastrophe that I was sure was coming, I wanted my parents to know why. While I told the tale, the food arrived, and yet no one moved to take a bite. Mom looked physically ill, and a line had formed between Dad's eyebrows. When I was done, I set my hands in my lap, not sure how to proceed. Mom broke the silence first.
Obviously, you're right that your totems have a shared history. While I don't know a lot about Morgan and Merlin and why the totems reacted the way they did the night you saw Ishtar, I have an idea as to what happened during your last warping class, Mom said, her tone tight and emotional.
She glanced at Dad, who gave her a single nod. Mom sighed.
When I was at the agency, I studied totems. Only a few are as powerful as yours, and even fewer are known to have done what I'm about to tell you.
Her gaze shot from the stones on my necklace to Alex's ring.
Your totems were already bound by previous owners, but the night that Alex saved your life...
Her voice broke, and Dad placed a hand over hers. Mom sniffled, and I felt terrible for telling her about the ghost banishing and the extremes I'd gone to save Amethyst. She sniffled again and wiped her eyes before continuing.
That night, Alex poured his magic into you. A lot of it, if I'm not mistaken. And now, some of it lives on inside of you. Your totems now recognize your need to be together. Their understanding of that need was what brought you physically together that night. Not true warping.
My lips parted. It was strange, but it did explain how Alex had simply appeared before me.
Do you think it worked so easily because I'm a warper?
Mom shrugged.
Possibly. The few other cases that I researched didn't involve warpers at all. In 3 of the cases, one person showed up to the other's aid when they needed it, but it was a traumatic experience.
Her lips pursed.
Which clearly wasn't the case for Alex. New, perhaps, but not traumatic. You might be onto something, honey. I wonder if it would be easier for you to find Alex in a terrible situation, rather than vice versa.
As in, Odie can use the totem's power more easily because she can travel through space, whereas I might only feel the pull?
Alex frowned at the revelation. I pressed my lips together, knowing exactly why that annoyed him. He was, after all, taking warping lessons so that he would be able to find me if I needed his help.
It seems that way,
Dad said.
But from what you two have told us about Morgan and Merlin and everything that connects you, who knows? You might be breaking all the rules.
There seems to be a lot of that going on lately, Mom added. I'll do more research on the totems and Morgan and Merlin when I get home. Thanks for telling us.
Alex continued to look dejected, and since my parents seemed to have told us all they knew in regards to our totems, I sought to change the subject. Speaking of upheaval, did you hear that the Shifter Spy Games event has been moved up? I leave the day after we get back to Spellcasters. Dad's brows furrowed.
Why would they do that, P?
To ensure that the PIA agents who knew about the games before they deserted no longer know the date, I said. It's a safety precaution. Mom exhaled softly.
I have to say that makes me feel slightly better. Who knows what these agents are up to or how you two fit into their plans?
Everything seems so scattershot, but my intuition is strong that all of this is related. I felt the exact same way. Chapter 42. Our quiz on the potions discussed today and their antidotes will be given next Friday. Professor Bain pointed to the whiteboard, where a list of 50 potions stared back at me. I may also throw in a few bonus potions later this week. The professor's lips twisted up in an evil grin that had half the class groaning. The owl hooted, dismissing us from the last class of the day, and one by one, my peers stood. Until Monday! Professor Bain threw a wave. I closed my eyes, trying to squash my rising anxiety. I had 2 missions coming up, a seemingly never-ending mountain of coursework to complete, and 2 more Spy Games events, one of which I was leaving for in 3 hours. To say that I was starting to question my sanity over volunteering for the Spy Games was the understatement of my life. 5 more months and this will be over. I'll be at an internship of my choosing. That can't possibly be worse than the grind.
Take a breath, Odie.
Alex whispered as he joined me. Geez, I must really look like a mess. Not wanting to look as harried as I felt, I repeated a few calming mantras and took slow, calming breaths. When my heart rate slowed, I focused on Alex, trying. How is it that this is only our first day back and I'm already stressed the hell out?
This year has been a lot.
Alex rubbed my back.
What do you say we get a little snack, and then you can pack for the games?
Sounds perfect, I said, gripping my stomach. Our battle magic class, combined with a physically rigorous advanced demonology session that morning, had me burning through calories. I'd been starving all day, but was told not to eat dinner before we warped to the Shifter School of Spies. As usual, a pre-event feast would be served there. We left the classroom and wove through the hallways. As we approached the Grindier Tower, people clapped me on the back and wished me luck in the event to come. Of course, not everything was hunky-dory, but overall, almost my entire class believed in me now. I found it hard to care about the few who didn't, because the support and cheer of everyone else was so infectious. Everyone was getting really excited because after the Shifter event, Spellcasters would get our turn to host the Spy Games. As for me, I just wanted to do them proud and keep Spellcasters in the lead. With Night Dwellers only 2 points behind us, it would be a tall order to fill. After a flurry of squeezing in coursework and packing, I said goodbye to my besties and made my way to Alice Kittler Hall to warp to the Shifter Academy of Spies. The other champions and our headmistress were already waiting. Andre and Sam chatted merrily, while Diana sat with her back to the wall, scribbling in a notebook. Apparently, I wasn't the only champion feeling squished for time. My gaze shot to Andre and Sam, who didn't appear to have a care in the world. I can't wait for Crucible Year, when I can get rid of a couple classes. Professor Tittlebaum created the warpole, and we stepped through. As soon as I emerged on the other side of the warpole, I pulled my jacket tight to protect from the bitter cold in the air. The Shifter Academy of Spies was definitely not as austere or beautiful as the Fey and Vampire Academies. It was more like Spellcasters, an impressive manor house, but with fewer flourishes, although, to account for the needs of the creatures who studied within its walls, the academy did possess an interesting quirk. On one side of the academy, a massive cave nearly the height of a school yawned open wide. On the other side lay a forest heavy with evergreens covered in snow. The difference in environments was stark, but also fitting when one considered that many North American shifters thrived in those environments. As if he'd smelled us, Alpha Conan stepped out of the woods and made his way to our group.
"Good afternoon,"
he said and held a hand out to Headmistress Wake.
"I'm pleased to have you at my school. Allow me to show you to your room so that you might put your bags down."
My lips tugged up in a grin. Like his academy, Alpha Conan was the least flashy of all the heads of schools. Even Headmistress Wake had a flair for drama from time to time, but I'd never witnessed that tendency in the wolf shifter. "We'd appreciate that, Alpha," Headmistress Wake said. "Are we the first to arrive?" He shook his head.
"The vampires are already here.
I believe the Fey will arrive right before dinner. You know how their timelines differ from most magicals."
It was true. Fey were generally creatures of the afternoon and night. Alpha Conan led us through the front of the academy. It seemed that most of the shifter students were in their rooms, but the few we passed were definitely sizing us up. I wondered if Dasha and the guys had said anything about us. While Alpha Conan and Headmistress Wake chatted, I took a moment to absorb my surroundings. In comparison to the other academies, the shifter school was barren of decoration, save for the trees and plants that lined the hallways. Although it was simple, the greenery was a nice touch. And considering that shifters needed time outdoors to maintain their health, it made a lot of sense, too. I bet the vegetation saved the sanity of cold-blooded shifters, who couldn't brave the frigid winters as easily as their long-furred cousins. Suddenly, the Alpha stopped and gestured us down a hallway.
"I expect that you will return to your respective academies tomorrow evening, although that depends on your performance during the challenge. Whatever the case, all the champions will be staying here tonight."
My eyebrows shot up, and I shared a glance with Diana.
"Yes, even the vampires,"
Alpha Conan said, correctly interpreting our expressions.
"One of the aims of the games is to instill camaraderie. Therefore, you will be in close proximity, as will your heads of academies, and share a table at dinner."
Oh, great. I adored the Fey and Shifter champions, but sharing a table with Simone and Francis, or even Magdalena and Anton?
No, thank you.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little worried about sleeping next to the vamps after the Night Dwellers games. Sam voiced a valid concern. Who knows what kind of shady shit they'll pull. Alpha Conan gave her an understanding smile.
"I thought you might say that. But do not worry. I have everyone's best interests at heart. The rooms for the Spellcasters students are the first 4 on the right, directly across from the shifters, who all have excellent hearing. What's more, each room is equipped with a strong lock, and of course you may ward them at your own pleasure. In addition, there will be 2 shifters on guard all night long. They have pledged to protect each champion, should another try anything dishonorable in the name of competition."
That made me feel better, and assured me that Alpha Conan wasn't blind to what the vampires might do. "Right then, we'd better prepare," Headmistress Wake said. "What time is dinner?"
"In an hour,"
Alpha Conan replied.
"If you would like to rest or change beforehand, I will leave you to it."
"Thank you, Alpha," Headmistress Wake said, before ushering us to our rooms. Chapter 43. As the Spellcasters champions descended upon the dining hall, I hoped that I wouldn't have to sit next to any of the vampires. As it turned out, I was fated for disappointment. The Fey sat on one side of the table, and the shifters directly across from them. All the champions from those schools gabbed merrily, while the vampires sat in a line facing the crowds. Their eyes were narrowed, and their lips formed a thin line, as if they were trying to intimidate everyone in the room and not just the other champions. And now we get to sit right across from them. Oh, joy. Headmistress Wake motioned for us to join the champions' table, and with Andre in the lead, we walked one by one through the cluster of tables decorated with lush plants and candles. I brought up the rear, and a few shifters smiled at me as I passed. I grinned back, pleased to be welcomed so warmly. When I reached the front, I took the only seat remaining, which, of course, was directly across from Simone. "Universe help me. Hello, witches," Simone said, her goblet of blood pinched between her fingers. "It's about time we had a little chat." "Maybe. That depends on what you'd like to chat about," I said, as I unfolded my napkin. Unlike at Night Dwellers, there was already food on the table, and as soon as I sat down, people began to dig in. The Shifter Academy of Spies gave fanfare little weight, which, considering that I was starving, I was pretty stoked about. I slowly began picking out foods and placing them on my plate, my eyes drifting up to Simone for only a moment as I did so. But I won't be bullied into talking about anything I don't want to. Simone's full lips flattened for a moment before she leaned forward. "I don't want to bully you, witch. I want to know how you discovered that Fey and Fairy."
I went to see him in the dungeons, you know. He was passed out from the iron they had wrapped around him. But nothing smelled or looked off about him. Did he perform dark magic in your presence? I could feel the eyes of the shifters and Fey watching us, and on the other side of me, I heard Diana snigger. I made a show of taking a few bites of my food before setting my fork and knife down. When I looked up again, I bit my lip to stop from laughing. Both Simone's and Francis's faces were so red it looked as if they might explode at any moment. Even Magdalena and Anton, the more chill of the vamps, appeared stony. Okay, enough screwing with the vamps, Odie. I leaned back in my chair. No, I suppose you wouldn't see or smell the effects of a demon stone, but because I'm demon-touched, I felt it. My fellow witch champions jerked backward, clearly shocked that I'd admit such a thing. A few gasps came from the Fey and shifter end of the table. The vampires, however, seemed unaffected as they studied me. Exactly how I thought they'd react. Inspired by Alpha Conan's talk of camaraderie, I'd thought intensely about coming out as demon-touched while I prepared for the feast. After telling my fellow Spellcasters champions the truth of what being demon-touched meant, it no longer felt like a cloud hanging over my head. Right before leaving my room for the feast, I'd concluded that Alpha Conan was right. We needed each other, so this was a test. Depending on their reactions, I would tell them more, and maybe, in time, we'd become allies. Finally, after 10 seconds of silence that felt like far longer, Francis leaned over the table.
Demon-touched? As in, by a royal?
I nodded. Ishtar. Simone's eyes widened for a heartbeat before she caught herself. And my best friend is demon-touched by Lucifer. I added. Outside the safe walls of our academies, evil is building like never before. The demons want to invade our realm. And because I have a connection to them, I can feel their presence. And that of demon stones.
Anton shook his head. Why are you telling us this, though?
I turned to the massive blonde. We're supposed to be building camaraderie here. Obviously, it's also a competition, and I expect that tomorrow you guys will be all cutthroat as usual. But what I'm talking about is real life. You might be affected too, and you should know the truth so that you can save those you love when things start happening. I twisted to make sure that none of the heads of schools were approaching. These past few months, PIA agents have gone missing. I only know of the witches, but perhaps you've learned of others? Each champion looked shocked, and then, surprisingly, Valwyn, Sanna's bearded guard, who had barely said a word during the games, spoke.
Actually, yes. I've heard of Fey agents disappearing. My elder brother is one of them.
Sanna gasped, and her hand gripped Valwyn's forearm. You didn't tell me that. Pink bloomed on his pale cheeks as he glanced down at Sanna's hand.
Apologies, Lady Torna, but I don't like to burden you with my personal issues.
Hurt flashed across Sanna's face. You could never burden me with your problems. We're friends. Family, really. I don't want you to hide anything from me. I cleared my throat, not wanting to lose momentum when I was learning new information. When did your brother disappear?
2 months ago,
the Fey replied. My gaze ran across the shifters and vamps. No one else has heard anything? They shook their heads. Alpha Conan runs a tight ship. Dasha spoke up for the shifters. No news gets in or out. We don't even have a cute little town nearby to get news from, like I hear Spellcasters does.
Neither do we,
Magdalena piped up. Interesting, A howl rang from behind me, making me whip around. When I saw what had made the sound, my mouth fell open. Alpha Conan had shifted into a midnight black wolf the size of a four-wheeler and was prowling the dining hall, waiting for everyone to quiet down. Apparently, the Alpha did have a theatrical flair. Holy crap, I breathed. Then Shada looked to Dasha. Are you that big? I didn't remember her being so large when she'd transformed at Night Dwellers, but I'd also been pretty preoccupied, and she'd been far away. She shook her head. Less than half his size, but I'll fill out. Conan is what wolves like to call an alpha's alpha. He's one of the biggest to have ever lived. And if the intimidating way he prowled and growled for attention was any indication, one of the most fearsome, too. In a matter of seconds, a chattering room full of shifters had quieted. When Alpha Conan shifted back into his human aspect,
Any residual noise halted with a clap of his hands.
Tonight, we break bread with the champions from our sister spy schools. Everyone, please join me in welcoming them to the Shifter Academy of Spies.
Polite clapping filled the hall, and everyone at the champions table waved. Once he'd decided that we'd been properly respected, Alpha Conan lifted a fist, and the sound stopped.
Tomorrow, these 16 students will participate in a challenge at this very school. One that will test their abilities to seek and find, and also determine how well they work as a team. Because as my kind knows, lone shifters often die, but teams, or packs and prides, survive.
Teams survive, the shifters in the crowd murmured, as if they'd done it 1,000,000 times before. The Alpha turned to face our table, and a wide grin spread across his face.
And tomorrow, your pack will need to work together even more efficiently than usual, for one member will be missing.
My spine straightened.
What?
Tonight, after you retire to your chambers, the heads of house will collect one member of each team at 4 a.m. That member will be tasked with leaving 3, and only 3 clues for the rest of their team. As to their whereabouts, the other team members shall have to find them. Whoever finds their lost team member the fastest wins.
I groaned. This event totally favored the shifters. I bet they didn't even need to use clues. Especially if Dasha was taken, the guys would be able to sniff her out no problem.
The task begins at 5 a.m.,
Alpha Conan continued.
Due to this, I ask that you finish your meals if you have not already, and retire early. Everyone will want to be up to watch the event.
And with that, he retook his seat.
What the actual fuck? 5 a.m?
Francis flung his head into his hands.
What is wrong with shifters?
I couldn't help but agree. Seeing as we began dinner later than usual to accommodate the Fey, it was already almost 9. When we wolfed down our meals, the other champions continued to pepper me with questions about demons and demon stones. Since none of it was too personal, and was good information for anyone to know, I did my best to answer while eating. When the Alpha dismissed the room, everyone rose together. My team and I fell into a discussion about who we hoped would be taken, and how best they could benefit the team. Sam thought Diana was the best choice, but everyone else considered her an optimal pick. My eyelids were drooping when we turned down the hallway where our rooms were located, and I caught sight of a familiar face. Odette! Leslie ran toward me, smiling brightly. She about barreled me over with a hug, and immediately I recognized that she was stronger than before. Hey, Leslie. I grinned at the girl who'd helped me escape Crescent Springs. It's so good to see you here. Dasha told me that you enrolled. Are you liking it? Leslie beamed so brightly, it was like she was a different person from the girl I'd met in Colorado. Absolutely, I'm never going back to that hellhole. Understandable. So were you waiting to say hello? I gestured to the door to my room. Leslie laughed. No, silly, I'm on the first rotation for your guard. I volunteered. And even though I'm not quite as strong as the other students, Alpha Conan let me. He knows I'd protect you and the other champions to my dying breath.
Yeesh, talk about dramatic.
Thanks, I said. But hopefully that won't be necessary. My mouth opened, and I accidentally released a yawn. Oh, moons! I'm in your way, and you're probably exhausted. Leslie stood to the side, allowing us to pass. Have a good rest, Odette. If the shifter school can't win, I hope your team does. I locked myself in my room and took a second to relish in the blissful quiet. Then I went about preparing for bed, thankful that Alpha Conan had insisted the feast end quickly, because I was dead on my feet. At 9:30, I slipped between the sheets and released a happy sigh. My body relaxed, and my muscles softened into the mattress like jello. I could feel that the blissful oblivion of sleep was only a few heartbeats away, so I closed my eyes and willed it to pull me under. The blackness had almost completely taken me when a searing pain wrapped around my wrist and radiated up my arm. I sat up with a gasp and looked at the talisman Alex and I had made. It glowed red and hot in the pitch black of my room. Seconds later, the realization of what that meant crashed over me. Alex was in danger. Chapter 44. I burst out of my bedroom door, barefoot and clad in my pajamas. Leslie and the other shifter on guard whirled around to face me. "Odette, what's wrong?" Leslie scanned the hallway behind me. "Where's Headmistress Wake staying?" I yelled, not caring if I woke anyone else up. Alex was in danger, and I needed to find him. "I can take you to her." Leslie's eyebrows furrowed. "Why don't you put on some shoes, though? The manor is cold." "I don't need shoes, damn it." My voice rose. "Take me to her now." Now!" I roared, and Leslie leapt back. Doors opened behind me. "What's happening?" Sam's voice rang out. "Odette, are you okay?" "No, something's happened to Alex. I need to get to him." I held up my talisman and whirled around. A soft gasp left me. Every single champion was standing in the hallway in various states of dress and disarray. I gulped, realizing that I was about to spill some more secrets. Ones I wasn't sure I was ready to tell everyone, but the alternative of wasting time in saving Alex was too much to bear. This burns if he's in danger. I need to find Headmistress Wake now. "Who do you think took Alex?" Simone asked, although she was dressed in a short, very sexy, silky nightgown. She didn't seem to be embarrassed. If anything, she appeared genuinely curious and even a little worried. It seemed that our dinner discussion had sunk in. My talisman burned again, hotter and more urgent this time. Screw it. If I'm in, I'm going all in. Ishtar, Lucifer, the Furies, Zaphon. I spat out the names with vehemence. With each one, the expressions on the other champions' faces transformed from looks of surprise to fear. "Wait a minute. You only said that you were demon-touched and could find demons and those stones because of it." Francis the Flashy waved his hands in front of his face. "Now you're telling me that the royal demons are after you?" "Yes, they think that we have the power to open the Hell Gate. Even before I was demon-touched, they thought that." I turned back to Leslie. "Now can you please tell me where my headmistress is staying? I need to tell her that something is wrong at Spellcasters." "Follow me," Leslie said, her face about 10 shades paler than when I'd busted out of my bedroom. She started speed-walking, and I fell into step behind her. Footsteps followed, and I twisted to find the champions trailing behind us. I wasn't surprised to see the witches, but the rest... "You guys don't have to."
"No way,"
Santa said.
"We might not know everything that's happening, but if there's a royal demon threat, I want to be in on stopping it."
"Absolutely. No one messes with my friends." Dasha growled so strongly that I sensed her wolf aspect was simmering just below the surface. My eyes shot to the vampires. Simone smiled a sly smile. "I too am interested in this royal demon threat. Tell us more." And so, as we wound down the hallways, I did. I told them about everything except Amethyst's possession. I talked so much that by the time we stopped before a door that I was fairly sure ended in a tower, I was out of breath. "Holy crap," Howley, the nerdy shifter, breathed. "No shit." Anton ran a massive hand through his blonde hair. "I've lived a century and not heard a story that wild." "Well, now you have." I directed my attention to Leslie. "Is this her room?" Leslie nodded. "This tower is divided into suites, and each head of house has one. They wanted to be close to discuss business, I guess." I sidestepped her and pounded on the door. Footsteps came from the other side, and an older woman dressed in a dark blue uniform of sorts and holding a used tea set answered. "May I help you?" Her eyes darted behind me to latch onto Dasha. "Tins, this is an emergency." Dasha came to stand next to me. Her solid presence was welcome when it felt like everything was crashing down around me. "Can you wake the Spellcasters headmistress? And Alpha Conan too while you're at it?" Tin's eyebrows pulled together, and she shook her head.
"I wish I could, Dasha, but none of the headmasters or headmistresses are in right now."
"What?" Gregor stepped up next to his mate. "Where did they go?" Tin shrugged, and the simple gesture stopped my heart. "To do something related to the event tomorrow. I believe half are in the woods and the other half in the cave system. We can..." "No, never mind. I'll figure it out myself." I cut her off, unwilling to wait a second longer to find Alex. Pulling away from the group, I began to call my magic, and within seconds, a warp-hole to spellcasters, specifically the Grindyr Tower, opened up in front of me. Without hesitating for a moment, I stepped through. When I entered the green tower, I gasped. Hunter and Holly were fighting in the common space.
What the?
A blast of Hunter's green magic slammed the culling air student in the center of her chest. Holly toppled to the floor with a groan, and to my great surprise, Hunter followed a second later. My heart stopped. I ran to him, and other footsteps followed. One quick glance behind me told me that every single champion had walked through the warpole after me. It was shocking, but I didn't really have time to dwell on it. I fell to my knees, and after I turned Hunter so that he was face up, my hands flew to my mouth. A gash at least 6 inches long tore through his abdomen. My first thought was to get Alex, but of course he wasn't there. My eyes snapped to Holly, a few feet away. Her chest was moving up and down, but she was clearly out. I wasn't sure why she'd attacked Hunter, but I had a hunch that it was related to Alex. I whipped around, and my eyes sought Diana's. Get Eva and Amethyst and check Alex's room. Fast. She took off and dashed up the stairs to the Spymaster level, while I did my best to close the wound with my hands. Hunter? Hunter, can you hear me?
This is not Alex?
Anton's cold voice asked from behind me.
No, Andre replied. It's his cousin, Hunter. Odette is friends with him.
It appears that he's rapidly dying, Simone quipped. Move aside, witch. Simone bit into her wrist, and suddenly I understood what she meant to do. Vampires were generally strict about sharing blood, and for good reason. It had many desirable properties, one of them being miraculous healing abilities. Simone was going to save Hunter. Andre, help us, I said, and gestured to Hunter's mouth. The Crucible student pried Hunter's lips apart, just enough so that the vampire could pour a few drops of blood between his lips. Then she moved her wrist downwards and dripped blood on the wound that I held closed with my hands. Immediately, the gash began to heal, and Hunter's eyes fluttered open.
Odie?
Hunter asked, his voice cracking as he took in first my face and then my hands on his body.
How?
Shh, we'll talk about that later. What happened? Why did Holly attack you, and where's Alex? As if just remembering what had happened to him, Hunter's eyes grew wide as saucers as he struggled to get up. Whoa, slow down there, pretty boy, Simone said. My blood is strong, but you still need a few minutes to allow it to work.
Blood.
Hunter's gaze roved over Simone, and she helped him out by exposing her fangs.
Holy shit, am I a vampire?
She just healed you, I promise. Now answer my questions. I snapped impatiently. Holly and Alex. Once again, Hunter's eyes grew wide.
Shit, Alex.
He looked around as if his cousin should be right next to him, and then fearfully, his eyes found mine.
I don't know where he is. Eva turned in early, and I was coming down here to study when Alex and Holly burst through the door. It looked like he was running from her. Some weird shit happened. I think I saw a flash of white, and then Alex just disappeared.
Hunter shook his head. But what about Holly?
She seemed happy about it,
Hunter said slowly.
And then she attacked me, but I don't know why.
I had a hunch, but was saved from responding, because at that moment, Amethyst, Eva, and Diana showed up. Eva dropped down beside me and began tending to Hunter. Alex didn't answer his door, and I didn't hear a sound. I don't think he's in there, Diana panted, out of breath from running up and down 6 flights of stairs at top speed. I know, I replied as I stood and turned to Amethyst. I think Holly's possessed by a royal demon's ghost, and the ghost sent Alex somewhere against his will. Can you tell me if she's possessed or has been? Amethyst wasted no time running over to Holly. I followed, and together we dropped to our knees and flipped Holly onto her back. Amethyst's hands began traveling the length of the girl's body, and despite being right next to her, I couldn't hear the incantation she quietly murmured. But when she gasped and jerked backward, I sure as hell heard that. What happened? I asked, my heart thumping hard. Amethyst's brown eyes latched onto mine, frantic. You were right, a possessed ghost. I can't tell which of the royals possessed it, was living inside her. It's done a lot of damage. Honestly, it's a miracle she's still breathing. She must have an aptitude for spirit walking and talking. Amethyst's gaze dropped to the girl sadly, and even though Holly had just sent Alex to God only knew where, I felt a little bad for the girl, too. I doubted that she knew what she'd gotten herself into. She'll be okay, though? I asked Amethyst. Is the ghost gone? My friend nodded.
Yes, on both accounts. If Alex has gone too, I bet the ghost transported him through the spirit realm. It's kind of like warping, but only ghosts and their passengers can do it. Amethyst gulped. We should get her to the infirmary quickly so the healer can assess her health. Right, I said. Do you think she'd be able to tell us where she sent Alex? Amethyst shook her head. I doubt it. It will probably take hours or days for her to even wake up. I bit my lip. There was no way I was sticking around for hours until Holly regained consciousness. I needed to act now. Odette. Someone spoke up behind me, and I turned to find Diana watching me. Yeah? I asked, my mind still on the issue of getting out of the tower to wherever Alex was and saving him. I told you once that if shit went down, you needed to ask me for help. Is now the time? Because if it is... Diana gestured back to the champions, some of whom were huddled over Hunter, and some whom were watching me. My eyebrows furrowed when I noticed that Sam and Andre seemed to be missing, but I didn't have a second to question it because Diana kept talking. You have a squad behind you. The Fey, shifters. Shit, even the vampires want to help. Try not to sound so surprised, Simone said coldly. Diana rolled her eyes. We are all behind you. Sam and Andre have already gone to get their Hellblades. I grabbed mine upstairs. We're ready. What do we need to do? I stared into her serious blue eyes as the seconds ticked on. Things were coming to a head. I could feel it. But most of these people had just learned what was going on. Did they truly realize how dangerous helping me would be? Seriously, Diana urged. Let us help. As if her final words broke the spell, I nodded and gestured to Holly. Someone help Amethyst get Holly to the infirmary. I'm going to grab some shoes and clothes I can fight in. I'll get stuff for the others, too. My eyes flitted to Simone in her silk nightie. It would not do for what I suspected was about to go down. Once everyone returns, we are going to find Alex. Chapter 45. By the time the vampires and Amethyst returned from taking Holly to the infirmary, I had a plan, and holy universe, I hoped that it worked. If you want to come, get behind me, I instructed. I waited and was shocked to find that every single champion and Amethyst moved to stand at my back. Tears threatened to cloud my vision. After I spilled the truth of what was happening, I thought that it would be only a matter of time before the others ditched and only Eva and Hunter remained. They would have been enough, but to know that others believed me meant a lot, although I still wasn't sure they understood just how dangerous it would be, which was something I needed to rectify immediately. You know you don't have to. I won't judge. No way, witch. Simone cut me off. You aren't getting rid of any of us, so stop trying. Amethyst expanded on your story. She told us all about the first ghost. It seemed like this is the real deal. The calm before the storm, if you will. The black-haired vampire looked to her teammates. This is what we've all trained to do, and we're coming too. The shifters second that. Dasha stepped forward. The Fey are in too. Ayla piped up for her crew. My gaze trailed over the witches. We're all in, Diana said firmly. Every single one of us has been affected by the demons trying to cross over in one way or another. We want to help. Then I'm going to call a warp hole, I said, not about to beg them to rethink it. I respected them too much to do that. It will be unlike any I've done before. How so? Andre stepped up to stand next to me, presumably to help, although in this instance, he wouldn't be able to. I pulled my totem out from under the long-sleeve shirt I wore. I'm going to use this to guide me to Alex. We did it once when I was trying to teach him to warp. Andre's eyes bugged out at that admission, but I didn't have time to explain, so I just kept talking. Just let me go through first. I'll call back if it's safe. If you don't hear me, I trailed off, unsure what to say, because I had no clue what would happen if I screwed up. We're with you, Amethyst said. I turned my back to them and gripped the totem with one hand, never having asked Alex exactly how his totem had deposited him next to me during our lessons. I wasn't sure what had happened, but I could make an educated guess. Our totem seemed to give us what we needed to survive when we needed it. All we had to do was ask. And if I could help it along, all the better.
Extending my other hand, I began manipulating the energies around me to create a warp hole. Once I felt the shift, the mixture of heat and cold that signified I was making a portal, I requested assistance.
Please take me to Alex. Wherever he is, I need to go there and save him.
The change was instantaneous. A flash of mixed fuchsia and crimson light blasted through the tower. I closed my eyes, and my friends cried out. The light didn't let up. I was just about to open my eyes and see what was happening when I felt the energy of my warp hole ripple across my skin, hot, then cold, and darkness washed over me. Seconds later, everyone in the green tower was deposited into a dirty cobblestone alley. "I thought you said we'd have to walk through the warp hole," a voice, Anton's I think, asked.
I did. Apparently I was wrong.
I twisted to look at the group. "Seems like we're all fine, though," Francis chuckled. "Good to know you're so concerned with our well-being."
"I am," I said. "But out of everyone here, you four can definitely take care of yourselves."
Vampires were practically indestructible and excellent fighters, and even though I wasn't exactly sure where we stood on the friends to enemies scale, having them behind me was quelling my nerves.
"So where are we?"
Santa asked as she glanced around and rubbed her arms with her hands to warm them. I followed her gaze, taking in the buildings that climbed to the sky on either side of us. 2 cars drove by at the end of the alley. A faint scent of fried food was in the air, and wherever we were, it was definitely nighttime. If the voices I hear a few streets over are any indication, we're in the UK, Magdalena offered and tilted her head. Most likely London, judging by the regional accents. The passage Diana had pointed out to me earlier that year ran through my mind. My jaw tightened momentarily.
London. Of freaking course we're in London.
If that's where we are, I have a hunch where we need to go. Anyone here know London like the back of their hand? Anton stepped forward. "I lived here for half a century. Only moved about 5 years ago."
"Perfect,"
I said. Having the vampires in my corner was proving to be more beneficial than I ever could have imagined. I was happy that I'd followed my intuition and told them the truth. I pointed to the end of the alley. "Let's get onto that street. From there, we need to find the Thames." We emerged onto the main street, and upon seeing a red phone booth, confirmed that we were indeed in London. After that, Anton zipped through the side streets so fast that all the non-vampires struggled to keep up. We'd been sprinting for about 5 minutes straight when I begged him to stop for a moment so I could catch my breath. And that's when I saw it. Illuminated by a pub's single outdoor light, a wisp of black smoke trailing around a corner. Someone in the group gasped, and I whirled around to see Eva's hand fly to her scar. My attention dropped to my ankle, and through the cold, damp winter chill of the London night, I could feel a slight burning of my demon mark. Demons were nearby.
"If you have a weapon, get it out,"
I hissed. The others, particularly the Fey and shifters, looked concerned.
"Here?
Santa squeaked.
In the middle of the city?"
"Yes, oh shit."
I reared back as glimmering black smoke on the wind flew by my face. A growl quickly followed, and I spun to see a race of demon I didn't recognize prowling around the corner. He bared 20 sharp rows of teeth, and vicious claws snapped out of his hands. Ayla, the closest to it, noticed the beast right after me and screeched.
"Spread out and surround it,"
I yelled, but as it turned out, I didn't really need to take the lead. Levon, Ayla's sworn guard, was already in motion to protect the royal Fey. His wings snapped out of the jacket he wore, and he soared toward the demon and ripped its head clean off. The second the head and body separated, the demon went up in smoke, leaving not a trace behind. Bile climbed up my throat, and I twisted away, trying to stop the reaction. Behind me, I heard puke splatter on the ground and gagged.
"Thank you, Levon,"
Ayla said, and a few others echoed her gratitude. I wiped my mouth and decided that I needed to toughen up. Decapitation was extreme, but clearly it got the job done. Finally composed, I turned back to face the Fey Guardian. "Yes, thank you. Now does anyone know what the hell that thing was?" Blank stares met my eyes, and my stomach sank. I'd been holding out hope that someone would be able to identify the race of demon. That they couldn't was ominous. I couldn't help but think that we might have just encountered a new breed of demon,
perhaps offspring of the royals. But since I didn't know for sure, I didn't mention it. There was no need to scare anyone. I had a feeling that there would be enough fear and terror tonight without me adding to it. Let's keep moving toward the river. I nodded at Anton, who once again led the way. Less than 5 minutes later, I caught a glimmer of water through the densely packed buildings and stopped the team. We're almost there. Be careful, and when we get to the waterway, look for a guy with black hair and glasses. That's Alex. My heart squeezed hard at the thought of finding him. Everyone nodded, and we crept closer to the riverwalk. When we reached it, I inched my way to the edge of a building and peeked around the corner. All the breath flew from my lungs. We were in so much trouble. Chapter 46. Get your weapons out, I whispered, taking in the wall of magicals that stood about 100 yards away. Even at that distance, I could sense a strong shifter vibe wafting off the line. The effect was reinforced by their tough guy stances, arms crossed and scowls on their faces. Not one of them spoke or glanced at the person next to them. It was as if they were on guard. Or waiting for someone. I turned to my group. There's 20-plus magicals out there. Judging by the magical energy radiating from them, most are shifters. They're guarding something on the river walk. If anyone wants to back out now, there's no shame in leaving.
Is Alex there?
Hunter craned his neck as if he could see through the brick building. I can't see him, but I'm fairly certain they're waiting for me. If that's true, they know I'm coming for Alex. My gaze scanned the crowd. No one had moved so much as an inch. They were still in. Their loyalty made my throat tighten, but I did my best to push the emotion aside. I needed to save all my feelings so I could perform some freaking amazing battle magic. I don't know what's past the line of shifters. It could be more adversaries. Be prepared for that. Yeah. Simone cracked her knuckles. Let's just do the damn thing.
Shifters should be cake,
Francis added, and shot a sly glance at our shifters, who wisely chose not to react to his taunt. For the first time, I was thankful for the vampires' huge egos. At least someone thought this would be easy. We're ready, Odie, Eva pressed. I gave a single nod. Okay, the witches will go first and put up a shield. We'll try to protect everyone with it for as long as we can. Shields bloomed from the hands of my peers, and as soon as the other magicals were behind us, we broke around the corner and sprinted for the shifters. The moment our opponents noticed us, their eyes flashed crimson, making my stomach drop. They have demon stones on them. Right away, half shifted, and tigers, bears, wolves, and even a wolverine appeared. Careful, they have demon stones. We should attack them first, I yelled. Fighting off a bear shifter whose hide was imbued with protective magic and bolstered by a demon stone's power would be a major feat. We needed the advantage of first move. Hunter took a shot and hit a shifter who was mid-transformation. The limbo state made him vulnerable, and the lion shifter collapsed to the ground. Magic flew from all the witches' hands as our opponents charged toward us. 4 other shifters went down fast. But those still in human form remained still, too far away for us to attack, while the others in animal aspect were coming ever closer as they dodged our attacks. We were within 20 feet of the beasts, and I was preparing to blast them with battle magic when the vampires flew by our front line. What the hell? My breath hitched as each vampire, moving so fast they were a blur, flung themselves onto an animal and sank their fangs into their necks. The bitten shifters let out a piercing wail, and then, to my surprise, exploded in a cloud of black smoke. Well, I'll be damned. My heart lodged into my throat, and I nearly stopped running. The next round of shifters transformed and rushed forward to fight, leaving a large gap in the center of their line. The person they'd been protecting was now visible. My breath hitched as I saw Alex lying prone on the ground. David Chena stood over him, watching the fight with the realm slicer in his hand. The shield in front of me faltered, then dropped altogether as fear and fury took over. My vision tunneled, and I sprinted forward, attacking and defending myself on autopilot. I fought my way through the shifters, punching, hurling magic, and stabbing them with my demon dagger, all with one common goal: to get to Alex. Bam!
A huge body slammed into me from the side, and a screech ripped up my throat as I fell to the ground. A second later, a bear appeared above me, his paws on both sides of my arms and his stinky breath flowing straight into my nostrils. The bear swiped a massive paw. I rolled out of the way just in time to hear the scrape of claws on cobblestone. Reacting quickly, I hurled my power at him. With only inches between us, it could have at least stunned the beast, but he didn't even blink. Shit. I rolled to the other side and tried to shimmy out from under his chest, but the bear's massive paw slapped me so that I was forced squarely beneath him again. His teeth were inches from my face. I'm a goner. Suddenly, where the bear had been, there was only a massive cloud of black smoke. I coughed, trying to clear my lungs. When the smoke cleared, Andre stood over me, a hellblade in one hand, while the other one was extended to me.
You okay?
Yeah, thanks, I said, accepting his help to stand. As soon as I was up, my gaze searched for Alex. Chino was squatting over him, pulling the realm slicer, now dripping with blood, from Alex's arm.
Oh, crap. I need to get to him, and fast.
I called all the surrounding magical energies to me and was 2 seconds away from making a warp hole when Chino slammed the blade into the ground. I watched, wide-eyed, as the area beneath Alex began to shimmer, and he sank through the river walk.
No!
I screamed and thrust my hands toward Chino. A veritable blaze of power soared across the space between us. The traitor Spymaster barely had time to look up before my magic hit him, and he crumpled to the floor.
Odie, where'd Alex go?
Eva asked, running up to me. Her presence snapped me out of my trance, and I cast a wild, defensive glance around. We were kicking our opponents' asses. The demon blades and the vampires had made a bigger difference than I ever could have imagined. Only 3 shifters remained fighting an animal aspect, and the Fey and our shifters were tag-teaming them. Eva gripped my arm.
I saw Alex, and now he's gone.
I saw him too. Magdalena came up behind me, but I can no longer see or smell him. It's like he vanished into thin air. I shook my head, and a lump rose in my throat, alongside the words I never thought I'd say. No, not thin air. Alex is in hell, and I'm going after him.
What?
Hunter yelped, and I jumped because I hadn't realized that he was behind me.
How?
I pointed to Chino, lying motionless on the ground, the realm slicer at his side. If he can use the realm slicer, I can too. If it doesn't work for me, I'll figure out how to warp there. I have to.
You're not going alone, Eva said.
No, Eva, I am. No one is going with me. I twisted to face Hunter. Here, take my demon blade. When I come back with him, I bet there will be more demons. Hunter shook his head.
No way, Odie. I'm going too.
I fought their ludicrous wishes, but in the end, no one would let me get close to the realm slicer unless I allowed them to join me. All the witches, except for Sam and Andre, would join me in hell. As would Simone and Francis. Magdalena and Anton wanted to come too, but the other vampires pulled rank. They insisted that we would need them here when we re-emerged, which was probably true. I had a feeling that when we returned, we'd probably have a demonic tail following us. Why do you guys even want to go? I asked Simone and Francis as I bent to pick up the realm slicer. Demons are disgusting and we don't want them in this world either, but their blood is good. I want first dibs, Simone admitted with a shrug. Plus they're lethal and practically indestructible. Who better to fight them? Touché. I faced those who would stay behind. The rest of you, be ready to fight. In fact, my eyes found Andre. We'll need backup. Can you warp to spellcasters and wake the professors? Tittlebomb first, so we can send people as you alert them. Andre looked unsure, but nodded. Go then, I said, but first give the others your demon blade in case you don't make it back in time. Diana and I were leaving ours with the Fey. They would do us no good in hell. On the contrary, if they glowed red like they did in Chino's presence, they'd give us away. There was a tiny chance that we could pass as cambions, half-human, half-demonic offspring, in the underworld, but not if we traveled with blades meant to kill demons. When the moment came to fight, we would have to rely on vampire strength and the incantations we'd learned to protect ourselves. Have the professors notify the other heads of schools too, Dasha said. Everyone needs to know.
Ayla stepped forward. For the first time, I noticed that she was absolutely covered in blood.
"We can help too,"
the Fey said, and gestured for her sister to join her. I shook my head. I already told you, I can't risk anyone else coming. The group is already larger than I'd like.
"We understand. We'll remain here and fight. But Santa and I can still help you in hell."
She lifted her hand, and it began to glow. I'd only ever seen Fey use elemental powers. What are you doing?
"Using ether to create a glamour for you guys. Hoping that someone will think your cambions just isn't going to work. Now stay still. It's hard to make these so fast. We'll have to tag team it."
Light poured from the Torna sisters as they worked. The blaze they directed at me made me squirm. It was uncomfortable, mainly because it reminded me of the day I'd almost died in the tunnel of light. Still, I allowed them to create the glamours. Even though every cell in my body wanted to barrel forward and save Alex, we had to be smart. Who knew how many thousands of demons were in hell? If spending a couple extra minutes on a disguise meant the difference between success and death, I'd bear it. We needed all the help we could get. I knew the exact moment the magic settled over me. It felt like I'd slipped a glove over my body. "Will this hinder our magic in any way?" I asked as the sisters moved on to glamour Eva. "No," Levon answered because the girls were sweating with how much energy they were exerting. "Your magic will work as it always has. The only difference is you no longer look like yourself." "What do I look like?" Valwyn offered the demon blade I'd given him, and I angled it at a street lamp. The lighting was low, but I didn't need much to see the changes. A seductive succubus with red eyes, crimson lips, moon-white skin, and raven-black hair stared back at me. I look like a demonic Snow White. "Yeah, well, check me out," Eva quipped. I looked up to find that my best friend had grown at least 6 inches and was now the most buxom of blondes. "Like a Playboy bunny," I said, almost laughing despite the direness of the hour as Eva suggestively swung her new, wider hips. The twins learned to work faster with each glamour they applied. Once they finished, our group was comprised of 2 succubi and 5 lesser demons.
"We weren't able to make you all beautiful," Santa said, throwing an apologetic glance at Diana and Amethyst. "It would be too suspicious if a bunch of greater demons were together. Even 2 succubi might be pushing it, but
it's better than 5 witches and 2 vamps." I cut her off, not about to let them apologize for disguising us.
"True, and we made sure to differentiate the wraiths."
Ayla pointed out that Diana had black hair while Amethyst's was more gray. Hunter was a deva, which generally looked human-like, but had a distinct gray tinge to their skin. While at first glance, his glamour seemed to have been simpler, it wasn't. Actually, the twins' magic was even more astounding where Hunter was concerned, because when he opened his mouth wide, green gas floated out of it to mimic the noxious fumes Davis produced. Simone and Francis were also easy to identify because the twins had transformed them into imps that looked like small, ugly versions of the vampires. "You guys did great. Thanks for giving us a leg up. In fact, thank you all for coming with us." I gave the Fey, Shifters, remaining vampires, and Crucible Years a grateful smile. A smile that I hoped was not my last. "It's time for us to go." I turned to my team. "Those who are going to hell, place a hand somewhere on me. Everyone else, stay back. I don't want to bring you on accident." Everyone did as I said, and once we were in position, I gripped my totem. I hoped that between it and the Realm Slicer, I'd get where I needed to go. My eyes closed as I thought back to Despina's conjuring of hell. In my mind's eye, I zeroed in on the center circle and the ominous thrones of bones. When it was cemented in my mind, I took the Realm Slicer and sliced open my shoulder. Alex's blood was already on the blade, and I added mine to the mix. Only once the blade was absolutely covered with blood, I knelt. Gripping my totem tight, I begged for help, for it to take me to the throne room, to Alex. And then I placed the blade's bloodied tip to the ground, and everything around me vanished. Chapter 47. The moment we reappeared, the stench of sulfur made me gasp. I coughed as greenish steam infiltrated my lungs,
and heat pummeled my skin. And yet, despite all the distractions, everyone in my crew fell back on their training and went on alert. The vampires crouched and bared their fangs, while the witches thrust their hands out in front of them, prepared to strike. If anyone had been around, the reflexive actions would surely have given away our true natures. But no one was there. No one, that is, except for Alex. I dropped the realm slicer, and the sound of metal hitting stone reverberated through the room as a sob wrenched out of my throat. Alex was sprawled out on the black stone floor in front of the thrones of bones. A thin moat of lava ran around the thrones just inches from his body. Even from where I stood at the entrance to the throne room, I could see the deep gash on his chest and how blood pooled around him. His beautiful blue eyes were closed. Was he already dead? No, surely not. I would feel that. I thought as I rushed toward him, jumped over the lava barrier that separated the thrones from the larger chamber, and fell to my knees. The gash was deep, making me wonder if they'd been trying to reach his heart. He still breathed, but shallowly. "This is Alex?" someone behind me asked. All I could do was nod my head. My heart was breaking into a million little pieces seeing him like this, not knowing if I could save him. My crew approached, and Eva, Hunter, and Amethyst joined me on the floor. Eva wrapped her arm around me, while Amethyst placed her hand on Alex's chest. "His soul is still there," Amethyst whispered after a moment. "He's alive." "He'll be okay, Odie," Eva reassured me. "We'll get him out of here and fix him up." "Not unless you plan on acting quickly." Francis moved to stand opposite me. "His heartbeat is weak, too weak to move him. I can give him blood to help his healing. If he's as important to the fate of our world as you say, it would be an honor." I looked up at Francis and then at the horrific room we found ourselves in. Fire and black stones that jutted out of the ground littered the vast space. The brightest objects were the bones upon which the monarch sat, and the acrid stench of blood and sulfur and death and fear infiltrated my nostrils, making my heart race. We were in the very center of hell, and everything about this place was terrifying. We needed to leave as quickly as possible. "Please, please do it.
You'll die down here."
A waterfall of cackles rang out, sending chills down my spine. Francis's head snapped up, and he took a step back.
"Oh, shit."
I tensed. Anyone that made a vampire recoil like that couldn't be good. I desperately wanted to be a coward and just sit with Alex until he healed, but I knew that couldn't be. So I gathered all my courage and twisted to see who had discovered us. 3 women, all as blonde and beautiful as they were horrible, strutted around at the entrance to the throne room. Metal glinted in a burst of flames that shot out of the ground, and my heart stopped. One of them held the realm slicer. Mentally, I cursed myself for being so stupid as to drop the thing. On the outside, however, I kept my cool as I stood and placed my body in front of Alex.
"You think you can save him, pretty?"
The woman holding the blade waved it in the air. I pressed my lips together in defiance. The woman snorted and pointed the tip of the realm slicer at me.
"You're brave, that's for sure. But you won't be saving that boy. Not if the princesses of hell have anything to say about it."
The realization of just who these women were slammed into me, making my breath hitch. The Furies. The story went that the Furies, the ancient goddesses of retribution and vengeance, had once been obsessed with stamping out sins and violent acts against the gods. But the less their followers believed in them, the more vengeful the Furies became. Then, in a massive screw you to the humans who abandoned them, the ex-goddesses joined up with Lucifer and Zaphon, a fallen angel, to live in the underworld. In the pits of hell, the Furies were all-powerful once again, as the 3-in-1 demon figurehead and princesses of the underworld. Involuntarily, I began to tremble. Things were bad. Very bad.
"That's better,"
cooed another one of the Furies as she eyed my trembling form.
"Proper respect, that is."
She smiled, and something dark in nature and oily slithered over my skin.
"Not only are they intruders who brought exactly what we needed,"
the third Fury purred,
"they're also not who they seem."
She brought her hands out in front of her, palms out, and then flung them away from each other toward the side walls. The Fey glamour ripped off of me in one quick stroke, leaving me breathless.
"They thought they could fool us."
a Fury screamed.
Maybe a stupid wraith, but not princesses of darkness.
She cackled, and the other two princesses burst into laughter too. I took advantage of their distraction, whipping around and gesturing to Francis and Simone, who, like everyone else, had been deglamored.
Heal Alex,
I hissed. When I twisted to face the Furies once again, the one holding the realm slicer was watching me with narrowed eyes.
I know you. Now that you're uncovered, I can feel your mark. You're the one dear Ishi is looking for, aren't you?
No, I lied. Another Fury flicked a finger down at my ankle. My mark burned as if I'd stepped into a barrel of flames, and a scream flew up my throat as I collapsed.
Yes, you are, little witchy,
the first Fury said, as an evil grin spread across her face.
We should probably tell sweet Queen Ishi that you're here. Or perhaps we just take you to her.
Suddenly, black tendrils of magic flew from each of the demons. Hunter and Amethyst went on attack as my heart leapt into my throat. Knowing we had to leave before this got out of hand, I scampered backward until I nudged Alex. Francis, how much time? Francis was watching the tendrils too, his eyes wide with horror as blood dripped from his wrist into Alex's mouth. He needs more blood to regain consciousness quickly. The chest wound needs to close more too, or else he might die in transit. He gestured down to where Simone was applying drops of her blood to Alex's wound. Our blood is strong, but we need at least a minute, she said, not even bothering to look up from Alex's chest. Shit, I thought, as I shot up from the ground and thrust my hands out so I could help my friends. A blaze of fuchsia flew from my fingertips to deflect a stream of encroaching tendrils. Sunshine yellow and purple magic followed as Eva and Diana vanquished two tendrils that had been creeping toward us from the sides of the room. My eyes snapped away from where the magic had been advancing, back to the Furies, and all the hair on my arms lifted. Only two stood at the entrance of the room. Where did the third one go? The answer presented itself as the ground beneath my feet began to rumble. My throat closed up, and sweat dripped down my face. The blade had my and Alex's blood on it. She left to use the realm slicer. We have to get out of here and help those above. Over the sound of rock grinding on rock, I shouted, Francis, can we move him now? The Furies were pointing and laughing. They recognized the fear in my eyes, and they loved it. Almost.
It doesn't matter where you meet our sweet Ishi girl. She'll find you. And when she does...
One of the Furies' perfect lips spread in a horrible smile.
Ishi is ready to have some fun in your world, starting with you.
My heart leapt into my throat. Everyone to Alex. Diana, Eva, and Hunter blasted off a few more spells and retreated to join us. I shoved Simone to the side when I reached Alex. We're out of time, I said. I don't think he's ready yet, she said, and glanced down at the wound that her blood had been slowly closing. I shook my head. He has to be. They have the realm slicer. A what? It creates holes between worlds that creatures, can travel through. They've already opened a portal to our world. Somehow, Simone's ivory skin paled even more. Well, what are you waiting for, witch? I began manipulating a warp hole. Doubt that I could make one here, in a different realm, rushed through me. But I had to try, and perhaps because hell and my world were merging, I was met with less resistance than I thought possible. In fact, while the energies of hell felt different, they almost felt right. Familiar. My eyes darted down to my still-burning demon scar, the likely culprit for these disturbing thoughts. In response, it seared even hotter, and a thrill of pleasure ran through me. Eva gasped, and her eyes caught mine. Did you just feel something? I gulped. Lucifer and Ishtar. They know we're here. I didn't know how I knew that. I just did. The understanding only added to my desire to get the F out of there. I pushed my magic hard, and in response, a warp hole whooshed open. Go! I screamed. My allies didn't waste a second and began jumping through. Before Francis could disappear, I stopped him. Help me lift Alex? Help? We don't have time to be gentle. Francis gestured to where the princesses of hell stood. A stream of profanity left my mouth. A wall of flame was barreling toward us. Just in front of it, Hundreds of smoke-black demons with fire blossoming from their mouths. Ifrits, charged.
"Come on,"
Francis said, yanking me from my horror as he darted past me, Alex hanging lifelessly in his arms. I rushed to follow, leaping through the warp hole and closing the portal behind me. A dim sense of relief shone through the fear. I'd done it. We were out of hell, safe. I exited the warp hole and stepped onto cobblestone, breathing in the cold of London as it washed over me once more. Hands gripped me protectively. Eva's. I was about to turn and tell Francis where to set Alex when a boom rang out. And a stone's throw away, the Thames split open. Chapter 48. The roar of demons spewing out of the Hellgate was so loud that my knees began to quake. Tears pricked in my eyes as winged beasts zoomed out, one after the other. The Fey and shifters stood a ways away, their mouths hanging open, and their bodies stiff with horror. Andre wasn't there. Perhaps he'd never made it all the way to Spellcasters. At this point, it hardly mattered. We could never fight and conquer this many demons. A groan sounded behind me, followed closely by Alex murmuring my name. My heart leapt, and I spun to face him, still cradled in Francis's arms. His eyes were fluttering open. He was waking. Thank the universe I'll get to say goodbye. Put him down, I said, not wanting a vampire hovering over us during such a private moment. Francis complied, his gaze locked on the swarm of demons circling the night sky. They swooped above the Thames, waiting for someone, or multiple someones, to join them. Everyone should leave, I said, kneeling and taking Alex's hand in mine to assure him that I was there. Vampires, take the witches on your backs if you can. Alert all the magicals you know about what happened. I gestured to the cloud of devils growing ever larger. We can't beat this. Simone's gaze snapped to me. And what of you? I thought you two were supposed to save the world? Her eyes were narrowed, as if I'd tricked her into coming here. I'm staying here to try to do just that, I retorted.
"You're not staying, Odie,"
Hunter interceded, his brows pulled tightly together. A roar cut through the air, and my demon scar burned, making me gnash my teeth together. Of course I didn't want to stay here, but I knew my role in all this. The time had come for me to fulfill a destiny started by Morgan and Merlin, and I had to face it. I kissed Alex's forehead before standing and turning to face the river. Small stone platforms were rising from the churning waters. Demons who couldn't fly were positioned on them, snarling and growling and howling excitedly. In the center, on the largest stone platform, circled by fire, 6 devils rose. 3 were the Furies. On the other side of the dais, another figure hyped up the demons around him. His black wings were spread and glimmered in the moonlight. That had to be Zaphon, Prince of Hell. Lucifer and Ishtar stood in the middle, their hands twined together, and smiles on their faces. Ishtar wasn't as large as she had been when I met her in New York, but with curled horns, black-blue wings, and blue skin, she was just as terrifying as I remembered. Lucifer looked much like Ishtar, except red and larger. "Everyone go," I choked out. "There's no fighting this." The demons hadn't seemed to notice us yet, which meant the others could still escape. But Alex and I never would. Perhaps not Eva either. She would always be bound to Lucifer. My heart clenched for my friend, and I hoped that for tonight, at least, she could remain free. Only Alex and I had to stay. We, or I, seeing as he still wasn't completely conscious yet, had to try and finish the job meant for us. I hoped I was strong enough. Francis eyed me thoughtfully before giving a single nod.
"Good luck to you, witch. And believe me, we won't stop fighting the devils."
"Never," Simone added. "Take them with you." I gestured to Amethyst, Diana, Hunter, and Eva. Francis reached for Eva, but she batted his hand away. "I'm sticking with Odie. Take Amethyst." She pointed to the spirit talker, who was trembling so hard that I doubted she'd even heard Eva. This time, the vampire didn't hesitate. Frances scooped up the spirit talker before she could protest and dashed off.
I'm staying too,
Hunter said before either vampire could move toward him. Simone took a step in Diana's direction, but the headmistress's daughter shook her head. Get Sam. Simone gave Diana a long look before complying, darting over to the other group and snapping up Sam as if she weighed no more than a baby. I watched as Sam thrashed in Simone's arms, but the vampire didn't acknowledge it, as she and Frances spoke to the other champions. Immediately, the shifter shifted, and the Fey's glamours disappeared to reveal wings. The wolves sprinted away, the Fey flew to hide in the city, and the vampires retreated so fast they were nothing but a blur. They were safe. For now. I turned to Diana, Hunter, and Eva. Go. Seriously, there's nothing. You're going to try to close the Hellgate, aren't you? Diana interrupted me. With him, because he's of Merlin's blood? She gestured to Alex, who groaned again. I nodded, aware of how stupid it sounded. Alex's eyes weren't even fully open. How was he going to help me do what we were meant to do? It's not going to work. Diana spoke my fears out loud. Put a shield over him. I'll help you.
Me too.
Me too. Hunter and Eva said in unison. No, this wasn't how I wanted this to end. Guys, Stop, Odie. Eva commanded. She lifted a finger to tell me off, but a crack sounded, and a roar filled the night air, swallowing her words. Eva's jaw hardened at the interruption. You're not getting rid of us. Now help us make a shield over Alex before they stop grandstanding. This wasn't a time to argue, so I yielded. And fuchsia magic mixed with yellow, purple, and green. Our power wove together to create a shield around Alex. That will not keep us out, a voice boomed the second the shield was in place. You realize that, mortal? I sucked in a breath, and my eyes roved over my brave friends. Distract them while I work, I whispered before turning to face my nightmare. Immediately I jerked back. Ishtar and Lucifer were much closer than I'd thought, only 20 or so yards away. The prince and princesses of hell stood flanking them, and the swarm of demons that had flown out of the Hellgate hovered over the Riverwalk. In the center of the Thames, more devils poured out of hell by the second, adding to the army of at least 100. Over 100 to 5. The odds were not good, but at least one thing was in our favor. With the royals intensely focused on us, the Hellgate was practically wide open. Oh, she knows a little shield can't stop us, Lucifer. This one is simply obstinate, Ishtar said, her familiar voice lifting the hair on the nape of my neck. But that stubborn pride will end tonight. I am here. As I am her master, she will bow to me. My mark began to burn hotter than ever before, and I gasped. Against my will, my torso bent toward the ground. I tried to stop it, to force myself back up, but I couldn't. I wasn't strong enough. Not compared to the Queen of Hell. Ishtar boomed out a laugh that went on and on and on. I gnashed my teeth together. The center stone on my necklace flared bright fuchsia, and taking the hint, I grabbed for my totem. Help me fight her. The change was instantaneous. My spine slammed up straight, and my breath came easier. Once again, I was in control of my body. Rumbling growls rose up from the demons, and Ishtar stopped laughing and scowled. At her side, Lucifer grinned a dangerous grin. Ishtar held up her hand, and instantly the sound of howling demons stopped. No one move. The little witchlings are ours.
I do love breaking the willful ones best.
Lucifer took a step closer, and from the corner of my eye, I caught motion. Diana's purple magic zinged across the expanse, separating us from the demons, and slammed into Lucifer's chest. He tripped backward, and once again, the demons growled and roared. As if playing off their minions' fury, Lucifer's and Ishtar's eyes began to glow a brilliant red. My blood skittered in my veins. They're going to possess us. We have to distract them. Now! I screamed and sprang into action. Magic flew, hitting demon after demon as my friends attacked. The queen and king's eyes dimmed, and they twisted, uncaring that we were injuring their peons, as they watched my magic stream over their heads and into the Thames. The torrent of demons trying to exit hell released horrible screeches. I held my breath, hoping that the hole would close and the sounds would stop. But the cries didn't cease. If anything, as the seconds ticked on, they became more intense. But then I heard a crack, and a stream of crimson flew over us to join my power. I gasped, and although it was idiotic to turn my back on the king and queen of hell, I whipped around. The shield we'd placed around Alex was split in half, and he was sitting up. One hand clutched his chest. The one sporting his totem was spouting magic that mingled with Alex's own.
"Odie," he croaked, "push harder. Now."
I spun, and bolstered by the hope that we could do this together, magic burst from my hands like it never had before and soared toward the river. It slammed into the water, sending 10-foot-tall waves to each side. Lucifer and Ishtar finally saw fit to retaliate. Flourishing their arms, they sent tendrils of black, glimmering magic straight for Alex and me, but our friends doubled down on their attacks, hurling power at the queen and king in addition to the peons at their back. Knowing that we had to hurry, I pushed harder. The others could only hold the royals off for so long, especially if they changed their mind and sent their minions after us. "Close the Hellgate. Please close the Hellgate." I begged my totem, Morgan's magic, to aid us. She'd done it once, and she could do it again. I knew she could. The seconds ticked on as I poured energy into the open Hellgate. Despite the winter cold, sweat ran down my face, and every muscle in my body trembled with exertion. Then, things went from bad to worse. Ishtar, who had been fighting Hunter, flung a stream of power to the sky. It reached its apex and burst like a firework, producing shining tendrils of black power that fell in a massive dome, encompassing the Hellgate and ending just behind us. We were trapped. Ishtar began to cackle. "Give up!" The Queen of Hell screamed. "You're never going home or anywhere in this world ever again unless I command it. I am your master." She flung her hands to the sky, and a chorus of screeches and guttural bellows sounded. I shook my head. My friends were still fighting, even Alex, and he could barely sit up. There was no way I would let them down. I pulled from deep within me and begged my totem for help. If closing the gate took every ounce of magic I had, or every bit of power Morgan could give, I'd give it. Stars began to swim in my vision, and suddenly I saw threads of all different colors spinning around me. The colors grew more vibrant. The yellow, purple, and green sticking out the most. I gasped. "Diana, Hunter, Eva! I need your magic in the Hellgate!" My friends switched tack right away. And part of the power that had been killing demons and battling royals diverted to stream over the horde. As soon as their magic hit the water, I felt the shift, the change in the air. My magic surged, and a sizzle of electricity zapped all my nerves. Then a whoosh hit my ear, followed by a massive boom that shook the ground, knocking me over. Ishtar released a blood-curdling scream, and my heart squeezed. I glanced up to find that the demons no longer streamed from hell.
"Holy shit,"
Hunter's exhausted voice breathed.
"We did it."
A smile broke on my face, only to vanish a moment later when Ishtar spun around, her eyes blazing red and staring straight at me. Her wings snapped out. My heart stopped. I had seconds to act. I leapt up and summoned the energies around me, preparing to make a warp hole. They came readily, naturally. I manipulated them and flung them out in front of me as my mouth opened to instruct my friends to rush through the portal. But nothing happened. No warp hole appeared, and the magical energy I'd just worked with fizzled on the spot. A pit formed in my stomach. Ishtar's laughter boomed. "I told you, witch. This world is cut off to you. There will be no warping to safety this time. You're mine." She gestured to the shield, and I realized that it was somehow nullifying my ability to make a warp hole. She knew I'd try this and came prepared to stop it. My jaw clenched, but not about to give up. I tried again. Sweat rolled off my face as I pushed myself and my magic to do as I wanted. Fuchsia poured into the air, and yet it never coalesced into a perfectly circular warp hole. This cannot be happening. Help me, Morgan. The plea ignited my totem once again, and light and color that was not mine poured from it, illuminating the pink and purple hues of my magic. And then, something I saw made me stop. The threads of color I'd noticed earlier popped in the fuchsia, but as I stared, more joined them and spun around us. Every color of the rainbow was present in varying lengths, and I swore that I heard voices. Children laughing, women talking, a couple conversing. I'd seen this before. Time was presenting itself to me. I sucked in a breath, and following a hunch that I knew was coming from Morgan, called on the strands of time. My totem lit up brighter than ever, the stone growing warm against my chest as my ancestors' magic assisted. Time came closer to hover before me, waiting to do my bidding, and oddly enough, I knew exactly what I needed to do. Please let this work, I thought as Ishtar launched into the air, her arms outstretched in my direction. I molded the warping energies together with time and flung the ball of magic behind me. They landed on the ground next to Alex and opened a warp hole that expanded to gobble him up. He fell through with a yelp, the crimson magic that had been flowing out of him, still attacking demons left and right, disappeared.
What the shit?
Eva spun from her attack position to face me. I shoved her toward the warp hole. Go, escape! I yelled, just as Ishtar loosed a horrible screech. Eva snapped to attention, grabbed Hunter's hand, and jumped through the hole. Diana, move. Now, I screamed. The headmistress's daughter shot me a desperate look. Now, I repeated, my teeth grinding down on each other from the exertion. Even if Morgan's magic was doing most of the work, I was working harder than I ever had before, and I couldn't control something as powerful as Morgan's magic for forever. No, I wasn't that strong. I was just Odie, a girl who was fading fast. I'll follow, I insisted. Diana gave a single nod and dove through the hole. As soon as she disappeared, I twirled toward the warp hole. Ishtar was so close that her wings beat the air at my back. I swallowed down a lump in my throat, took a few running steps, and leapt. Heat and cold engulfed me as I hit the warp hole and slipped through time. Epilogue. The scent of sage and crushed berries filled my nostrils as my eyelids fluttered open. My gaze locked on a woman across the room. She was swaying and singing, her red hair as vibrant as the fuchsia magic that swirled around her, doing her bidding. Fuchsia? Where was I? As if she could hear my thoughts, the woman whirled around and caught my eyes. Then, she smiled. You're up. I'm so glad you survived the time walking. Merlin will be pleased as well. It's a good omen for your friends. Merlin. Memories of paintings and drawings of this woman filtered through my mind, and recognition crashed down upon me. My heart clenched, unable to believe it, although it was definitely true. I knew this woman. I'd seen her before, heard her voice, felt her power run through me and save my life. I was in the home of my ancestor, Morgan Le Fay. A Crucible Witch, Spellcasters Spy Academy No. 3 is available now. This has been A Rebel Witch, a Supernatural Spy Academy series. Spellcasters Spy Academy Book 2. Written by Ashley McLeod. Narrated by Ashley Stenner. Copyright 2019 by Ashley McLeod. Production copyright by Ashley McLeod.